entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Lao Su's misunderstanding is freed from shackles. As Su Yun silently finished the 4 words return to reality. Swish, the scene around him changed instantly. When he came back to his senses, he was already in a modern house. Then several minutes passed. Su Yun's eyes gradually became clear from blurry and confused, and he recalled his situation in reality. Before entering the dungeon, he and Lao Su and others went to Yongchang to visit Lin Zhenhua, the chairman of Hanhe Group, because of the production line. During that time, Hanhe Group's R&D team solved the problem of transition metal catalysis, and Lin Zhenhua used the relationship with the Navy to get the 0.002 mm precision cyclization equipment module. Then Su Yun and Lao Su went to Wuzhou Mountain and visited Lao Su's tomb. After returning to Yongcheng, Lin Zhenhua introduced Li Keik, who had just been released from prison, and academician Zhou Shan to Su Yun. After some persuasion, Su Yun successfully pulled his top boss into the R&D camp of Huadan Bioscience. Then during the dungeon, Su Yun spent 3 days returning to reality, collecting information such as MP18 and the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. So this should be the 4th night after he left Ningbo and returned to the University of Science and Technology. I'm finally back. Su Yun let out a long breath with a complicated expression, turned around and looked around the house. The layout of his little nest was not much different from when he left. The only difference was that there were a few more things at his feet. Su Yun bent down to pick them up and found that they were the rewards given by the Halo, a cowhide bag with Gauz's manuscript, parchment for several technologies, a thinking card holder, a module for upgrading the AI computing power, and Evelyn's necklace and scarf. As for the Jade Seal, it was not among these rewards. After all, according to the Halo prompt, the Jade Seal is still in a sealed state to be unsealed, and it needs to complete a special dungeon task to activate it. Strictly speaking, the current Jade Seal is only a dungeon qualification, not a physical reward. Moreover, judging from the performance of the Halo in the Yongle Encyclopedia, even if Su Yun completes the special mission of the Jade Seal in the future and chooses to materialize in reality, the Jade Seal will most likely not fall into his hands. Instead, it will materialize in reality in some form. Then Su Yun put away a few items and looked at the time. 22:53. It happened that he had been tossing and turning in the copy for a whole night, and was exhausted physically and mentally. So he simply took a shower and went to bed to rest. Nothing happened all night. Early the next morning, Su Yun yawned, scratched his stomach a few times with one hand, and rubbed his sleepy eyes with the other hand. Then he fumbled for his mobile phone and glasses at the head of the bed, and slowly got up from the bed. After spending a few minutes washing up, Su Yun put on his cotton jacket and walked out of the room. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the door, he smelled a not too strong, but very Chinese-style fragrance. Su Yun looked along. On the dining table not far from him, there was a plate of water spinach, a plate of chopped green onion eggs, and some dried bean curd pickles. Old Su sat at the table, slurping his porridge. Perhaps he noticed the sound of Su Yun's door opening and closing, so Old Su put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Su Yun and nodded at him. Good morning, Zio Su. Su Yun smiled and walked forward, also saying hello, Mr. Su. Good morning. Old Su motioned him to sit down, and pointed to the seat opposite him, where chopsticks and a bowl of porridge were already placed. Sit down, I know you like to eat cold porridge. I've already served it and let it cool. Su Yun thanked him and happily sat down. Old Su's cooking skills improved rapidly during this period, and the level of the scallion egg can even compete with Su Yun's, although Su Yun's own cooking skills are not that good. It's strange. Su Yun's parents like to drink hot porridge, but Su Yun prefers cold porridge, and the colder the better. After taking a mouthful of porridge, Su Yun looked up at Lao Su and asked casually, Mr. Su, how is your study progress recently? Study progress? Lao Su chewed the food in his mouth carefully, a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes, and shook his head. Not even close, old man. Cough. I almost doubt whether I am as smart as the evaluation on the internet. Seeing Su Yun's face full of confusion, Lao Su sighed again and explained, Zio Su, you don't know, A few days ago I found a set of elementary school questions called Jing Gold Cup. As a result, I only got 110 points out of 120 points after finishing the whole set. That's the questions for elementary school students. After saying that, Lao Tzu also gestured at waist height beside him to indicate the applicable range of that set of questions. And opposite Lao Tzu. Looking at Lao Tzu with a face that said I can't even get full marks for elementary school questions, Su Yun almost spit out the food in his mouth in one breath. Then he forced himself to take a deep breath, and asked with a slightly subtle expression, Mr. Su, I wonder if you are doing the questions for the preliminary round, the semi-final, or the final. Old Su was slightly stunned, then shook his head, and there was even a hint of frustration in his tone. Neither. It seems to be called some kind of cross-strait four-region invitational tournament. According to the literal meaning, in the Song dynasty, it was probably only an examination like the one in Hebei West Route. The corners of Su Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt an urge to overturn the table in his heart. TNND, there is a cheat. As we all know, in addition to the standard 9-year compulsory education, China often holds some national competitions for some gifted children who perform far better than their peers. For example, there are Chinese Language Newspaper Cup and Yi Xing Tao Cup for Chinese. There is Xiaonan Cup for chemistry, etc. As for the competitions in mathematics, they are collectively called mathematical Olympiads. Just like online works with an average subscription of 3,000 are high quality, and 9,999 are also high quality. Mathematical Olympiad competitions can also be divided into various levels of difficulty. In the field of primary and junior high school, relatively simple there are IMC, Hope Cup, etc., which are the least difficult. The second is the Xiaomei Cup, whose full name is Enter the Wonderful Garden of Mathematics. As for the most difficult national primary and junior high school mathematics competition, it is undoubtedly the Jing Gold Cup, also known as the Hua Cup. The Hua Cup is divided into the basic preliminary, semi-final, and finals, and the difficulty increases in turn. Above the finals is what Lao Tzu said about the cross-strait and four-region elite invitational competition. As for what Lao Tzu said about getting 110 points out of 120 points, let's put it this way. For science students who are not majoring in mathematics in the future, if you can get 80 points within the answering time, you will be worthy of your math teacher. For example, the following question: every time the minute hand and hour hand of an old clock overlap, it takes 66 minutes of standard time. Then the 24 hours of this old clock is faster than the 24 hours of standard time. A 12 minutes faster, B 6 minutes faster, C 6 minutes slower, D 12 minutes slower. This is the preliminary question, which is also the easiest question. If you want to advance to the semifinals, theoretically you only have 40 seconds to answer. As for the final question, just pick one at random, given a plus B plus C equals 1, a 1/B plus 1/C, plus B1/A plus 1/C, plus C1/A plus 1/B, equals 3. Find the value of a plus B plus C. The calculation time for this question is about 3 minutes. So Lao Tzu got 110 points out of 120, which is already a top-notch performance. However, seeing Lao Tzu's expression that he was a loser, Su Yun hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell him the truth after all. This was also a motivation. The faster Lao Tzu's knowledge level grows, the sooner he will be able to help himself, which is a good thing. Then the two chatted about some other topics and separated after the meal. Lao Tzu was going to the library to work hard. Su Yun rushed to the headquarters of Huadong Biosciences. Because according to the date, today is the day when the Magic City Navy, hereinafter referred to as the Magic Sea to avoid certain risks, will hand over the circularization equipment module. This means that if everything goes well today, the thickest rain tied to the product one roach killer will completely disappear. More than an hour later, Su Yun arrived outside the company's factory. He met with Jian Liangwei, the company's COO Gu Guangqing, the chairman of the board of directors of the University of Science and Technology Fund, Zhang Zhu, and the factory director Jin Guanglin, who was in charge of the production process. Although Su Yun spent a whole year in the copy, he has made great progress in both experience and ability. But in the eyes of Jian Liangwei and others, Su Yun just took people on a business trip to Ningbo City, which lasted only a dozen days. Therefore, several people just greeted Su Yun as usual, and did not show any surprise of meeting again after a long time. By the way, Dr. Su, after greeting Gugwa King suddenly thought of something, took out a notebook from his body, flipped through it a few times, and said to Su Yun, "We have contacted academician Zhou Shan and booked air tickets for him and his family for next Monday. In addition, his house has also been arranged and he can move in directly." Huh? Su Yun's expression was normal when Gugwa King spoke the first half of the words, but after hearing the second half, he was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Wait, academician Zhou's house has also been arranged? How come it is so fast?" When Su Yun reported the entry benefits to Zhou Shan, in addition to the 2 million signing fee, he also included 3 million in scientific research startup funds and housing problems. The housing is benchmarked against the Lizhao Academician Introduction Standard. That is, 200 square meters of housing are allocated. However, since Huadong Biosciences is currently in its early stages, there is no academician building or expert department at all. Even Su Yun himself still lives outside the USTC campus. Therefore, according to the original plan, after arriving in Lizhao, Zhou Shan's family will be temporarily placed in the Swan Lake View suite of the Lizhao Intercontinental Hotel. This suite is not the presidential suite where the overbearing CEO lives, is only about 2,000 a night. When the funds are recovered in a month, the company will discuss the resettlement of experts' housing. After all, it is foreseeable that with the development of Huadong Biosciences, the number of senior research talents will inevitably continue to increase. So let's not talk about building a building. At least the resettlement area must be gathered together. This is not something that can be done with 2 or 3 million. It requires certain research planning. But now, I heard Gugwa King say that during the time I returned to Ningbo, they seem to have come up with a new resettlement plan? Looking at Su Yun with a curious face, Gugwa King smiled and pointed to Dian Liangwei beside him, and explained, "We have to thank Dean Dian and HKUST for their help." After an emergency discussion at HKUST decided to provide a fully furnished apartment in HKUST Garden for academician Zhou Shan and his family to move in directly. This was the result of our discussion yesterday. Dr. Su, you were not feeling well the past 2 days, so you asked us not to disturb you, so we didn't specifically tell you about this. Hearing this, Tian Liangwei on the side nodded in agreement, with a hint of emotion on his face. Whether or not what happened to Lao Zhou was fair, he has spent 10 years to settle that account. Although he is no longer an academician, for example, he certainly cannot enter the academician center on the 18th floor of the academician building in the high-tech zone, but as a senior research talent, it is not a problem for him to get a house. After all, USTC is also a shareholder of Huadong Biosciences. Providing this kind of resource assistance will be tenable even if it is reported to the Academy of Sciences. At most, Huadong Biosciences will pay the rent every month, which is only 2 or 3,000 yuan. Are you afraid that you, Dr. Su, can't afford it? Su Yun looked at Dian Liangwei, who was quite generous at this time, and said nothing. He knew very well that Dian Liangwei is actually not as carefree as he seems. After Zhou Shan was arrested that year, a total of 35 academicians jointly wrote a letter to protest against the arrest of Zhou Shan. Among them were the famous academicians Wu Mengchao and Liu Xianlin, as well as Dian Liangwei. Unfortunately, Zhou Shan's case was set as a typical example at the time, and even Dian Liangwei and others could not change the final outcome. Therefore, after learning that Zhou Shan would join Huadong Biosciences, Tian Liangwei's reaction was the most intense among all school leaders. Tian Liangwei must have made a lot of efforts for Zhou Shan to be assigned to the USTC Garden, where the faculty and staff of USTC are located. Unfortunately, some things are not convenient to say at this time, so everything can only be left unsaid. Ding ding ding. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was a little low, the phone in Gugwa King's pocket suddenly rang, attracting the attention of everyone at the scene. Gugwa King took out his phone and looked at the number of the caller. He shook the screen towards everyone, said Assistant Tang, and decisively pressed the answer button. "Hello, Assistant Tang. Okay, we'll go out now." After hanging up the phone, Gugwa King pointed out the window and said to everyone, "It's Assistant Tang and the others. The Mohe convoy has arrived at the intersection of Zinmin Road, and we are still about 15 minutes away by car. They have come from afar, so we should go down and greet them out of courtesy and common sense." Upon hearing this, everyone at the scene looked at each other and stood up in unison. The individual parts of the circular modules delivered by Mohe this time are not large, but the overall volume is not small. It is said that there are several boxes. At the same time, due to the high precision, Mohe did not use air transportation or ordinary logistics transportation to ship the goods, but took the water route and carried out informal escort. Everyone knows that Jiangsu has developed water transportation for bulk goods. But in fact, the cargo throughput of Wanjiang is not low. The goods sent by Mohe this time will arrive at the Lezhou port container terminal. Su Yun arranged for his assistant Tang Li to lead people to meet them in the morning, and also prepared a small truck to transport the goods. A few minutes later, Su Yun and others left the office and gathered at the door of the factory. After 10 minutes, on the road heading south, the figures of several cars appeared faintly. As the distance got closer, the appearance of several cars gradually became clear, and it could be seen that it was a combination of 2 commercial vehicles and a small truck. Several cars got closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of the factory building. After a moment, click, the door of the business car in front opened, and Su Yun's assistant Tang Li walked out of the car with a man. The man had a square face, stiff eyebrows, and 2 beards under his temples that were similar to sideburns, but not as dense as ordinary sideburns. At the same time, although this person was not wearing a military uniform, his gestures were full of military style, and he was obviously a soldier. After getting off the car, Tang Li led the man to Su Yun and others and introduced, Mr. Su, this is Engineer Zhang Yang from the Magic Sea Propulsion System Engineering Institute. Engineer Zhang, this is the chairman of our Huadan Biotechnology, Dr. Su Yun. Zhang Yang seemed to have read Su Yun's file. Hearing this, he took the initiative to extend his hand and said gently, Dr. Su, I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Zhang Yang, you can call me Lao Zhang or Engineer Zhang. Su Yun hurriedly shook hands with him. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work along the way. Then Zhang Yang shook hands with Yan Liangwei, Gukwa King and others one by one. At the same time, other technical personnel accompanying Zhang Yang cooperated with the factory staff to move the relevant equipment from the truck and put it on the cart. After the ceremony, everyone entered the factory with the equipment. Zhang Yang brought a total of 6 large boxes on this trip. After unpacking, a set of circular equipment modules appeared in front of Su Yun and others. I don't know if it's an illusion caused by the idea of self-produced. Su Yun always felt that the equipment brought by Zhang Yang was much better looking than the FOERDA T632 of Nutrien. Then the factory director Jin Guanglin stepped forward and arranged for the workers to set up the module. It was mentioned above. Although the overall size of this module is not small, the individual parts are generally not large. The largest component of the entire production module is the height of the vacuum pot with a length of 5 meters and a width of about 1 meter and the matching liquid material unit. Therefore, it is not difficult to assemble. Turn off the power, operate the hydraulic press, and simply weld. With the assistance of the technicians brought by Zhang Yang, the whole process was completed in less than half an hour. At this point, there is only one thing left. That is, trial production. Su Yun walked to the side of the operating table and pressed the start button. Soon, the liquid material is connected from the storage tank to the material platform through the liquid material pump through the pipeline, and enters the pod after passing through the pneumatic butterfly valve, flow meter and pot bottom valve. At the same time, the liquid material pump is started, the pneumatic butterfly valve is opened, and the liquid material begins to enter. When the liquid material flows through the flow meter, the flow meter sends an electrical signal of the instantaneous flow to the AI662H flow totalizer controller, and the AI662H calculates the instantaneous flow signal obtained as the cumulative flow and displays it. When the cumulative flow reaches the set value, AI662H outputs control signals to the control system, automatically stops the liquid pump, and closes the pneumatic butterfly valve to complete the liquid feed. Hearing the light touch sound of the equipment coming from the liquid, Su Yun's brows suddenly raised slightly, and his expression gradually became solemn. The most critical cyclization is coming. Can the 0.002 mm module produced by Mohe really complete this task? More than 10 seconds later. Ding! Suddenly, a prompt sounded on the display screen of the operating table. The moment the sound sounded, the surface of a certain indicator light on the left turned from red to green. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This means that the nucleophilic reagent has attacked carbon number 1 and successfully generated isopropanol anions. In other words, the cyclization process was successfully completed. At the same time, The workers on the other side of the production line also began their respective operations. Their tasks were simple. Turn on the agitator, manually add CME and boric acid respectively, and stop the machine for use after all are mixed evenly. Then add sodium aqueous solution, and then inhale glycerol gum as a pre-dispersed liquid. Finally, add the bittering agent, and then leave your hands on the keyboard. Wrong, leave your hands away from the operating area. Half an hour later, a finished insecticide slipped out of the discharge port of the assembly line. Soo-yoon went forward to take it in his hand, and led everyone to the cockroach culture room. After all, as a company that focuses on cockroach medicine, Food and Bioscience must cultivate some cockroaches to test the medicinal properties. Halo gave the 5th generation of imidacloprid, but if the number of studies is more, it is possible to break through to the 6th generation? Halo did not say that the 5th generation is the upper limit, and Naruto can play the 7th generation. Click, 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 the cockroach's antennae and limbs made a fine contact sound with the acrylic culture dish, showing its extremely tenacious vitality. By the way, what would happen if their lids were opened and poured on Zhangyang? Well, I thought too much? Then Soo-yoon took a cockroach culture dish and added some newly produced imidacloprid to these little cuties. After letting the culture dish stand, he came to another laboratory and conducted a chemical analysis on this one cockroach killer. After all, this production line will affect the long-term production of imidacloprid in the future, and verification must be completed in all links. Students who have been in the laboratory should know it. The conventional detection method for imidacloprid is gas chromatography mass spectrometry, which is commonly known as GC-MS. However, Soo-yoon did not use GC-MS this time, but HPLC, which is high-performance liquid chromatography. It is an efficient and rapid analytical separation technology that developed rapidly in the 1970s and is an important means of modern separation testing. The separation principle of chromatography is actually very simple. When the components dissolved in the mobile phase pass through the stationary phase, they have different retention times in the stationary phase due to the different sizes and strengths of the interaction with the stationary phase, and thus flow out of the stationary phase one after another. It is also called chromatography and chromatographic method. Among the organic compounds currently known, about 20% can be analyzed by gas chromatography, and 80% of them need to be analyzed by high-performance liquid chromatography. The front of the high-performance liquid chromatograph looks a bit like a printer with a scanning port in the middle, and the back looks like a refrigerator, which looks square. Since the 5th generation imidacloprid has a strong cyclization characteristic, Soo-yoon directly used a C8 filing column, and used acetonitrile water-soluble organic solvent as the mobile phase, and the detector was a diode matrix. Very quickly, the power supply was turned on and the test began 20 minutes later. The peak of the product to be tested appeared and reached baseline separation. I won't repeat it 3 times in parallel here. Soo-yoon took out the chromatogram and compared the relevance results with the existing standard curve. Alkaline compounds have tailing, but it's not a big problem. The activity of useless silanols has been further reduced. The density of alkyl epoxy rearrangement has increased by 32.4%. The more Soo-yoon looked at it, the happier he was. As we all know, for the same substance, the precision of laboratory preparation and industrial preparation is often different. For example, the 5th generation of imidacloprid. If the imidacloprid made in the laboratory is 100 points, then the finished product made by the factory may only score between 75 and 80 points. And the score of Soo-yoon's test this time at least reached 85 points, or even 90. Military quality, so terrifying. More than 10 minutes later, Soo-yoon left the laboratory. He glanced at the little cuties who had already started to eat each other, and walked quickly to the crowd. Looking at the anxious people, Soo-yoon took a deep breath and said seriously, "Everyone, I am now officially announcing something. As you can see, we have completed the localization of the production and research of the 5th generation imidacloprid today. Thanks to the Wassenaar arrangement, we have mastered another technology completely independently. Now, the rope around our necks has been loosened. It's time to start fighting back." Chapter 352 The Offensive of 7 Foreign Companies. 1 month later. Neon. As Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Baga. No way, an old man with a wisp of toilet beard on his philtrum yelled angrily, picked up the document on the table, and threw it hard at another middle-aged man standing in front of the desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with silver gray hair parted in the middle. Bang! The heavy document hit the middle-aged man's forehead heavily. The scattered pieces of paper fell to the ground slowly like snowflakes. Under the collision, the middle-aged man's frame became slightly skewed, the picture in his field of vision was inexplicably awkward, and there was a sense of discomfort in his ears. But although the senses were uncomfortable, the middle-aged man did not dare to reach out to adjust the frame. He suddenly put his legs together, put his hands on the outside of his thighs, and bowed straight. "I'm sorry, President," looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who bowed to the end. The old man took a few deep breaths, his face still full of anger, and his saliva flew everywhere. 43 days, only 43 days, you told me that we spent so much effort to add the production process of the Wassenaar arrangement, but it was broken by those Chinese people. What did you say at the beginning, President? Please rest assured, within a month, we will definitely make that Chinese company have no products to sell. But now, as he spoke, the old man picked up a stack of reports again and waved them in the air, making a rattling sound. The production capacity of that Chinese company has increased by a full 5 times, damn 5 times. You bastard. The old man's chest was violently heaving, and in his excitement, he didn't even notice that one of his false front teeth had fallen out. After all, the false front of the tooth can be replaced if it falls off, but if the real front of his pharmaceutical company, Limited, collapses, then everything will be over. As Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Tell the truth. Compared with Japanese pharmaceutical giants such as Kobayashi Pharmaceutical and Takeda Pharmaceutical, as pharmaceutical is not well known. Many times when the name is mentioned, many people will subconsciously think of the pharmaceutical giant as Conley. But in sharp contrast to pharmaceuticals' fame is its history and status in the field of insecticides. As Pharmaceutical was founded in 1892 and is currently one of the oldest companies in Japan, specializing in the development of various insecticides. As of 2022, as Pharmaceutical occupies 56% of the Japanese insecticide market, more than half. Especially in the field of cockroach medicine in Japan. As Pharmaceutical sales even exceeded that of Germany's Bayer, accounting for 68%. Of course, this market share has a lot to do with Japan's supervision of insecticides, but as Pharmaceutical sales area is not just Japan. As early as 1990, as Pharmaceutical invested in and established a wholly owned subsidiary in Jinmen, Huaxia, with an investment amount of $7.88 million. That was $7.88 million in 1990. At present, the products sold on Taobao and JD.com, such as Ansa Mite Removal Spray, Ansa Black Hat Cockroach House, Ansa Cockroach Glue Bait, and Bacillomin, are all from US Pharmaceuticals. Its annual turnover in China is about 170 to 250 million yuan, and its net profit is more than 80 million yuan. By the way, I would like to ask the omnipotent readers, does the profit in the financial report deduct the profit of operations? Or simply deduct the production cost? It can be said that US Pharmaceuticals is a company that is supported by cockroaches. Therefore, about a month ago, when it was learned that a company in China had developed the 5th generation of imidacloprid and applied for a patent, US Pharmaceuticals paid close attention to this matter. After all, this is a major event related to the lifeblood of the company. The current president, Koichiro Takuda, that is, the little old man with a hygiene beard, asked the subsidiary in Tianjin to obtain samples for analysis as soon as a cockroach killer was launched. As a result, Koichiro Takuda, who already had problems with his prostate, was so scared that he almost had his urine split into 2 parts. Huadong Biotech has really developed the 5th generation of imidacloprid, which is more than 12 times more effective than all 3rd generation imidacloprids. This is already the concept of dimensionality reduction. There is no way R&D is like this. After a generation of products is launched, it has a crushing advantage over the previous generation. But cognition is cognition. As a company with a history of 130 years, US Pharmaceuticals cannot just sit back and do nothing. So after Bayer, Veloci and other companies proposed the idea of sanctions, US Pharmaceuticals not only agreed with the plan, but also personally acted as a pioneer. Koichiro Takuda used some Japanese political resources to speed up the time for Nutrien's FOERDA, T632 to join the Wassenaar arrangement. In fact, this is not the first time that Japanese companies have done this. In the EDA software supply cut incident that was necessary for integrated circuits with GOFIT structure, a large number of Japanese companies were seen. Therefore, although the supply cut plan paid some price, It was ultimately highly efficient and successful. Even the supply suspension letter sent by Nutrien to Huadong Biotech was written by Koichiro Takuda. Koichiro Takuda remembered it very clearly. After confirming that FOERDA T632 would be included in the Wassenaar arrangement, Yukihiro Nakajo, the product's matrix manager of Antsu, who was now standing in front of him and had a spirit of craftsmanship, said to him with a solemn oath, "President, the advantage is mine." Unexpectedly, within just 50 days, Huadong Biotech solved the problem of cyclization accuracy, and the daily output increased from 16,000 to nearly 70,000. Within a week, the sales volume of US pharmaceuticals in China plummeted by 32%. And the decline was still increasing, and it was obviously not hitting the bottom. Thinking of this, Koichiro Takuda tremblingly took out a small medicine bottle from the drawer. After unscrewing the lid, he shook it twice in his palm, put his palm to his mouth, and swallowed the medicine with his head held high. Then Koichiro Takuda exhaled a breath of foul air, and with difficulty calmed down his mood, and asked Yukihiro Nakajo, Mr. Nakajo, for the product of Huadong Biotech, which production link is still feasible to cut off the supply. Yukihiro Nakajo was still bending over, and he raised his head slightly and glanced at his president carefully. No, where are the raw materials? Only the monohydrate in the acylation link is a raw material not produced by China, but China does not produce it because importing it is cheaper. At the same time, toluene sulfone can be used clinically to treat diabetes. So even the Japanese cabinet cannot ban its supply. For a moment, Koichiro Takuda felt that his blood pressure, which had been lowered with great difficulty, rose a lot again. So he took a few deep breaths and asked again, what about Bayer? What about Kobayashi Pharmaceutical? Have they sent any letters? Nakajo Yukihiro nodded quickly as if he had been given a chance to perform. Yes. Mr. President, Mr. Fescher, the public relations manager of Bayer Pharmaceuticals, sent a formal invitation letter for a remote meeting an hour ago. The letter said that Bayer is preparing to hold a multi-party online discussion on Huadong Biosciences at 5 p.m. Takuda Koichiro looked up at the clock on the wall of the office, which clearly showed the current time. 14:26. Takuda Koichiro's eyes narrowed immediately. For department heads of large pharmaceutical companies such as Bayer, Kobayashi, and Takeda, itinerary arrangements are a very serious matter. Especially multi-party meetings. Meetings of this size often start to be contacted and prepared a month in advance, and are scheduled for half a month to a week, and then the assistant is responsible for the itinerary reminder. It is not uncommon to have a meeting with an hour's notice and in a few hours without considering different time zones, but it is very rare. Now Bayer has broken this convention, so it is obvious that Bayer is also anxious. 2.5 hours later, Koichiro Takuda sat alone behind his desk, with a WebEx conference interface displayed on the computer screen in front of him. There are 7 participants today, 5 men and 2 women. The Jabra Panacast camera clearly displays everyone's facial expressions on the screen. At this time, it can be clearly seen. Although everyone's background environment is different, their expressions are all solemn, and even have a sense of worry. After about half a minute, facing the silent crowd, the older of the 2 women couldn't help but speak. The man was about 50 years old, with deep eye sockets and a famous 4-leaf clover pendant from Van Cleef & Arpels hanging around her neck. Her slightly protruding cheekbones made her look a little cold and mean. Excuse me, gentlemen, are we doing a silent prayer before dinner, or has modern technology invented brainwave communication? But my technical consultant didn't tell me about it. Hearing the woman's complaint, the old man at the first position on the screen, with a Bayer logo, quickly stretched out his hands and pressed down in front of the screen. Sorry, Ms. Corinna, I was just debugging the equipment. My Evolve 2 seems to have some problems. It's okay now. Corinna curled her lips and said nothing. The old man clasped his hands together and said to everyone, Okay, everyone, before today's meeting begins, let me introduce to you the participants today. Corinna Asensio, the head of pesticide research and development at Advian across the sea. Koichiro Takuda, the president of Neonis Pharmaceuticals. Isco Edu, the CPO of Veloci in the UK. Gareth Toure, the chairman of Varan Pesticides in Gaul. Yuli de Oliveira, the biological pesticide market specialist from Risisano in Italy. Jessica Hurley, the sales representative of Nutrien in Maple Leaf Country. And me, Adams Barnett, the vice president of Bayer Group Greater China. After introducing everyone's identities, Adams Bornet took a deep breath, his face solemn, and continued. As for the reason for opening this meeting today, it is naturally, our original plan to cut off supply to Huadong Biosciences has completely failed. They have a more sophisticated production module and have the conditions to form a cold winter. Hearing Adams Bornet's words, even though this was just an online exchange, the atmosphere of the meeting was still a bit solemn. After a while, Isco Edu, the representative of Veloci, raised his hand and asked, Mr. Adams, in this case, I wonder if Bayer has any new plans? For example, policy ban. As the CPO of Veloci, Isco Edu looks quite handsome, but his words carry an inexplicable sense of solemnity. Ban. Gareth Toure from the Varan pesticide company, who was standing next to his avatar, could not help but sneer when he heard this. Mr. Isco, you should know that Huadong Biosciences' current product coverage areas are all in China, except for a few purchasing agents. They have not expanded their overseas sales at all. Even if we use political resources to issue bans in Europe and America, it will not have any impact on their sales. Mr. Isco, does Veloci have the ability to influence the Chinese officials to completely ban Huadong Biosciences in China? Although Veroni pesticide also produces imidacloprid, its lifeblood products in China is fertilizers, and the annual sales of cockroach medicine are only about 4 to 5 million Chinese yuan. After deducting other costs, the profit is about a little over 1 million. It would be best to have profits of this magnitude, but if you really can't keep them, it's actually just that. So relatively speaking, Gareth Toure's pressure is actually the lowest among the 7 people present. Now that he has the opportunity to be sarcastic to his British counterpart, he will naturally not miss this opportunity. After all, Britain and France are arch enemies. The sarcasm from his peers made Isco a little unhappy, but Veloci's annual business in China exceeds 30 million from cockroach medicine, so he can only put his personal emotions aside for the time being. In that case, Mr. Gareth, do you have any other way? Gareth heard this and spread his hands neatly. No, how about surrendering directly? Looking at Gareth, who is like a rolling pin, Isco finally couldn't help it. What the hell can you galls do besides surrender? Enough. Just as Isco was about to explode, Adams Bornet could not help but raise his voice a bit. Gentlemen, we organized this meeting today to stop the enemy, not to let you engage in verbal strife. Mr. Gareth, if you keep talking like this, I will use my authority to ask you to leave. Gareth pursed his lips, shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing. Then Adams Bornet turned his gaze to Corinna and asked, Ms. Corinna, do you have any ideas? Advin's disinfection business volume in China is second only to Bayer, reaching more than 400 million in 2021. It is also a disinfection giant. Although Advin's parent company Syngenta was acquired by China Chemical in 2017, and Advin currently also carries the Syngenta brand. But Advin had already become independent before the merger and acquisition, and the actual control is now back in the hands of AstraZeneca. Among the people present, Advin's cockroach disinfectant sales are not only higher than Kyoichiro Takuta, but the size and influence of the company behind it are by no means comparable to Kyoichiro Takuta. Facing Adams' inquiry, Corinna was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, before this, the company's Chinese user portrait team gave me 2 reference plans. I think they are very interesting. Do you want to listen to them? Adams nodded. Please. Corinna picked up the coffee cup on the table and took a sip. While stroking the cat in her arms, she said, the 2 reference plans are divided into one bright and one dark, and can be implemented at the same time. The open conspiracy is very simple. Although Huadong Biosciences products are indeed very effective, their reputation has not yet spread, and many users are impulsive consumers. In addition, as winter approaches, the number of cockroaches has decreased significantly compared to summer, and not many people can truly experience the effect of the 5th generation imidacloprid. At the same time, whether it is Bayer, Advin, or Ansu, their products have been on the market for several years or even more than a decade, and have a large number of brand-loyal repurchasers. Therefore, we can take advantage of the fact that Huadong Biosciences has not yet fully developed and launch a wave. Price war? Price war? Adams glanced at Corinna covertly, and then quickly observed the reactions of the other participants, with a flicker in his eyes. As a direct product of Bayer, Bayer's R&D, sales and think tank are not much inferior to Advin. Therefore, before the meeting, Bayer's think tank also proposed several plans, which also included price war. The definition of price war is very simple. To put it bluntly, it is to burn money. If you discount 20% or even 50% of a $10 item, someone will naturally be willing to buy it. At present, a roach killer has just been launched, and using price war to squeeze it out is a very effective way in theory. At the same time, compared with Corinna, as the vice president of Greater China, Adams also has two deeper information. First, although Huadong Biosciences has cracked the cyclization technology, the production cost of a roach killer is still very high due to the synthetic materials. According to the laboratory synthesis results of the Batamese R&D team, the production cost of a roach killer is about 6.5. The cost of Batamese is cough. This cannot be said, anyway, it is much lower. Therefore, if a price war is launched, Bayer has a crushing advantage in terms of cost. The second is that as far as Adams knows, due to the account period of the Huaxia online shopping platform, Huadong Biosciences has only 2 rounds of repayments, which is about 10 million in total. Not long ago, Huadong Biosciences seemed to have allocated a signing fee and research funds to a newly recruited expert, which consumed another sum of money. Therefore, in terms of capital reserves, Huadong Biosciences is far behind Bayer and other companies. Thinking of this, Adams looked at Corinna again, and while making a small calculation in his heart, he continued to ask, Ms. Corinna, what is the second plan besides the price war, since it is a means that cannot be exposed? Could it be to organize a hacker attack? Corinna shook her head slightly when she heard this, and stroked the cat in her arms twice. The success rate of hacker attacks is very low. As early as the day when Huadong Biotechnology's products were first launched, 7 Japanese universities organized an attack. Everyone should know the result of that attack. It was embarrassing. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Koichiro Takuda, a Japanese, was also present, so she temporarily changed her words. In short, it was not very satisfactory. Although Corinna finished her words, Koichiro Takuda's face was still a little ugly, as company was one of the planners of the attack that night. Although Su-Yun did something wrong afterwards, most Japanese public opinion believed that it was a sneak attack by the Koreans. But for people in the industry, the cause and effect of the attack is no secret. What's worse is that Koichiro Takuda also has an internet service company under his name, which happens to be the management service provider of the Imperial University. Since that night, the number of customers of that internet company has dropped sharply. There are even some customers whose services have not expired who choose to terminate the contract actively, and would rather pay the penalty than cooperate with Koichiro Takuda again. What a sad story. However, Corinna did not pay attention to Koichiro Takuda's expression. The only person who really deserved her attention at the scene today was Adams. So Mr. Adams, the second plan given by the think tank this time is not a cyber attack, but public opinion on social media. Public opinion? Adams raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Ms. Corinna, I wonder what you mean by public opinion. Corinna glanced at him, thought about it, and gave an example. Not long ago, I saw a piece of news. Due to dietary habits, people in northeast China like to eat all kinds of sauces on weekdays. Therefore, in those areas, the sales of condiments such as soybean paste are very high. As a result, one day, a screenshot suddenly circulated on the Chinese internet, saying that in the production workshop of a certain soybean paste, an employee had been defecating in the soybean paste for a long time. The news swept the internet within a few hours, and related content could be seen on major social media. For a time, people kept expressing their refusal to buy the soybean paste again. A few hours later, the manufacturer issued a statement and took photos of the fermentation tanks. They were rows of oval sealed containers with a height of 3 or 4 meters. Unless Spider-Man, no one can excrete filth at the inlet. As she said, Corinna suddenly spread her hands, with a very subtle expression on her face. So, the factory was cleared of all charges, but the impact it had caused could not be eliminated. Within just 1 week, the sales of that soybean product dropped by 70%. Maybe in the future, we can slowly recover the losses through marketing and product quality, but it will never return to the original height, in the WebEx interface. After Corinna finished speaking, everyone was silent. As participants who are qualified to participate in this online meeting, whether it is Corinna or Koichiro Takuda, they may be bad people, but they will never be stupid, or their judgment and vision will not be bad. They know very well, whether in China or internationally, once a certain rhythm is set, it will be very difficult to eliminate the impact. For example, Britney Spears. A good person was slandered by paparazzi as a crazy woman, her career shrunk, and even her personal freedom was restricted. It was not until recent years that things got better. Another example is Depp. He was madly framed by Amber Heard, and Disney and Warner successively terminated the contract. The role in Fantastic Beasts 3 was lost, and he won the lawsuit only this year. Then Corinna raised a document in her hand and said to everyone, the document in my hand is a specific operational plan customized by the think tank team, including processes, cooperation goals, investment costs and many directions of implementation. I will scan this document to the meeting backup later, and you can preview or download it directly. After Corinna finished speaking, a bald man nodded first. Thank you, Ms. Corinna. This person is Yuli de Oliveira, a biological pesticide market specialist from Lisisano, Italy. This is also the first time he has spoken today, but Ms. Corinna, I have a question. Food and biosciences products are different from soybean paste and are not a kind of food. In this case, how should we discredit it? Is it because it is not effective? Corinna smiled and glanced at him, pointing to the document and said, the specific plans are all recorded in the document, but since Mr. Yuli asked, I will just say a few words first. The first thing to make clear is that China's social media situation is very complicated. There are all kinds of groups and bloggers, and two-faced, three-faced, and even multi-faced people can be seen everywhere. Some people are often led by mindless people and never get tired of it, so if you want to destroy food and biosciences products, you don't have to start by discrediting the quality. But there are other angles to choose from. For example, Corinna put the cat in her arms in front of the camera and said meaningfully, pets, and the founders of the products. Chapter 353, A Vicious Plot. In the WebEx conference room, after hearing Corinna's words, including Adam's Borinit, everyone had a clear question mark on their faces. Seeing that everyone was confused, Corinna couldn't help but raise a proud arc at the corner of her mouth and explained, everyone should know that Aradvin was once a wholly owned subsidiary of Syngenta. Although Syngenta later transferred the controlling stake to AstraZeneca, it was only a transfer of equity, and some internal personnel relationships did not change. Therefore, when Huaxia Chemical acquired Syngenta 5 years ago, we also learned a lot about Chinese public opinion. It was also at that stage that we noticed a special group in China. Special group. Gareth, who had once been sarcastic to Usco, was slightly startled, and then guessed, race or gender, as everyone knows. Special groups these days have developed from LGBT to LGBTQ through with the development of political colors. However, no matter how many types there are, they are basically inseparable from the scope of race or gender. Corinna shook her head slightly, denying Gareth's guess. Neither, Mr. Gareth, I have already given you a hint before. Hint. Gareth repeated the word, and then suddenly realized something, and cast his eyes on the cat Corinna was holding. Could it be a pet lover group? Corinna smiled slightly, stretched out her hand and stroked the American short hair and white cat in her arms. Yes, at that time we noticed that the group portrait of China's pet lover group was very strange. In most cases, they are not as radical as other groups or even show antisocial personality. Many times their behavior is very normal, and they look no different from ordinary stupid netizens. But once certain pet-related behaviors appear on the internet, with a little guidance, it is easy to divide this group into multiple categories. Some are still rational, and some will show another side as if they have become a different person. At the same time, if it involves news such as abuse and killing, this group of people, under impulse and empathy, often burst out fighters that are not inferior to racial and gender groups. In Chinese words, it is very easy to be led by the rhythm. For example, in 2018, one of our partners posted a video of dog abuse in Colombia on Chinese social media, claiming that it happened in a city in western China. As a result, within just 3 hours, the number of comments on Weibo in that prefecture-level city exceeded 30,000, and even the phone number and home address of the account maintenance personnel were dug out. As she spoke, Corinna scratched the cat's chin again and said, there is nothing wrong with this group of people having feelings for their pets, but the group portrait that is easily provoked and impulsive is often easily exploited by others. Adams Vornat of Bayer listened to these words quietly, thought for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, Ms. Corinna, so what you mean is, start with the harm of the 5th generation imidacloprid to pets. Bingo. Corinna snapped her fingers briskly and licked her lips as if she had seen some prey. Everyone, imagine if one day on a social platform in China, someone posted a message that his cat had died after accidentally licking the 5th generation imidacloprid, And there were other comments below reporting the same problem. Then half a day later, someone's home camera coincidentally captured a video of a pet dying after licking the glue bait. What will happen then? Looking at her colleagues whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter, Corinna lightly stabbed her in the back. What if, at the same time, the young chairman of Huadong Biosciences is exposed for having multiple relationships, having abortions, discriminating against women, and so on? In the past, there's a man in China named Luo Minimum. He is the best example of what the product will be like after the founder is covered in dirt, although all of his dirt is true. After hearing what Corinna said, Koichiro Takuta swallowed hard, not caring that his dentures had fallen to the ground again, and asked impatiently, "Ms. Corinna, when can this plan be implemented?" Corinna glanced at Adam's Bornet, and their eyes met across the internet. It is mid-December now, and in 2 months it will be the Chinese New Year. According to the shopping customs of the Chinese people and the practices of e-commerce platforms, there is usually a short shopping peak before the New Year, which is most suitable for price wars to wear down the opponent's reserve funds. At the same time, it will take us some time to prepare those victims. At least a copy of the essay must be relatively in line with the situation of the young man named Su Yun, so if nothing unexpected happens, it should be 40 to 50 days later, and our two plans can be implemented simultaneously. 40 to 50 days. Hearing this time, Yuli de Oliveira, who had only said one sentence, frowned slightly and asked carefully, "Ms. Corinna, isn't this time a bit too long?" As the biological pesticide market specialist of Lisazano, Italy, Yuli de Oliveira can be said to be the lowest-ranking person on the scene. Unlike everyone else, he needs to consider not only the long-term, but also the short-term product sales. What's more, it is December, which is the end of Q4 in the 4 quarters. Generally speaking, quarterly financial reports will be released about 2 months earlier than annual reports. If the Q4 quarterly financial report is not good, then Yuli de Oliveira will have a lot of responsibilities. The market specialist of the pesticide company is actually a scapegoat, and everything depends on real-time performance. For example, the famous Sanofi. According to Sanofi's annual report, in 2021, Sanofi changed a total of 11 products and a total of 27 market specialists. This position is so outrageous that the contract can even be signed on a quarterly basis, and there is no binding content such as non-compete agreements after leaving the job. This is a VP-level position, can you believe it? Therefore, it is a standard scapegoat for agricultural chemical companies, nicknamed Benzema Commissioner. One roach killer had already impacted Lisazano's disinfection products in November. If it continues for another month, it will be a disaster. To be honest, Yuli de Oliveira doubted that he would see his resignation announcement on his company's portal website before seeing Su Yun's black material. However, Yuli de Oliveira was the only participant at the scene who had such short-term performance requirements, and the other 6 people did not have such urgent pressure. Therefore, Corinna just showed him a seemingly gentle but unquestionable smile and said, "Sorry, Mr. Yuli. This is the plan set by the think tank, for such strategic matters. I think the opinions of professionals should be the main focus." After that, she shook her hair and said to everyone, "Okay, gentlemen, let's start expressing our opinions now. Do we continue the second cooperation?" As soon as the voice fell, Koichiro Takuta immediately raised his hand. As company joins, Adams Bornet was silent for a moment, and then he also said, "Bayer joins." Then soon, one by one, the participants chose to join. They had obtained relevant authorization before attending the meeting and could express their opinions on behalf of the company. Veloci joins, Verini joins, wait until the end. Yuli de Oliveira also slowly raised his hand. Lisazano joins. The 7 parties represented by the 7 people at the meeting all joined the second cooperation plan. But no one noticed. When raising his hand, Yuli de Oliveira's expression was vaguely subtle. At the same time, Huaxia on the campus of the University of Science and Technology. As the person involved, Su Yun did not know that he had been targeted by a group of foreigners. At this time, he and Zhou Shan were walking in a small breeding farm, watching the donkey brother and donkey girl having sex with great interest. After a while, Su Yun turned around and asked Zhou Shan, "Academician Zhou, what stage has the breeding project of the local donkey reached?" Zhou Shan looked kindly. Well, he looked at the donkey in the trough kindly, holding the fence with his left hand, and said, "Everything is going very well. It can be confirmed that the female local donkey codenamed Donkey Girl is pregnant with a cub, and the embryo is in good condition. Su Yun was slightly stunned, and then overjoyed. Pregnant already? Why do you think I asked you to come here? Zhou Shan glanced at Su Yun with a calm expression on his face, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth still revealed what this big man was thinking. But the gestation period of donkeys is generally about 360 days, so if you want donkey hair in the short term, you still have to find a way from these two adult donkeys. Su Yun nodded gently. It was mentioned earlier. In 2014, led by the Huaxia Gene Bank, academician Yang Huiming once organized a genetic sequencing of local donkeys. That was also the world's first large-scale donkey genome project. In the subsequent testing process, the testing team had discovered many very strange situations. For example, a small amount of calcium thioglycolate is produced in the body of the native donkey, and its actual use is hair removal. In addition, they also found that a light point phenotype, referred to as the LP phenotype, would appear in the native donkey. Under this phenotype, the mutant of the MYC1R gene affects the amplification of the CDS sequence of the PEP1 gene while affecting the hair. This directly leads to a very strange ratio of the Young's modulus of donkey hair. For example, when the relative humidity increases from 0 to 100%, the axial swelling of the donkey hair is only 1%. However, the ratio of Young's modulus to shear modulus decreased from 217:1 to 15:1. In addition, academician Yang and others also detected a pentose phosphate pathway product on the hair of the native donkey, which has 225 different metabolites from the high tenderness group. And it is this pentose phosphate pathway product that plays an extremely important role in the proliferation of Ianua. In human terms, Su Yun needs a lot of local donkey hair to cultivate Yian bacteria. Then Zhou Shan thought of something again, knocked his knuckles on the fence twice, and asked Su Yun, "Xiao Su, are you really not going to do body cloning?" Su Yun was silent for a few seconds, and his expression was a little hesitant, but he finally said, "No, biological cloning. This is a research topic that has always been controversial. The clone that most people are most familiar with is undoubtedly Dolly, the clone sheep born in 1996. This clone with a special fate was euthanized in 2003 due to lung infection. However, as of 2022, with the development of technology, biological or animal cloning is no longer limited to the field of scientific research, and some have been expanded to the commercial field. For example, the controversial Sino Valley company in China. This company officially started commercial operation in 2017, providing life cloning of pets to the outside world, with an average of more than 200,000 per pet. But for Su Yun, individual cloning always makes him feel a little weird, even if the object is only an animal. This feeling has nothing to do with the Virgin Mary or something like that, it is purely ethically unacceptable. Therefore, at the beginning of Zhou Shan's project team, Su Yun proposed to Zhou Shan the idea of not multiplying through cloning. At present, Su Yun's answer is regarded as the final statement on this issue, so Zhou Shan was silent for a moment and gently touched his chin. "I understand, then my next research direction will focus on increasing the amount of donkey hair and accelerating the hair shedding cycle." Su Yun blinked, hearing Zhou Shan's words. Suddenly, a picture of Brother Donkey with thick donkey hair like sheep and being shaved by someone popped up in his mind. And just as Su Yun shook his head to dispel this evil picture, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "If I have time before dark, I will dig out your eyes." Su Yun took out the phone and found that the caller was a tool man. "Ahem, good friend Zhu Xing. Hello, Lao Chu, Lao Su, where are you? I'm accompanying academician Zhou to see the breeding progress of local donkeys." "What's the matter? Come back quickly, there's something wrong." Chapter 354 Brother Donkey. "So I am the primary driving force behind the development of science and technology?" USTC. Life Science Building 4th floor Pharmaceutical Chemistry Laboratory. Click, with the sound of a door opening, Su Yun hurried in from outside in his lab coat. "Old Chu, what's going on?" Before he could finish his words, he noticed another person in the room. "Huh? Academician Zhao, that's right." In addition to the toolman Chu Sheng, there was another old acquaintance of Su Yun sitting in the laboratory, academician Zhao's Hengguo. He is now the director of the Experimental Physics Center of the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the person in charge of the original experiment of the Greek letter lambda hyperon. He and Pan Shui captured a brand new Greek letter lambda hyperon based on the particle orbit calculated by Su Yun. "Well, Xiao Su, good afternoon. Zhao Zhangguo greeted Su Yun, then pointed at Chu Sheng with a smile and explained, I want to talk to you about something today. When I just came to see you, Xiao Chu said you would be here soon, so I stayed here first, but my business is not urgent. You two can deal with your things first. By the way, you don't mind if I stay here and listen, right? Su Yun admired Zhao Zhangguo's character very much, so he waved his hands quickly. No, of course I don't mind. Besides, how many people in China dare to kick you out? After praising Zhao Zhangguo a little, Su Yun turned his gaze to Chu Sheng. Old Chu, what's the matter with you? Chu Sheng glanced at Zhao Zhangguo, who was sitting aside and listening quietly, and waved to Su Yun. Come and take a look. Su Yun hummed and walked over quickly. At this time, there was a thick stack of paper reports on the table in front of Chu Sheng. When Su Yun approached, Chu Sheng handed him a few pages of it. Here, this. Su Yun took it and looked it up on the spot. The grazing rate of the Yian bacteria strain and the CCK8 test report. Students who were bacteria in their previous life should all know it. There are many methods for laboratory bacterial activity detection, but generally only a few are commonly used. For example, chemiluminescence, that is, ADP luminescence method. Adenosine triphosphate is composed of adenine, ribose and 3 phosphate groups. It releases more energy when hydrolyzed and is the most direct source of energy in organisms. Exogenous firefly luciferin or luciferase will undergo oxidation reaction with ADP in the cell to produce photons. Therefore, the ADP content can be detected by monitoring the luminosity to analyze cell activity and proliferation. In addition to the ADP luminescence method, CCK8 is also a common and efficient detection method. Its main component is the water-soluble tetrazolium salt SST8, 2,2-methoxy-4-nitrophenyl, -3, 4-nitrophenyl, -5, 2, 4-disulfonylbenzene, -2H-tetrazolyl monosodium salt, which is a compound similar to MTT. In the presence of an electron coupling agent, it can be reduced by some dehydrogenases in the mitochondria to produce orange-yellow water-soluble formazine. The formazine generated by the biological reduction of SST8 by intracellular dehydrogenases can be directly dissolved in the culture medium. The more and faster the cells proliferate, the darker the color. Phosphatidylserine is mainly distributed in the inner layer of the plasma membrane. Without asymmetric changes, the reduction potential value is offset by plus 228 MV. The spectrophotometer readings are 0.434, 0.437, and 0.432 respectively. Su Yun read it line by line. And the numbers made him a little happy. When the Yian bacteria were discovered, Tianliang Wei generously sent Su Yun a micromatrix and a 350 revolutions per minute orbital shaker. Although Tianliang Wei's purpose was not very pure, part of the reason was to let Su Yun and his team be guinea pigs for the microfluidic interface nanoliter injection technology and high polymer feeding method. However, the improvement in accuracy brought by these two devices to the laboratory is also visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, Su Yun slowly raised his head, rubbed the report paper lightly with his thumb, and asked Chu Sheng, Old Chu, according to the test results, the activity of Yian bacteria is much higher than other species of the genus Arthrospora. Chu Sheng nodded heavily, picked up a can of yogurt from the table and took a sip. Yes, according to the experiment, the reproduction efficiency of Yian bacteria is extremely high. Under a certain density, the only thing that limits their reproduction is the cultivation environment of the products of the pentose phosphate pathway, or in a sense, the number of native donkey hairs. In addition, Old Su, the activity of Yian bacteria is not just as simple as being higher than other Arthrospora species. Su Yun frowned and glanced at him, then curled up the lab report and knocked it on Chu Sheng's head. This is not the end of the chapter. Why are you pretending to be a riddler? Speak human language. I'm learning from you. Hey, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Chu Sheng rubbed the back of his head and nodded his chin at the report in Su Yun's hand. Old Su, do you still remember how Yian bacteria kills Neisseria and anaerobic streptococcus? Su Yun nodded and answered very straightforwardly, of course I remember. It's a bald attack. Neisseria and anaerobic streptococci are both bacteria with extremely high content in human saliva, and are also two important members that cause bad breath. Yian bacteria has extremely efficient killing ability against these two bacteria. Its main method is to split hyphae and use the hyphae to bind the target bacteria. This attack method is like a person constantly taking off his hair to kill the enemy, so it is also jokingly called a hair loss attack by Su Yun and Chu Sheng. in the laboratory. Seeing that Su Yun still didn't understand what he meant, Su Yun had to remind him again, "Old Su, haven't you thought of it yet? When Yian bacteria spreads hyphae, it is simply a kind of energy conversion, that is, it will emit electrons. And a lot of electrons. These two light words, when they came from Chu Sheng's mouth into Su Yun's mind, suddenly turned into thunder. In an instant, a tingling sensation suddenly rose from Su Yun's tailbone and went straight into his mind. More than 10 seconds passed. Su Yun slowly came back to his senses, staring at Chu Sheng blankly, and asked, "You mean, Yian bacteria can be used as a power-generating bacteria for microbial batteries?" Chu Sheng smiled, obviously very satisfied with Su Yun's surprise, and forgot that when he saw the experimental results, his inner shock was even greater than Su Yun's at this time. "Congratulations, the answer is correct." As Kabang plus 10 points, Su Yun directly ignored the work of this tool man, and at this moment, his mind was completely on Yian bacteria. There is an old saying in China, called "a word awakens a dreamer." Now Su Yun was shocked by Chu Sheng's words, and quickly connected the cause and effect together, and formed a general context of the event in his mind, a month ago. After returning to reality, Su Yun once organized a brainstorming session, and mentioned microbial batteries and hemostatic gelatin with Chu Sheng and Zhou Shan. Especially microbial batteries, this project was directly set as the goal of the next stage by Su Yun. After all, this is the technology with the thinnest barrier among all the rewards. It is so thin that even if you directly propose the idea, it will not surprise others at all. Because the concept of microbial batteries has been around for many years, the entire technology is actually very clear at the theoretical level. The most difficult barriers are only two: the power supply bacteria and the way to collect the current. And now, according to what Chu Sheng said, Yian bacteria seems to perfectly meet this requirement. Think about it carefully, it seems quite reasonable. The area where Yian bacteria was originally discovered is the sewer with the largest flow in the University of Science and Technology. It is surrounded by the nest of KKZ and has millions of cockroaches. Yian bacteria can clean a piece of pure land in that area, which means that its biological properties must have two characteristics. First, it can survive in harsh environments. This harsh condition can be a sewer pipe, and it can also be a storage tank for microbial batteries. Second, its cleaning efficiency must be very high. Otherwise, before one round is cleaned up, the next round of sewage will come again, and it is impossible to form the pure land that Su Yun saw at the beginning. To a certain extent, this is also a kind of life evolution of natural selection. On this basis, when Yian bacteria begins to devour other bacteria, the whole process consumes or converts a lot of energy. The way the hair structure devours will generate an action potential. According to Chu Sheng's test results, the electrical activity of Yian bacteria is very strong and efficient, even far exceeding the mainstream bacteria Schwannella in the current microbial battery experiment. Of course, Yian bacteria is suitable, but it does not mean that a microbial battery of Yian bacteria can be made immediately. There are still many links in front of Su Yun that need to be considered or broken through. For example, how to provide energy to Yian bacteria? You can't let users spit directly into the storage tank, right? Not to mention how much electricity a mouthful of saliva can generate. This behavior alone is quite disgusting. Perhaps some outdoor enthusiasts can accept this, but Su Yun obviously can't just take care of this group. If small microbial batteries can be launched, the audiences such as business travelers and students are much larger than the circle of outdoor enthusiasts. In addition, how to collect electrons is also a technical barrier. It can only be said that it is simpler than the most difficult bacteria selection. But in this way, the amount of donkey hair collected will be more. Then Su Yun put the report away and asked Chu Sheng again, "I understand, old Chu, is there anything else?" Su Yun asked casually, but unexpectedly Chu Sheng nodded. "Well, there is one more thing, which is also related to the biotechnology you mentioned before. Do you remember the hemostatic gelatin you mentioned?" Su Yun was slightly stunned. "Of course I remember. How come you have made progress in hemostatic gelatin?" "Strictly speaking, it can't be considered progress." Chu Sheng shook his head and explained, "It's just that during the research process, I found a material direction that seems to be feasible." Su Yun frowned even more when he heard this. "Research process? I remember that we don't seem to have started a project on coagulation gelatin yet." Su Yun's words were naturally not to question whether Chu Sheng had done something behind the scenes. The relationship between him and Chu Sheng in 2 lifetimes made him have some extraordinary trust in Chu Sheng. So what he said was indeed literal. Hemostatic gelatin was just an idea that Su Yun mentioned casually during the brainstorming period. He had not even done preliminary demonstration, let alone started a project research. Therefore, there must be no relevant equipment and materials in the laboratory at present. How could Chu Sheng produce results out of thin air? Seeing Su Yun's bewildered face, Chu Sheng pulled open the drawer and pulled out a test tube. Inside the test tube, there was another tuft of donkey hair. Then Chu Sheng shook the test tube a few times and explained, "Old Su, haven't I been doing the amplification of Yian bacteria during this period? I have used a lot of donkey hair as culture medium. Since we want to select the most suitable culture medium, we naturally have to add some other substances as control groups to optimize the most suitable amplification environment, right?" Su Yu nodded. Chu Sheng's words were not difficult to understand. "That's right." Then Chu Sheng continued, "As a result, when I was doing quantitative analysis, I suddenly found some mucus on a tuft of donkey hair. After standing for a period of time with benzoquinoline, these mucus will form a very viscous colloid. So I thought of the blood coagulation gelatin you mentioned, and tried to use a rheometer to measure the longitudinal adhesion of that substance. The result, its viscosity curve exceeded 860. It is more than 6 times that of 502 glue. Chapter 355 Zhao Zhangguo's purpose. In the laboratory, Su Yun's pupils shrank when he heard what Chu Sheng said. The rheometer Chu Sheng mentioned is a detection method of oscillatory rheology, which can be used to detect the viscosity of most adhesives. Although strictly speaking, the quality of the adhesive does not depend entirely on the viscosity, sometimes internal stress and other situations must be considered. But the viscosity of the donkey hair compound was just a casual measurement by Chu Sheng, which can explain a lot of problems. Then he looked at Chu Sheng and asked seriously, "Old Chu, the mucus you are talking about is the sweat of the native donkey?" Chu Sheng nodded heavily, took out another report and handed it to Su Yun. "Yes, to be precise, it should be the apocrine secretion of the native donkey." Su Yun hurriedly took the report and read it. In biology, there are 3 main ways of secretion of exocrine glands: local secretion, apocrine secretion, and whole secretion. On the internet in 2022, you can often see such a statement: dogs do not have sweat glands, so they can only stick out their tongues to dissipate heat. The dog here does not refer to the dog author, but a real dog. But in fact, this statement is not correct. In fact, the dog's apocrine glands are distributed on the skin of the whole body except the soles of the feet, while the urinary glands of the eccrine glands are only distributed on the skin of the soles of the feet. It's just that dogs can't regulate their body temperature by sweating. The reason why some cats and dogs get skin bacterial infections is actually an infection of the sweat glands. By the way, if you have a dog at home, you can try to smell the dog's feet. That's the smell of dog sweat, which is as addictive as stinky tofu. In addition to dogs, donkeys naturally have sweat glands. Donkey sweat glands belong to apocrine glands, which are gland cells that are secreted during the process of cell apex membrane damage, and part of the cytoplasm at the top of the cell is discharged together with this secretion. And it was mentioned before, in the research process of acid emission yang, when the relative humidity increases from 0 to 100%, the axial swelling of the donkey hair of the local donkey is only 1%. However, the ratio of Young's modulus to shear modulus decreases from 217:1 to 15:1. From the fact that this paragraph of content was not mentioned in this chapter at that time, it can be concluded that all students must have understood the meaning of that research result. That's right. There is something between the donkey's hair that firmly binds the axial swelling of the donkey's hair. Now think about it, could it be that the substance that causes this phenomenon is the mucus discovered by Chu Sheng? Su Yun thought carefully for a while, and it seems theoretically possible. After all, substances and elements are different. There are 118 elements that have been discovered so far, but there may be countless situations for the substances they combine. Take the simplest example, coffee beans. The taste of coffee beans roasted in deep roasting and light roasting is different, and the essence of this situation is that different substances are generated inside. Some substances are currently known, while some substances are temporarily unknown. The unknown here does not mean that they cannot be detected, but that there is no meaning to detect. In a normal cup of coffee, there are no less than a dozen or even more substances containing nickel. So you can often see XX sugar, XX acid, XX base compound in the material table, but you can't see the specific name, and this is the reason. Coffee is so native, so naturally there's this possibility. Besides, don't forget, donkey hide gelatin, an early gelatin, comes from donkeys. Donkey hide gelatin was used to stick to flute membranes a long time ago. It is thin and sticky, so, what Zhu Sheng said may really exist? Thinking about it, Su Yun's expression was a little subtle. The toothpaste for removing bad breath that has not yet been interviewed needs donkey hair. Microbial batteries also need donkey hair. Hemostatic gelatin needs donkey sweat. Hiss. Will there be other technologies in the future that will also require donkeys? Just as Su Yun's thoughts spread. In the donkey circle, Donkey Brother, who was resting after making love with Donkey Girl, suddenly shuddered, opened his eyes in horror, and looked around quickly in the Donkey Girl's surprised eyes. A few seconds later, Donkey Brother breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it turned out to be a nightmare, which scared the donkey to death. Just now, it dreamed that it had returned to the Song dynasty and was made into donkey meat fire. A group of people gathered around a big pot and talked and laughed while drinking and sharing. Donkey meat burning is the most horrible torture in the world, nothing can surpass it. Yes, definitely. Lu Xun once said a famous saying, people and donkeys have different joys and sorrows. Therefore, Su Yun and Zhu Sheng were not aware of the telepathy that Brother Donkey had at this time. After reading the experimental report, they reached a consensus in a very short time. There is a way. Old Su, this is what I think. The two of them put their heads together, and Zhu Sheng said while holding his fingers, look, although the microbial battery project has just been launched, and the blood coagulation gelatin is only at the conceptual stage, our current situation is somewhat special. Unlike some other chemical or physical experiments, the anomalies we found are all related to Brother Donkey's derivatives, and the cost can be almost zero. So, can we take a bigger step, approve a few thousand yuan to prepare some equipment, and then try to start research? I estimate that even if it fails, the final loss will only be 2,000 or 3,000 yuan and dozens of kilograms of donkey hair. Su Yun nodded in agreement and concluded, it doesn't cost money anyway, so just try it a little. Brother Donkey now has a donkey girl, just like it doesn't matter if an old man is bald after marriage. Brother Donkey's hair doesn't need to be kept particularly neat. I don't know why. When saying this, Su Yun subconsciously glanced at Zhao Zhengguo's sparse head beside him. Zhao Zhengguo. 10 minutes later, the prototypes of the two projects were established. The bulk of the initial experimental costs were mainly forged for feeding Brother Donkey. After dealing with Zhu Sheng's affairs, Su Yun turned to look at Zhao Zhengguo. Academician Zhao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I wonder what you want to talk to me about today. Zhao Zhengguo's facial muscles twitched twice, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Xiao Su, do you still remember the particle orbit you calculated before? Su Yun nodded. Of course I remember. Students with good memory should remember. After completing the Northern Song Dynasty copy, Su Yun's reward once included a formula. The formula can be divided into 3 small items. Later, Su Yun cracked the first part of it and found that it was an equation suspected to be a particle orbit. So he handed the orbit data to Pan Shui and Zhao Zhengguo for research. Before entering the wheat copy, Su Yun had heard that the experiment had produced results, but they were kept highly confidential. At that time, even Su Yun, the discoverer of the orbit, was told that the specific content could not be transmitted via telephone or the internet, and that someone would contact him after returning to HKUST. To be honest, before today, Su Yun had already had some guesses about the unknown particle. But what he didn't expect was that according to the current situation, the importance of the particle far exceeded his expectations. It was even so important that Zhao Zhengguo personally contacted him. Who is Zhao Zhengguo? This is a member of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, the former head of the Yanjing Spectrometer Calorimeter Group of the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the director of the First Physics Office of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the director of the Experimental Physics Center, and the current head of the Physics Particle Research Center of HKUST. In the field of particle physics in China, Zhao Zhengguo can be ranked among the top 3. An event that can make such a big guy come to notify him must not be small. Then Zhao Zhengguo glanced at Zhu Sheng who was standing beside him, and said to him with a smile, Xiao Chu, can you please go down and buy me a pack of Huang Halao? I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat later. Chu Sheng was slightly stunned, and then he reacted, "No problem." After that, he patted Su Yun's shoulder meaningfully, turned around and left the laboratory. Su Yun did not say anything to stop him, let alone say something like Chu Sheng is not an outsider. He and Chu Sheng have a friendship of 2 lifetimes, but Zhao Zhangguo did not know. Not to mention that Chu Sheng himself obviously has this awareness. If Chu Sheng is forced to stay, it will make him look very low in emotional intelligence. After Chu Sheng left, Zhao Zhangguo's face straightened, and he said to Su Yun, "Xiao Su, before I tell you the results of the experiment, I want to ask you a question about particles." Su Yun placed 2 plastic cups in front of Zhao Zhangguo and himself, and poured a glass of water for Zhao Zhangguo first. "You say, suppose a particle has a half-odd spin, then what particle do you think it might be?" "The spin is half-odd." Su Yun stopped pouring water for himself, and the mouth of the kettle with water stopped hovered 20 centimeters above the table. "Is that the only condition?" "Yes, that's the only one." Su Yun heard this, and a doubt arose in his heart, but he still answered obediently, "Particles with a spin of half-odd can only be fermions. Electrons, protons, neutrons, and baryons are all possible. This condition can only be analyzed here." Zhao Zhangguo looked at him with a smile, and asked again, "Then could it be a meson?" Su Yun was stunned for a few seconds, and shook his head quickly. "It is absolutely impossible. Mesons are bosons, and the spin of bosons is an integer. This is a common theory. It can even be said to be a quasi-axiom, as we all know. Spin is an intrinsic degree of freedom of particles. According to the Pauli exclusion principle, if 2 identical fermions have exactly the same wave function, then the distribution probability density given by their overlapping wave functions is 0. Therefore, fermions can only have half-odd spins, that is, 1/2, 3/2, 5/2, 7/2, etc., sometimes also called half-integers. Just multiply by 2 to understand. Electrons, protons, neutrons, and baryons are all fermions. And mesons, photons, weak gluons, and Higgs particles are all bosons, and their spins are integers. This is a common theory in the microscopic field that is not controversial. Even amateur scientists will not question this issue, because the conclusion of the collider is there. Bosons are an important medium for transmitting interactions between fermions, just like trains and tracks. In life, some people may not be able to distinguish between trains, high-speed trains, or even green-skinned trains. But it is impossible to say that the track is a high-speed rail. In the laboratory, looking at Su Yun, who was confident, Zhao Zhangguo sighed with some emotion, "But Xiao Su, do you know that the particle we calculated based on your track, although its spin is a semi-odd number, the observed magnitude of the interaction phenomenon is 140 MeV, which belongs to the standard neutral meson category." Hearing Zhao Zhangguo's words, Su Yun's breathing stagnated. After coming to his senses, his first reaction was that Zhao Zhangguo was joking like Commander Zhu who had chicken soup. But he observed Zhao Zhangguo for a long time, but he could not see any trace of a joke. After a few seconds, he finally couldn't help it and asked tentatively, "Academician Zhao, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Zhangguo's face did not show any dissatisfaction with being questioned. After all, when he saw this result, he also had this expression, "Really?" Su Yun was silent. The particle he calculated at the time theoretically belongs to the category of hyperons, and hyperons are strange number particles composed of 3 quarks with a mass greater than that of protons. Metaphorically speaking, the hyperon can be seen as a fat man. The meson can be seen as a thin man. If you let a thin man and a fat man run 100 meters together, under the same distance, the energy consumed by the fat man, that is, the observed magnitude of the interaction phenomenon, must be more. That is, the half-odd spin, fat man, and the observed magnitude of 140 MeV, energy consumed by the thin man. The two cannot coexist at the same time. Unless. Thinking of this, Su Yun's pupils shrank again, and he looked at Zhao Zhangguo suddenly. Could it be that the movement of the particle is not running but transition? Chapter 356, Zhao Zhangguo's purpose. In the laboratory, looking at Su Yun, who said the word transition, Zhao Zhangguo's eyes suddenly flashed with a little surprise. It was not uncommon for Su Yun to guess the answer correctly, but it was beyond Zhao Zhangguo's expectation that he could make the correct judgment in such a short time. However, Su Yun was not his student after all, so it was normal for him to make a wrong judgment. Then he pondered for a moment and nodded gently. "That's right, Yun's hand holding the kettle trembled slightly, and a small stream of tea flowed out of the mouth of the kettle, leaving a water stain on the table. But he seemed not to notice this situation, and stared at Zhao Zhangguo blankly. Students who have transformed into Tiga should know. Among all the existing particle models, there is a particle that is extremely special. It is the photon. The speed of a photon in a vacuum is equal to the speed of light, and other particles cannot be accelerated to this level anyway. The core reason for this situation is not the technical problem of the acceleration equipment, but the special nature of the photon. It does not have the definition of rest mass. Note: it is the definition of rest mass that does not exist, not zero. Students who have studied high school physics should all know that if a particle is accelerated to a certain speed v, Newtonian mechanics defines the momentum p of the particle. Momentum is proportional to speed v, and its proportionality coefficient is called the mass m of the particle. In the special theory of relativity, the definition of momentum p in Newtonian mechanics is often generalized. Although p and v point in the same direction, they are no longer proportional, and they are connected by relativistic mass. When a particle is stationary, its relativistic mass has a minimum value. This value is the rest mass. In the current particle framework, the rest mass of almost all particles can be measured. For example, based on the electron-positron annihilation reaction and the electron pair effect of high-energy gamma-ray photons, the mass of an electron can be calculated to be approximately 9.10956 times 10 to the power of minus 31 kg, etc. Photons are the only exception, because photons do not rest. At present, we can often see some articles such as the rest mass of photons is 0 or the mass of photons is 10^55 kg, which are actually discussing four-wave vector light. What is involved is the conservation of translational invariance in uniform space and the Noether theorem, not the rest mass of photons in the true sense. The real interpretation of photons at present is this: photons do not have a definition of rest mass, but they have energy. The lack of a definition of rest mass is also one of the supports for action at a distance. Of course. Again, there is still a lot of room for supplementation in the existing particle model, and some subversive discoveries may appear at any time. For example, the Higgs particle. For example, gravitational waves. When I wrote about gravitational waves before, some people actually said that gravitational waves are concepts and no one can prove their existence. Those who say this either regard gravitational waves as gravitons, or they are time travelers who came from 15 years ago. Another example is the neutrino oscillation that won the Nobel Prize in 2015. Neutrino oscillation is a proof that neutrinos have mass, and according to the theoretical derivation in the Standard Model, neutrinos are actually massless. Human technology and theory have been perfected through repeated overthrows and repairs. And it is obvious that this time, humans have discovered another ghost particle that cannot be touched. In the laboratory. After learning the experimental results from Zhao Zhangguo, Yun was silent for a long time before he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. To be honest, when calculating the particle orbit, what he really cared about was not the particles that could be captured, but the orbit equation. Because strictly speaking, the term particle orbit is actually misleading in the framework of classical mechanics. Many people may think that this orbit is a fixed slide similar to a four-wheel drive car, and the particles move back and forth on the fixed orbit like a whirlwind charge. But in fact, the so-called orbit is just the eigenvalue function of the motion of hydrogen-like electrons. It does not mean that the electrons are stuck in a certain orbit or framed in a certain space area. Any wave function is diffused throughout the space, but the probability amplitude of the electrons appearing is different. So the orbit equation calculated by Yun at that time was, in a sense, a probabilistic result. It's just that the probability is relatively high. In Yun's view, if this track can capture particles, then it may be helpful for other particle observations in the future. All the tracks that are in line with everyone's cognition are actually drawn by reverse deduction after the collision results. Under normal circumstances, a particle collision with a cost of hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan is considered very good if it can produce 20 resonant state samples. The result was unexpected. The protagonist this time is not the track, but the discovered particle. Thinking of this, Yun had some guesses in his mind, and he looked at Zhao Zhangguo again and asked him, "Academician Zhao, so you came here today for?" Zhao Zhangguo nodded, picked up the water cup and took a sip of water, then put the cup down and said, "Well, there are two main things I want to talk to you about today. The first one is very simple, just to remind you not to tell anyone about this. Although solitary point particles need to be found in conjunction with orbital equations, the actual confidentiality level is not that high, otherwise I wouldn't be here to talk to you, but it's better not to publicize this kind of thing. Su Yun nodded, no problem, I understand. Then Zhao Zhangguo looked out the window, pondered for a moment, and said, the other thing is related to the particle itself. After discovering this particle, Xiao Pan gave it a name, called solitary point particle. This solitary point particle has similar properties to photons, but it is much easier to capture, so Xiao Pan is now preparing to use it as an entanglement source for quantum teleportation. After all, this kind of particle, like photons, has no definition of rest mass. Two isolated particles can be differentially measured with extremely high sensitivity, and the relative accuracy can even reach 26 atm. So another thing I came to you for today is to ask you, are you interested in joining Xiao Pan and my group to help? Su Yun was stunned. After coming to his senses, a warm feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Not long ago, the 2022 Physics Prize was awarded to quantum physics, and the direction was exactly quantum entanglement. It's not that I wrote this concept to attract attention after seeing the Nobel Prize. I mentioned this concept in the first chapter of this book, which is chapter 58. The plot of particles is in chapter 217, which was written in May this year. Chapters 124 to 125 of the old book describe quantum entanglement in 2 chapters. That was published at the end of May last year. At the same time, the principle of the teleportation array in the old book is also this. The corresponding chapters have release times, although according to the nature of the Nobel Prize, it is difficult to win the award repeatedly in the same research direction, but this is only for most cases. And the characteristics of isolated particles. Obviously, they are not on the category of most cases. In the current scientific community, data correction of particles has always been a hot topic. Just like the Nobel Prize was awarded to neutrino oscillation in 2015 and to Higgs, the proposer of the Higgs particle, in 2013. Solitary point particles are undoubtedly a Nobel Prize-level research direction. If you can join the team of Zhao Zhangguo or Pan Shui, this resume is no longer just ordinary gold plating, but represents an infinitely bright future. But Su Yun sighed slightly in his heart. Although Zhao Zhangguo's idea is good, he is not ready to accept this olive branch. After all, he has a halo, and it may be inconvenient to enter the project team and have long-term contact with others, especially before and after the mission is completed and returned to reality. In addition, let's say something that is not arrogant. Now that Su Yun has the help of the halo, the Nobel Prize is actually not an unattainable empty dream. So he pondered for a moment and prepared to politely decline Zhao Zhangguo's kindness. Academician Zhao, I appreciate your kindness, but Huadan Bioscience is currently in. As a result, before he finished speaking, Su Yun suddenly thought of something, and the whole person froze in place. Then he turned his head mechanically, stared at Zhao Zhangguo, and asked word by word, Academician Zhao, you just said, what is the differential measurement accuracy of solitary particles? Zhao Zhangguo looked at him in surprise. 26m. What's wrong? 26m. Su Yun murmured and repeated the number. Under his seemingly calm expression, his heartbeat quickly jumped to 140 plus. Half a minute passed. He took a deep breath, straightened his face, and said to Zhao Zhangguo, Academician Zhao, can you subcontract a part of the project related to the research on the characteristics of isolated point particles to me? The work damage of the instrument can be fully borne by Huadan Biotechnology. Looking at Su Yun's completely different attitude before and after, Zhao Zhangguo couldn't help but have a question mark in his eyes, and said thoughtfully, we can talk about the work damage of the instrument and the subcontracting of the project later, but Xiao Su, why did I suddenly change my mind? Right. Su Yun raised a complicated smile at the corner of his mouth. Put down the kettle under Zhao Zhangguo's puzzled gaze, walked to his operating table in the laboratory, entered the password, and took out a document. Then he walked back to his seat and handed the document to Zhao Zhangguo. Academician Zhao, please take a look at this. Zhao Zhangguo took it, shook the paper like an old doctor, and read it word by word. Gravity gradiometer. Measurement module design. Su Yun nodded in agreement and explained, yes, Academician Zhao, to be precise, these are some inspirations I came up with when I was studying the Bose-Einstein condensate topic. The first atom to obtain Bose-Einstein condensate was rubidium, So I screened some applications in this direction, and found that the only one that was out of the laboratory was the gravity gradiometer on the GOES satellite. That gradiometer relied on an ultra-cold rubidium atomic cloud to break through the accuracy to 10^12 meters per second, and I wondered if there was any chance to achieve higher accuracy. However, due to the limitation of rest mass, theoretically, even if particles are used as measurement media, it is difficult to reach that level, so at first I just kept it aside as a YY idea. I just didn't expect it. Zhao Zhangzhing held a design drawing with some sloppy handwriting in his hand. Or Su Yun's essay, and continued thoughtfully, it's just that you didn't expect that the solitary particle broke through the definition of conventional static mass, so you want to separate a part of the project equipment to try it out. Su Yun nodded gently. That's right. The design drawing that Su Yun took out at this time was exactly the design plan of the gravity gradiometer. I had said it before. The gravity gradiometer is different from other technologies. This thing is really different from the current research method of Huot in bioscience. Su Yun must find a reasonable logic to slowly bring it to reality. So in the past month, he has been thinking about the right entry point. This entry point must first be related to the research and development process of the gravity gradiometer, and secondly, it is best to be able to move the whole body in terms of status. At the same time, the gap between the technology after the breakthrough and the existing technology cannot be too large, and 10 years at the theoretical level is a limit. After the final thinking, Su Yun locked in 3 entry points: the launch platform of the gravity gradiometer, the measurement module of the feedback data, and the elimination module of the resonance variable. 1 or 2 of the 3 points involve aviation and engineering. It cannot be said that they have no connection with Su Yun's major, at least they are very difficult. So the most suitable of the 3 entry points is the measurement module. In traditional gravity gradiometers, the measurement module is mainly based on gyroscope-like devices, and the accuracy is basically limited to 10^6. As for the measurement method above, it has already departed from classical physics and involves the microscopic field. For example, the GOES satellite mentioned earlier. It uses 2 ultra-cold rubidium atomic clouds with a vertical interval of 1 meter to perform differential measurements to obtain high-precision data. Only the scale of microparticles can guarantee a higher order of accuracy. And coincidentally, the differential measurement of rubidium atoms happens to be in the category of Bose-Einstein condensate. What is Bose-Einstein condensate? Its abbreviation is BEC, which is one of the most classic models in quantum physics. Around 1924 to 1925. Based on the principles of quantum mechanics and statistical mechanics, Liu deduced that when the temperature is below a critical temperature Tc, a bunch of non-interacting bosons will slowly occupy the same orbit and form a condensation. To translate it into human language, when the weather is cold, animals know to huddle together for warmth. After all, it's cold, and it's more comfortable to squeeze together. The same is true for bosons, one of the elementary particles. When the temperature is high, they can run around, but when the temperature is low, their energy is also low, and they can't run anymore, so they all huddle together in places with low energy to keep warm. When the temperature can't be lowered, no matter whether you are an honest or a dissolute boson, no matter what you are originally, no one dislikes anyone, and everyone gathers together, does not exclude each other, and faces the extreme cold together with love. This is the Bose-Einstein condensate. This model has a bright application prospect in the fields of chip technology, precision measurement and nanotechnology. After the 1990s, research on BEC developed rapidly, and a series of new phenomena were observed, such as coherence in BEC, Josephson effect, spiral, ultra-cold Fermi atomic gas, etc. As of 2022, dozens of laboratories around the world have achieved BEC of 8 elements, and 6 people have won the Nobel Prize in Physics for related work. That's right. Seeing this, smart students must have remembered, the mathematical model of BEC is exactly Su Yun's research direction in physics. This direction is not even an elective subject, but his main position. And the first Bose-Einstein condensate in history was completed by rubidium atoms. From this perspective, Su Yun can perfectly link to the design of gravity gradiometers. That is, Big Brother, I found XX atoms particles, and the measurement level in Bose-Einstein condensate is higher than that of rubidium atoms. At present, the only use of rubidium atoms outside the laboratory is gravity gradiometers, so can we try to use them in gravity gradiometers, and so on. Perfect JPG. It's just that although the idea is smooth, It is very difficult to operate in practice, because Su-Yun can't find the corresponding particles. The reason why our rubidium atoms can be used as the measurement material of the gravity gradiometer is mainly because it belongs to an atomic frequency standard. This thing in cesium can be regarded as hydrogen-like atoms, that is, a structure of 1 electron plus 1 atomic nucleus, and the energy level structure is relatively simple. At the same time, the selection and preparation of their quantum states are also relatively easy to achieve with current technology. Otherwise, Europe would not choose rubidium as the measurement particle. In other words, it is difficult to find particles of the same magnitude as rubidium, let alone particles with 4 orders of magnitude higher precision than rubidium atoms. Because particles other than photons have rest mass, this rest mass limits their own impact on the effect. According to Su-Yun's idea, at present, the most suitable particle should be neutrino, but if this thing can be captured stably, science and technology would have been ahead of the rewarded gravity gradiometer for many generations. So after coming up with this idea, the practical operation link fell into a closed loop. Unexpectedly, the black spot that I had been searching for in vain actually showed its feet on the lonely particle side. Note, thanks to the leader of Mars for the huge reward, it feels like selling myself cack. Chapter 357 Unexpected Direction. Double-slit interference the next morning. What? In the synchrotron radiation office of HKUST. Academician Pan, who was slurping a bowl of tae ban mian, swallowed half of the noodles quickly, puffed his cheeks and chewed while asking Su-Yun in front of him, "Zio Su, you said you wanted to subcontract part of the research project of solitary particles." Su-Yun nodded and handed over the sketch he had prepared. "Well, take a look at this, it was mentioned earlier." Su-Yun's idea is actually very simple, relying on the massless property of solitary particles to replace the ultra-cold chain rubidium atoms, so as to achieve a higher precision measurement feedback effect. Therefore, Academician Pan only took a quick glance and understood all of Su-Yun's ideas and put them aside. Knock knock knock, Academician Pan's index finger was rhythmically tapping on the table, and his whole face was thoughtful. A few seconds later, he looked up at Su-Yun and said carefully, "Zio Su, judging from the drawings, there's really no big problem with your idea, but you should know that whether a project is approved or not cannot be determined by the 2 words ideas. It requires customized, more comprehensive and feasible steps. For example, let me ask you, how do you plan to make isolated particles form quantum states?" Academician Pan's expression was very solemn, and he had no intention of letting Su-Yun go or taking care of his disciples. Let's take rubidium atoms as an example. The first time rubidium atoms obtained Bose-Einstein condensate can be traced back to 1995, when Wolfgang Kitterle of MIT and Eric Cornell of the University of Colorado at Boulder achieved this achievement at a low temperature of 170 Nk. Since then, rubidium atoms have only been widely used in laboratories on a large scale, and 15 years later, they successfully left the laboratory and appeared on the gravity gradient meter. But behind such a simple description, there is the sweat of a countless predecessors and the extremely high difficulty of preparation. This is true for rubidium atoms, and so is the solitary particle. If the solitary particle wants to replace the rubidium atom in the gravity gradient meter, or to put it bluntly, if the solitary particle wants to have the possibility of adapting to the gravity gradient meter, Su-Yun must solve the most basic problem: how to create a quantum state like the rubidium atom. If this step cannot be achieved, then everything is empty talk. Academician Pan will never agree to Su-Yun's project. In other words, the question raised by Academician Pan can be regarded as an interview to some extent. Forming a quantum state, after Su-Yun talked with Zhao Zhongguo about the idea of the project yesterday, he thought about the practical operation at night. Although there are still many unanswered questions, there are some solutions to the quantum state, which is a threshold that must be crossed. "Teacher, this is my idea. We can place a Zeeman decelerator on the device and use a counter-propagating laser beam to resonate with the microparticles. In this way, we can preliminarily screen out suitable isolated particles and determine their particle number distribution at each energy level. Then according to the Bose statistical theory, after we know the particle number distribution at each energy level, we can use the state density to convert the sum into an integral to calculate the total number of particles. Then there is orbital coupling. At present, we have achieved certain results in one-dimensional artificial spin-orbit coupling in China, so if we can complete the spin-orbit coupling of isolated ions in more than 2 dimensions, I think it should not be a problem to complete the quantum state, Academician Pan's finger tapping on the table gradually slowed down, and finally fell into deep thought. It was mentioned earlier. The so-called Bose-Einstein condensation is to suddenly condense atoms in different states into the same ground state. And this ground state is actually a quantum state. Therefore, a lot of physics research on ultra-cold atoms belongs to quantum or academician Pan's research field. For example, the spin-orbit coupling mentioned by Su Yun. Realizing artificial spin-orbit coupling in ultra-cold atoms and studying novel quantum states is one of the most important frontier topics in ultra-cold atomic physics. In 2016, HKUST once cooperated with a theoretical group of Peking University to propose and construct a two-dimensional Raman-coupled optical lattice, realizing a two-dimensional spin-orbit coupled topological quantum gas. Not long ago, Professor Li Zhongjing of the Center for Physical Materials of Peking University also proposed the new Raman optical lattice scheme for three-dimensional spin-orbit coupling, an ideal Weyl semi-metal based on the original two-dimensional system, and published it in Science, doi. 10.1126 Science ABC 0105. Speaking of which, academician Pan is still the corresponding author of that paper. Therefore, he is very clear that the idea mentioned by Su Yun is indeed feasible. So he looked at Zhao Zhangguo and asked Su Yun again, "Zio Su, how many projects are you going to subcontract this time?" Su Yun scratched his hair twice, lowered his eyelids, and said after thinking, "Let's set up two projects. One is the ground state treatment of isolated particles, and the other is the application of the measurement module of isolated particles. In this way, even if I encounter the worst situation, I can at least ensure that the first project can be completed smoothly, and I won't be wiped out." Zhao Zhangguo, who was listening, nodded slightly. Project subcontracting has always been a practice that is easy to cause criticism. Especially when the subcontractor is still one's own student, all kinds of speculations and even conjectures and slanders inside and outside the group will not be small. Although academician Pan and Zhao Zhangguo don't care much about these criticisms. But if there is a chance to prove their innocence, they will naturally not refuse. Now Su Yun has divided a project into two parts. The former is relatively easy, and the latter is more difficult. In this way, even if Su Yun only made a breakthrough in the first topic, it would still be able to shut up many people. The simple of ground state processing of isolated point particles is relatively simple. If Su Yun can really realize this technology, he can at least get a journal in the second zone of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A master's degree subcontracts a project, and the results are published in the second zone. Even if it is put in the Kingdom of Light, it is a solid excellent result. However, at this time, academician Pan's face is still calm, and his inner joy and anger cannot be seen. Instead, he continued to ask, "What about the equipment and funds?" Su Yun's face suddenly became stern. The highlight is coming. He patted his chest heavily, with an expression that said, "Our company has money, teacher, don't worry about the funding. You don't need to get approval from the higher authorities. We at Huot and Biotech can pay for this part of the money ourselves. In addition, if there are additional work losses or electricity expenses, we will also cover them all. If necessary, you can even pay from my personal account." However, after only 2 seconds of being so generous, Su Yun's eyes became a little shaky. As for the equipment, well, it may cost a little more than 100 million. Academician Pan did not notice the abnormality in Su Yun's words, and continued, "Go ahead." Su Yun hesitated and looked at his teacher, and finally made up his mind and said, "A Zeeman reducer is definitely needed, and a magneto-optical trap is also indispensable. In addition, we also need non-chain DF lasers, p-polarized R-fiximor lasers, large-angle anti-reflection films, colloidal BSEC quantum dots, and liquid-core optical fibers. And MAVUED Lindsay CG 790 or 680 will be fine." Half a minute later, academician Pan glanced at Su Yun, who had closed his mouth again. "Are you done?" "Well, that's about it." The muscles on academician Pan's face twitched violently a few times, and a rare look of silence appeared on his usually gentle face. "How about, Su, I'll make a suggestion to the school to transfer the synchrotron radiation center to you? It can be done within 3 days." Su Yun subconsciously wanted to reply with a question including holidays, but considering that he might be kicked out by his own tutor on the spot if he said that, he lowered his head obediently. "How about, teacher, the equipment will be left to you to decide. Leave it to me." Academician Pan sneered and saw through Su Yun's little idea of retreating to advance. "Okay, how about I arrange a refrigerator for you? It's all cooling anyway." There's only a difference of two numbers between minus 270 degrees and minus 2 degrees. I'll also equip you with a diesel generator. I'll pay for it myself. How about it? Suyun, then academician Pan slurped another mouthful of noodles, frowned and shook his head. Hey, my noodles have clumped up just talking to you. Well, I won't tease you anymore. I'll reduce the equipment to 60% according to your demand. Is that okay? Suyun, who was hanging his head, was stunned when he heard this. Reduced to 60%? Oh my god. You know, many of the equipment he just proposed are big guys listed in the National Major Scientific Research Instrument Development Projects. He just said it casually with the idea of trying his luck. In fact, it would be great if 30% could be approved by academician Pan. After all, in terms of status, academician Pan can only be regarded as the leader of domestic quantum encryption communication. If the word encryption is removed, he may not be ranked first. This is the case in the field of communications, let alone quantum physics or theoretical physics. Therefore, for academician Pan, there is no problem in demarcating project subcontractors, but the allocation of some instruments may not be so easy. This is the teacher. Just when Suyun was secretly moved, the voice of academician Pan came to his ears again. Of course, Xiao Su, you are given such a large discount. Shouldn't the burden on your shoulders be increased? Suyun. Wait, where's the teacher-student relationship you promised? Without waiting for Suyun to answer, academician Pan continued, let me put it this way, Xiao Su. The structural freeze frame of isolated particles, potential barrier mapping, polaritons, Gaussian boson sampling, and spatial coherence are all handed over to you. Of course, your name will be used for the results. How about it? Looking at academician Pan with a fox expression on his face, Suyun broke out in a cold sweat. Teacher, don't you think too highly of me? Suyun's expression this time was not fake, he was really dumbfounded. Academician Pan's previous structural freeze frame and potential barrier drawing were fine, but the three things starting from polaritons were a bit outrageous. For example, polaritons. Excitons, conceptually, refer specifically to some quasi-particles abstracted from original excitations. Most of the new quasi-particles generated by coupling are named polaritons. For example, phonon polaritons generated by the coupling of photons and phonons, exciton polaritons generated by the coupling of photons and excitons, surface plasmon polaritons generated by the coupling of photons and surface plasmons, and so on. If photons can really couple with isolated point particles, then what they produce is isolated point polaritons. The concept is not difficult to understand, but in practice, let's put it this way. This is a research project at the level of academicians of the Academy of Sciences, and the kind that academicians personally take part in. The following Gaussian boson sampling and spatial coherence are almost the same. As for Suyun's ability, it was mentioned earlier. After using the thinking roll card of the Mavericks, Suyun's ability has roughly reached the level of professors of unpopular majors and associate professors of popular majors in 211 universities. Now that he has gone through the Xiao Mei copy, with the guidance of Gauss and daily discussions with Xiao Mei, Lao Teng and others, Suyun has barely improved to the level of an ordinary professor. In addition, he still has some thinking card combinations that have not been used. In theory, there is a certain room for improvement. But Suyun dares to guarantee it. Even if all the thinking cards are used up, his ability will not be able to reach the level of an academician except for Mr. Z from Tobacco. Therefore, it is not modesty. Suyun really has the urge to ask academician Pan for help at this time. Teacher, how about? As a result, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by academician Pan with a smile. Xiao Su, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say that you should do this alone. Don't forget, there is a capable person in this field in the University of Science and Technology who has nothing to do recently. Capable person? Suyun's face showed a trace of astonishment, and the words he wanted to refuse were stuck in his throat. But soon, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Teacher, you mean? Academician Pan nodded gently. Yes, it's Xiao Lu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Project Team Established. Xiao Lu. Hearing this name coming out of academician Pan's mouth, Su-yoon was surprised, but also suddenly felt a sense of surprise. Looking at the entire campus of USTC, there is only one person who can be named Xiao Lu by academician Pan and can help Su-yoon in polaritons and Gaussian boson sampling. That is Lu Chaoyong, a super academic master who really exists in reality. After getting to know this person, you will feel like you are in school for nothing. I have explained this in the previous book, and I will explain it again here. Please do not apply the character with the same surname from another academic novel to this person. This is a real person. It is actually very unfair to apply the template of novel YIY to a real person. Lu Chaoyong became a full-time professor at the University of Science and Technology of China when he was 28 years old. He is 40 years old this year. He has published a total of 1 RAMP, 5 Nature Science, 9 Nature subjournals, 4 PNAS, 1 physics reports, 29 physical review letters, and more than 6,700 related citations. When the anti-Easter egg appeared in the Maverick's portrait, Lu Chaoyong also made a very reasonable explanation for this. It's just that before that, because Lu Chaoyong didn't reply to WeChat, ahem, and was busy with some work, Su-yoon had not had much contact with him. Unexpectedly, academician Pan actually stuffed Lu Chaoyong, a big guy, into his research group. Just as Su-yoon was thinking, academician Pan said, "Xiao Su, how about it? Are you willing to let Xiao Lu join the group to help?" Su-yoon quickly came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. "Of course I am willing. It is my honor to have Professor Lu come to help. But teacher, hasn't Professor Lu always been running projects in your group?" How could it be? Su-yoon had a good relationship with Lu Chaoyong in his previous life, so he had no objection to the arrangement of Lu Chaoyong joining the group. Polaritons and Gaussian boson sampling themselves were not Su-yoon's business scope, and you couldn't get any results if you asked him to do it. In this case, it would be better to hand over this part of the project to relevant people. In this way, his research on solitary particles can also get some sophisticated equipment. But Su-yoon was surprised that Lu Chaoyong had always been academician Pan's right-hand man. There were even rotten girls on the confession wall of the University of Science and Technology who were eating the CP of these two. Why would academician Pan arrange him to join his group now? Even if Zhao Zhonggjing contributed to academician Pan's main project, it wouldn't be necessary to remove Lu Chaoyong directly, right? Looking at Su-yoon, who was puzzled, academician Pan smiled and explained, "Xiao Su, let me ask you first, if Xiao Lu solves the problem of isolated point particles in polaritons and Gaussian boson sampling in your research group, will you give him the first author's name when the paper is published?" Su-yoon nodded without hesitation. "Of course I will." He was not being polite or saying something against his will because of the situation. You know, according to academician Pan's assignment of tasks, if everything goes well for Su-yoon's project team, there should be 7 to 9 papers involving different contents in the end. Some of these papers may be only at the level of the second zone of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, while others may reach the quality of CNS subjournals or even the main journal. Let's assume that all the problems are solved at once. There are probably 3 results that will reach the level of CNS main journals: mapping and application of solitary point particles, potential barrier model of solitary point particles, solitary point polaritons, and spatial coherence. As for the first author of the paper at that time, it will naturally be named after the person in charge of the relevant content. Among them, Su-yoon is going to lead the team to solve only the quantum state of solitary point particles and the application of measurement modules, that is, multiple Zone 2 papers plus 1 CNS journal, still assuming that everything goes well. As for the remaining several directions, they are beyond Su-yoon's ability, so he can only ask Lu Chaoyong to complete them. In this way, the signature of the first author of the relevant papers must belong to Lu Chaoyong, and Su-yoon is not so shameless to do the peach-picking thing. Even if Su-yoon completes his own research, he will not care about these directions, but will consider other rewards of Halo, such as hemostatic gelatin, which is also a research direction of CNS main journals. In other words, as long as Lu Chaoyong is capable enough, he may be able to produce 3 CNS papers. And so many CNS achievements. Thinking of this, Su-yoon's expression was slightly startled, and a certain guess emerged in his mind. He suddenly looked at academician Pan. "Teacher, is Professor Lu going to rush to the peak?" Academician Pan was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and stretched out his hand to adjust the frame of his glasses. His expression still did not fluctuate. "I have this idea, but to be precise, this is an attempt. Neither me nor Xiao Lu have any confidence that we can guarantee to climb to the top this time. After all, Xiao Lu is only 40 years old, which is too young. Bang bang bang. After hearing what academician Pan said, Su Yun's heart suddenly beat rapidly. So that's it. He wondered why academician Pan would be willing to arrange Lu Chaoyuan, his right-hand man, to his group. So that's the case. As we all know, in addition to bachelor, master, doctor, associate, senior, associate professor, senior, professor, China's scientific research system also has another special sequence. That is Qingjian, Yaoqing, Qingjiang, Qingqian, Jiqing, Changjiang, and Daqian. Qingjian refers to outstanding young talents. This is a high-profile title in the market, with a salary of about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Yaoqing refers to the Excellent Youth Fund. In addition to the domestic Yaoqing, there is also an overseas outstanding youth, referred to as Haiyao. It roughly means that you are studying for a doctorate or doing a postdoctoral fellow abroad, doing well and having many papers, and then you are introduced back to be a professor or associate professor. The remaining Qingjiang is the youth Changjiang. Qingqian refers to the youth Qianrun, etc. The youth Changjiang is also called the little Changjiang, which is comparable to the Yaoqing, and can be regarded as the second highest echelon reached in the youth stage. Going up this level is Jiqing, which can be compared to the Yangtze River scholars, and Daqian. The full name of Daqian is a banned word in China, and it cannot even be searched on the internet, in order to protect the talents on the list. In addition, there is a 10,000 people plan above the little Changjiang and below the Changjiang, which is slightly inferior in status. In other words, the limit of the Qing prefix is Jiqing. At present, the funding for outstanding young scientists in China is about 4 to 5 million yuan per year. The affiliated units generally match the funds 1, and occasionally 1, 2 and 1, 3. The books of outstanding young scientists are submitted around March every year, and then they are reviewed. After the review, they will be put on the meeting. After that, there will be some 404 content. At the same time, as the first echelon of domestic scientific research hats, outstanding young scientists have another nickname. It is called half-step academician. Lu Chaoyuan was selected into the list of outstanding young scientists several years ago, and with the accumulation of achievements, he has the qualifications to impact the highest peak of scientific research. Once you can reach the top of the mountain, you will be a Chinese academician. But this seemingly simple step is actually as difficult as a natural chasm. The first thing that stands in front of Lu Chaoyuan is his age. Lu Chaoyuan was born in 1982 and is just 40 years old this year. The youngest academician of Huaxia is Lu Ke, who is elected at the age of 38. A little later than Lu Ke is academician Zhang Yaping, who was also elected as an academician when he was a little over 38 years old. However, these two big guys were selected as academicians more than 10 years ago. In fact, the age limit in China has been tightening in recent years. In addition, their research direction is far less controversial than quantum physics. It can be said that if it were not for the Zhejiang computer, the Mosey satellite, and this year's Nobel Prize in recent years, many people would have a vague concept of quantum physics. More importantly, students who have been selected as academicians should know that the selection of Chinese academicians is actually very strict in terms of rules. Generally speaking, the selection of Chinese academicians is held every 2 years, and the election is held once in odd years. Anyone who has been recommended as a valid candidate for the Chinese Academy of Sciences and nominated for the Chinese Academy of Engineering for 3 consecutive times must stop applying for 1 time. This basically means that your academician road is GG. Every application for selection is consuming your resurrection armor. Therefore, for Lu Chaoyuan, he must seize various opportunities to produce results as much as possible. But if he stays in academician Pan's team, even if Lu Chaoyuan has made achievements, it will be difficult to get rid of academician Pan's shadow. Therefore, academician Pan transferred part of the research project to Su Yun's project team, and Lu Chaoyuan completed it independently. With Lu Chaoyuan's ability, those research projects can produce at least 2 CNS-level papers, and if he is lucky, 3 or even 4 papers are not a delusion. This kind of achievement is undoubtedly a huge help to Lu Chaoyuan. Even ordinary academicians may not be able to produce such a large amount of results in a short period of time. This is the benefit of discovering a new substance or new particle. Just like opening up a dungeon, you can find a lot of valuable equipment wherever you go. As for Su Yun, He naturally has no objection to this. After all, as mentioned above, everyone has their own expertise. Just like a classmate writer can't write dog food articles, Suyun's knowledge accumulation in polaritons and Gaussian boson sampling is quite limited. In any case, it is impossible for him to solve these contents by his own ability. If academician Pan does not provide candidates, Suyun will also find someone himself, just not someone like Lu Chaoyong. Therefore, there is no situation of picking peaches, grabbing credit, or NTR between Lu Chaoyong and Suyun. So without much hesitation, Suyun agreed to the deal on the spot. 1 week later, National Synchrotron Radiation Laboratory of USTC. Eye of the World Light Source Experimental Cabin. A group of young people wearing masks and lab coats gathered outside the entrance of the experimental cabin. Suyun looked at the more than 10 alumni in front of him with higher hairlines, and looked at Lu Chaoyong standing beside him. He took the initiative to step forward and bowed slightly. My fellow juniors, seniors, hello, I am Suyun. Suyun's humble approach was obviously a bit unexpected. Although many people wore masks, they clearly showed some surprise in their eyes. After all, don't think that Suyun is just a master in physics. Whether it is his mentor, his scientific research achievements in biology, or his business achievements, they are enough to make everyone at the scene pay attention to him. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, today, Suyun's attitude should be both stiff and arrogant. Maybe he will use some means to catch 1 or 2 unlucky guys to establish this prestige, so as to achieve the effect of controlling the team. Unexpectedly, Suyun's attitude was so gentle. However, the astonishment of the crowd only lasted for a few seconds, and a tall boy replied first, "Hello, God Su." "Hello, Professor Lu." The tall boy's response quickly brought the rest of the people back to reality. After a moment, a uniform greeting rang out on the field. "Hello, God Su." "Hello, Professor Lu." Suyun clasped his hands together and shook them in front of his nose a few times, as a return greeting. Lu Chaoyong stood aside and smiled, which was considered to be a subtle indication of his attitude that he would not occupy the magpie's nest. After the greeting, Suyun entered the password of the test chamber, and the electronic door opened. Everyone entered in turn. Suyun and Lu Chaoyong came to the operating table. At this moment, on the operating table screen in front of the two people, the code name of this project team was clearly written, D-Ting. Note, the real plot requires a vest. You can leave a message after this sentence with your age, gender, and name. You can also leave a specific major, but the fewer you appear, the faster you appear. Chapter 359 Research Group starts. Dieting. It is said that it is a spiritual beast lying under the table of Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva, and can identify all things in the world by hearing. It has the image of a tiger head, a single horn, dog ears, a dragon body, a lion tail, and a unicorn foot. It looks like a dragon but not a dragon, a tiger but not a tiger, a lion but not a lion, a unicorn but not a unicorn, and a dog but not a dog. The single horn represents the power of judgment. In a sense, Dieting and the gravity gradient instrument have a high degree of overlap in function. They all rely on their own abilities to perceive the general trend of the world, explore the stars above, and search for the netherworld below. With a sweep, nothing can hide. Because of this, Suyun gave the project team such a name, which belongs to the Oriental romance unique to the Chinese. This time, Suyun's team has a total of 14 members, 10 men and 4 women. 2 of them are seniors, 8 are master students, and 4 are doctoral students. As for Lu Chaoyong's identity, he is the guidance of the research team. Literally, his status is a little lower than Suyun's, but Suyun and Lu Chaoyong don't care much about this difference. After arriving at the operating table, Suyun and Lu Chaoyong looked at each other, and Lu Chaoyong gave him a look with a tacit understanding, which meant, don't bother with me, just treat me like a wooden man, and do whatever you want. A strong guest should not suppress the host, which is common sense in scientific research cooperation. For example, academician Pan and Zhao Zhanggu, who are higher in the specification than the Dieting research group, also have similar tacit understanding in their group. This situation of 2 tigers cannot live in the same mountain may be encountered in the fields of teaching and academics, but it rarely happens in frontline project groups. Seeing this, Suyun nodded slightly to Lu Chaoyong, then turned around, cast his eyes on the people present, and said loudly, "Dear juniors and seniors, most of you should be entering my research group for the first time, right?" Everyone in the audience nodded. Su-yoon then said, "Since this is the first time for everyone to work together, I won't have too high requirements for the running in, but there is one thing I hope you can keep in mind, that is, you can raise objections or even doubts about my ideas in private, but in the operational stage, you must strictly follow my plan. Any questions related to the experimental plan can only be discussed after taking off the lab coat." Su-yoon's tone was rarely a little stern. After all, this involves a very important concept, team execution. In science experiments, team execution is a very critical link. For example, Su-yoon encountered a situation in his previous life where an experiment failed due to hesitation of team members. At that time, he participated in a research project in cooperation between Pyongyang and USTC, studying the chiral characteristics of a certain lepton. During the experiment, several links need to change the applied conditions according to the real-time situation. One of the steps during the period is to apply a high-density electric field. At that time, the entire scientific community did not understand the characteristics of the double helix 24-hedron structure, so the person in charge of the experiment found that the preset electric field strength was not enough when he was about to apply the field. So he decided to immediately apply an electric field with more than 4 times the original amount. As a result, the operator of the electric field expressed his objection and confirmed it several times, and finally missed the best time to apply the electric field. The experimental funds of more than 4,000 yuan were instantly scrapped because of this mistake. Although the funds of 4,000 yuan seem not much, in fact, for many project teams, this is already a very high expenditure. With the lessons learned from the past, Su-yoon would naturally not allow such a situation to occur in his research group. These project members are almost the same age as him, and they must have some doubts or even complaints about Su-yoon in their hearts. So Su-yoon could only put aside this harsh remark first, put himself at the highest point, and then slowly conquer them with his ability. After emphasizing the discipline issue, Su-yoon talked about some other things and asked everyone to take their positions and prepare. The project research was officially launched. The first research project of the research group is very clear, which is how to make isolated point particles form stable ground state characteristics as mentioned before. This is also the basis for all subsequent research. Therefore, Lu Chaoyong did not separate from Su-yoon immediately, but assisted him in tinkering with related equipment. The Eye of the World experimental cabin can be regarded as a miniature second-generation light source accelerator, with ion guns, pre-accelerators, calorimeters, back-end electronic components and other instruments. The entire experimental cabin looks a bit like a nuclear magnetic resonance device, but the coils underground are much larger. Considering that no one has written about the specific process of colliding particles on Kidian, but many children are interested, here is a relatively simple popular science. Generally speaking, there are 3 main types of particles in the collider: protons, electrons and heavy ions. The production method of protons is very simple, and they can be obtained by ionizing hydrogen. Electrons are a little more complicated, and there are also 3 main processes: thermal emission. For example, if you burn Lab 6 red, electrons can be produced as soon as an electric field is added. Field emission, at a high field, and electrons can be produced at the tip of the needle. And optical emission, that is, lasers produce electrons, photoelectric effect. Because lasers are easy to control, they can produce short beams of 10 Cap12s and increase brightness. If it is a device that requires polarized electron beams, such as the future ILC, International Linear Collider, or EIC, Electron-Proton Collider, then a special crystal is needed, gallium arsenide. When a circularly polarized laser hits this crystal, electrons with the same spin direction can be generated. Positrons are generally produced by electron target shooting. After a certain energy of electron flow bombards the target material, high-intensity Bremsstrahlung will be generated, and positrons will be excited by radiation. Then it is accelerated under the action of an electric field. The final particle is a heavy ion, which is also a very commonly used particle in a collider. For example, a hadron collider requires heavy ions with high charge states. Heavy ions are generally produced by ionizing atoms first, accelerating them, and then stripping off the inner electrons of the atoms. Then, under the action of the high electric field in the ion gun, plasma is generated. The heavy ions are then drawn out through the electric field, and after being accelerated by the pre-accelerator, the electron flow bombards the carbon film or gas to strip off the inner electrons. Finally, these heavy ions are put into the main accelerator for acceleration and the process is complete. Just have hands JPG. And what Su Yun and his team used this time was lit ions. The acceleration line of the Eye of the World experimental cabin is much shorter than that of the main synchrotron radiation laboratory, but since the trajectory of the solitary particle, or the probability, is already known, it is not necessary to accelerate it with such a long line in practice. After everyone took their seats, soon, a young man sitting in front of the monitoring screen raised his hand and said, "Dr. Su, the beam pipeline is ready." Su Yun took a look. The monitoring screen is an important part of the entire experiment, so he naturally couldn't just arrange a stranger to be in charge. The handsome young man who raised his hand at this time was called Liang Horan, Su Yun's senior brother, currently studying in his third year of graduate school. However, Liang Horan did not regard himself as a senior brother at this time, but formally addressed Su Yun's degree, looking like a passerby. Su Yun nodded slightly at him, as a greeting. "What is the distance between two adjacent beams?" Liang Horan tapped on the keyboard a few times, "About 75 nanoseconds." Su Yun touched his chin and quickly calculated in his mind 75 nanoseconds multiplied by the speed of light. The final answer is about 22.5 meters. That is, when the bunches are fully filled, there will be a lead ion bunch every 22.5 meters. This interval is perfect. Then Su Yun asked again, "What about the total number of particles?" "About 200 billion. Hearing the number 200 billion, the expressions of everyone present did not fluctuate much. After all, this number is too normal in particle physics. For example, take the European collider LHC as an example. LHC has two beam pipelines, and on average each beam has about 250 trillion particles. Every 4 hours, the particles in the LHC will collide and consume 1/10. So when the LHC is running, the beam needs to be replenished every 10 or 20 hours. There is no way. This is the microscopic world. Some values or magnitudes that sound outrageous are normal to the point of being normal in the microscopic field. Let me give you another example. Neutrinos. Neutrinos are very penetrating and have a high density, with about 100 per cubic centimeter, which is half the size of your thumb. Everything seems to be normal here, right? Then add another premise. The speed of neutrinos is close to the speed of light, 300,000 km/s, or 30 billion centimeters s. So every 30 billionth of a second, 100 neutrinos pass through your thumb. In other words, within 1 second, 3 trillion neutrinos pass through your thumb. If this volume is spread throughout your body, the magnitude will be 10^16. Su Yun once saw a saying in later generations that the author is of us, but in fact, in front of neutrinos, the reader is also of us. This is microscopic physics, the mysterious and attractive abyss. Okay. Let's return to reality. After getting the relevant data from Liang Horan, Su Yun pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, "Then turn it on." The voice fell. Not far away, a female doctor in charge of vacuum tunnel calibration put her middle finger and index finger together, gently slid them across her temple, and made a salute in a very calm manner. "Got it." Buzz buzz buzz. As the equipment started up, the atmosphere in the laboratory gradually began to become solemn. Various values were reported by the crowd as they were observed or calculated. LB1 value 13,638.28, K position calibration, report points are T, 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 F, T, 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 T is true, F is false. The design index has reached the order of 10 to the 21st power, Jinxie, report to brightness. Wait a minute, the computer is still calculating. It's 10 to the 28th power, located, whoosh, in a tunnel that cannot be seen by the naked eye. One after another, thick beams were ejected from the long, black and hard tubes, rushing in both directions, and finally completed the collision at an extremely high speed. Snap, as lead ions collided one by one. Countless smaller particles exploded, and the image in the electron cloud room became clearer and clearer. At the same time, the energy of the exploded particles was quickly deposited in the calorimeter, and the electrons appeared as the final product of the collision. The back-end electronic components read out and then converted into electrical signals to enter the next processing stage. The boy in charge of reading the back-end electronic components was called Lin Zixu. He was a thin and small boy wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Since the experiment began, he has been paying attention to the digital display in front of him nervously. I saw that with a prompt sound. The reading of a certain energy level suddenly began to stretch upward rapidly like an inverted A-share index. Seeing this, Lin Zixu pulled off his headphones and said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, we have observed a large amount of solitary particle energy residues. The orbital probability you calculated is at least 80%. Su Yun's face did not change much when he heard this. After all, that formula is a product of the halo. Although the derivation process is a bit difficult, the accuracy after cracking is still very high. He was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and ordered, let's start, go to the magnetic optical trap. Chapter 360. This chapter actually reveals a truth. Cold atom research. It is not difficult to see from the literal meaning that this refers to the work of studying atoms under ultra-low temperature conditions. Students who have not failed high school chemistry should know this. The temperature of an atom is most directly reflected by the speed of the atom. That is, the two are positively correlated. At room temperature, the speed of atomic movement is very fast, sliding around like Yasuo, and the question mark can't keep up with them at all. To study the physical properties of atoms, a stable single atom or atomic group that will not run around is required. So, when studying atoms, it is necessary to cool the atoms down, that is, to freeze them. Usually, the temperature of the atoms needs to be around Oi for research. However, due to cost issues, it is often not necessary for the entire experimental device to be at a temperature of Oi. Therefore, normal research groups working on cold atoms will use lasers to cool atoms. That is, to cool a very small area. Some Japanese food restaurants in later generations also like to do this kind of work, but they do not cool but heat, roast the middle part of a piece of fresh beef, and the other parts are raw, which is called roasted heart beef sashimi. Su Yun doesn't have much prejudice against this way of eating, but it's very challenging to charge more than 50 yuan for one slice. Let's return to the original topic. At present, the principle of cooling lasers is mostly Doppler cooling, which is relatively complicated, so I won't go into details here. In short, this thing can reduce the temperature of atoms to a very low level. But the final result of cooling is just to slow down the atoms. Although the atoms have slowed down, they are still scattered disorderly in various places in the cooling area. It's like you have circled a long highway and let the cars in it lose power and stop in place, but if you want to study these cars, you need to gather them together. So at this time, another technical means is needed. That is the magneto-optical trap. The magneto-optical trap is abbreviated as magneto-optical trap, codenamed MO. In the top 100 microscopic experiments selected by Nature magazine in 2019, the magneto-optical trap ranked 58th, which is a very ingenious experimental design. It uses magnetic fields and light fields to slowly make the particles controllable and aggregated. The specific method of MO is to install a pair of anti-Helmholtz coils in the Z direction, and the magnetic field is distributed radially in the Z plane. The magnetic field at the center is zero, and Zeeman splitting will occur where the magnetic field is not zero. The energy level of Zeeman splitting is L equals Gs, and the size of the energy level splitting is related to the size of the magnetic field, and the size of the magnetic field is related to the spatial position. Therefore, in the presence of MO, the two-level atom will be subjected to Fermat force. At this time, two beams of opposite circularly polarized light are applied. When the magnetic field is positive, the Greek letter sigma light is less detuned than the Greek letter sigma plus light and is closer to resonating with the atom. Therefore, the atom will move along the propagation direction of the Greek letter sigma light to a position where the magnetic field is close to zero. The opposite is true for places where the magnetic field is negative, and it will eventually push the atom to a place where the magnetic field is close to zero. In the end, the atom will be trapped at a point where the magnetic field is zero. This principle is very simple and very easy to understand. MO can gather a lot of atoms, about tens of millions at a time, and the atomic density will be relatively large, about 10^9/cm3. It is like having a forklift that pushes all the cars parked on the highway together. Of course, the experimental object of traditional MO is atoms, and what is added during the experiment is atomic gas. Yes, all gas. I don't know if the concept of gaseous metal atoms has been taught in current textbooks, but I have the impression that it should be taught. Unlike atoms, what Su Yun and his team need to consider this time are isolated particles. The two cannot be compared in terms of volume or difficulty, but isolated particles are also electrically neutral, so isolated particles are one of the very few particles that can be condensed using the MO principle. However, after all, this is only a theoretical feasibility. Whether the isolated particles can be successfully converted to the ground state depends on the final practical operation. Professor Liu, at the operating table, Su Yun was introducing his experimental ideas to Lu Chaoyuan. My idea is this. First, we use evanescent waves to construct a light field with uneven light intensity inside the beam channel. Then, according to the distribution of the light field, we lay out the electric field with the same trend. In this way, the difference in dipole force generated by the evanescent waves at each point will make the particles keep bouncing. Every time they bounce, we slightly reduce the confinement electric field, and the electrostatic repulsion between atoms will cause the charged particles to disperse, and the particles on the outside will escape, and the isolated particles will be permanently stored in the channel because they have no rest mass and no charge. In layman's terms, Su Yun's plan is equivalent to shaking a dustpan in reality. The particles after the lead-ion collision are equivalent to a mixture of soil, seeds, insects, and weeds. If you want to classify them, the best way is to shake a dustpan. As long as you design the right hole size, you can always shake out what you need in the end. It's nothing more than the specific force and hole diameter. Of course, this explanation is just for the convenience of understanding. For industry insiders like Lu Chaoyuan, there is much more to consider than just shaking. He was silent for a moment, then looked up at Su Yun. The idea is generally feasible, but Xiao Su, I have a question. As he spoke, Lu Chaoyuan extended an index finger from each hand and touched the fingertips together. Look, the contact between fingertips is like two beams colliding with each other. There is no dispute about this link, but then Lu Chaoyuan flattened the originally curled thumb of his left hand, forming an equal sign with the already extended index finger, and then touched the two fingers together. But Xiao Su, have you ever considered that the lead ions in the same beam, that is, with the same direction of movement, may collide or be excited due to the electric field? If the heavy ions collide, then the subsequent direction will be uncontrollable. A boy who was helping out beside him nodded in agreement. Lu Chaoyuan's question was also not difficult to understand. It was like on the front battlefield, two armies were firing missiles at each other, and the trajectory of each other's missiles was aimed at the other side. But if during the flight of the missile, there is suddenly an additional force from the non-moving direction between heaven and earth, and this force is strong enough to affect the trajectory of the missile, then in this case, it is very likely that a situation will occur. Before hitting the enemy missile, the missile's own route has been changed first, and a collision has occurred internally. Although the consequence of this collision is also an explosion, it is obviously of no value. The purpose of launching a missile is to kill the enemy, not just to watch fireworks. Therefore, this situation must be taken into account. Otherwise, the whole experiment will become a joke, and Su Yun's prestige will also be greatly affected. However, Su Yun was obviously prepared for this situation. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote down an equation on paper, x bex x0. Then he drew a horizontal line under the equation and stopped talking. Looking at this equation, Lu Chaoyuan's eyes were slightly surprised. This is, after a few seconds, he suddenly cried out and slapped his forehead heavily. Oh, look, how could I forget the delta potential? Well, okay, Xiao Su, I'm fine then. Su Yun's expression did not change much, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth still revealed his inner pride. That's right. Smart students must have figured it out. The formula above is the wave function of the bound state of a single atom in one-dimensional space. According to this wave function, we can clearly judge a situation when the distance between two atoms is less than twice the atomic radius, the energy of the antisymmetric state is 0, and the energy of the symmetric state equals 0. The energy of the free electron is also 0. This means that in this case, the symmetric state is no longer stable, and the electron can fly to infinity. Therefore, when two lead ions approach each other, they will naturally decompose instead of colliding. That is, at this time, they cannot be regarded as bosons. The energy of decomposition and the energy of collision are completely two different orders of magnitude. But then again, Lu Chaoyuan's misjudgment has little to do with his ability, but is related to the direction of the experiment. In fact, particle physics experiments do not include Bose-Einstein condensate, and the two can even be said to be two extremes in a sense. If it were not for the particularity of isolated point particles, Lu Chaoyuan would not have touched on this aspect at all. So it is normal for him to have some mistakes in his thinking. The more you reason, the clearer it becomes. Then Su Yun discussed some process issues with Lu Chaoyuan, and after confirming that they were correct, they began to arrange the experiment. The preparation of cold atoms requires a high level of vacuum, generally around 1 × 10⁻⁻10 bar. Fortunately, it is not 1850 now, and it is not difficult to build such a vacuum environment. Dr. Tang Fei. Su-Yun glanced at the roster in his hand and read out a name. I'll trouble you to arrange the anti-Helmholtz coil. The Tang Fei mentioned by Su-Yun is a man in his early 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and short hair, looking very capable. Tang Fei is the second oldest member of the entire project team after Liu Chaoyong. He is also a doctoral student trained by the University of Science and Technology, and is now a new backbone of a research institute of the University of Science and Technology. In fact, with Su-Yun's current status, he could not hire a senior like Tang Fei who had already graduated and was working and had good abilities. It just happened that Tang Fei was currently in the critical period of being promoted to associate researcher, and needed some exposure and achievements to enrich his resume. So he successfully joined Su-Yun's group through the introduction of Academician Pan, which made Su-Yun pick up a loophole. And even if he was divided into groups in the future, he would follow Su-Yun to work on projects. Now that he received Su-Yun's instructions, Tang Fei quickly straightened his expression. No problem, leave it to me. It's a funny thing. If I hadn't corrected the typo when proofreading, you would have seen marry me. After Tang Fei left, Su-Yun continued to give instructions. Li Ruon, you are responsible for debugging the radio frequency field. Received. Dr. Yang Kun, you are responsible for the evanescent wave. Understood. Senior Zhang Han, you are responsible for observing the wave packet. Remember to set the parameters to an odd multiple of 13.2. Okay. Senior Uzhi, go order takeout. You decide the taste. No celery and coriander. Okay. After assigning the tasks, Su-Yun and Liu Chaoyong waited at the operating table. In order to ensure that the project team can obtain efficient positive feedback after detailed division of labor, many project teams have gradually begun to be equipped with point spreaders. This thing is about the size of 2 $1 coins, with a button and an anti-accidental touch switch on it. After completing the task, release the anti-accidental touch switch, and press the button again. A green dot will appear under the corresponding project on the main display console, prompting the person in charge that the task of XX blocks has been completed. It is said that a project team at a certain university in Yanjing also used the voice package of the pangolin, which is so magical. Su-Yun's research team this time was equipped with a point spread system. As time went by, the 7 light spots in front of Su-Yun gradually changed from red to green. After about 20 minutes, all the light spots turned green, and Liu Chaoyong snapped his fingers. Okay, Xiao Su, you can summon the Dragon Balls. Su-Yun, ignoring the funny guy next to him, Su-Yun took a deep breath and said through the main microphone, "Attention, members, the ground state experiment of solitary particles is about to begin. The countdown is 3, 2, 1, start." The moment he said start, Su-Yun pressed the switch on the main console. Buzz buzz buzz, a beam with a density that is even smaller than the first time rushed out of the beam tube. And unlike the first time, within 10⁻⁻12 seconds, a preset evanescent wave field enveloped them. Whoosh, a radiation pressure invisible to the naked eye appeared. At the same time, the first wave of lead ions began to collide. Bang! 2 lead ions exploded instantly like Kennedy's head, and all kinds of things flew out. Then another 10⁻⁻12 seconds passed. The anti-Helmholtz coil was energized, and a magnetic field with the same strength as the evanescent wave descended. A large number of particles began to detune, and one after another flew out of orbit. The flying particles were guided to hit the target, and finally ended up as electrons or photons. There are only a few electrically neutral basic particles: neutrinos, gluons, photons, Higgs particles, and Z bosons. These 5 particles are either impossible to capture or very difficult to capture, and they will leave the channel on their own. In addition to the basic particles, there are only a few other electrically neutral composite particles left. For example, a neutron composed of an up quark of +23 and 2 down quarks with a charge of 13. Another example is X-ray particles. The essence of X-ray particles is actually photons, so you don't have to worry about them. Neutrons can be absorbed by boron-containing polyethylene, which is a low-level radiation capture, and nuclear fission will not occur. When a series of operations are completed, another uncharged composite particle remains in the channel. It is called a Greek letter lambda hyperon. Codename 4685. Chapter 361. This chapter actually reveals a truth. Readers with strong observation may have discovered it. In the experimental plan designed by Suyun before, he first ruled out the possibility of excitation of lead ions in the same direction, and then planned how to screen out excess charged particles. But there is one step that is not explained, that is, how to collect isolated particles? At present, many so-called particles are actually difficult to be seen by the naked eye. For example, quarks. Quarks are subatomic structures, and there is currently no microscope that can observe subatomic structures. Even the scanning tunneling microscope STM and its derived scanning probe microscope SPM, which can reach a resolution of 0.1 nm and 0.01 nm in the direction parallel and perpendicular to the sample surface respectively, can still only distinguish single atoms. It is only because of the color closing principle that we can determine many of its characteristics. For example, the combination of red-up quarks and anti-red anti-down quarks can produce mesons. The combination of 3 colors or 3 anticolors can produce baryons, etc. At present, most of these particles smaller than atoms are just large accelerators and other experiments to collect scattered particle signals, and then use models to explain their properties. That is to say, those particles do exist, but they are difficult to touch. Except for a few cases such as protons and electrons, the generation of other particles requires certain technical skills. As for isolated particles, they are obviously not easy to collect. Even in the microscopic world, they have no entity. Therefore, in order to process the isolated particles in the ground state, Suyun and his team still have a link to solve first, that is, how to catch the isolated particles alive. Only by catching the isolated particles alive can they be gathered and form the ground state. Just like the example of the highway mentioned above, the premise that the forklift can push all the cars together is that the car itself must be an entity. This concept that seems to be simple to the point of mental retardation in the real world is a difficult problem in front of isolated particles. And Suyun's method of catching the isolated particles alive. There is an old saying in China. It is called the person who tied the bell. It means that if you want to untie the chastity belt, you must let the person who locked the chastity belt come. This sentence also applies to today's experiment. As for the person who tied the bell of the solitary particle, it is naturally the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon. That is, the heroine in the original love story of the particles. It was through her interaction with the solitary particle that academician Pan and his team observed the information of the solitary particle. But this time, the task of the Greek letter lambda hyperon is no longer to die with the solitary particle, but to track the solitary particle together. This step depends on the meson in the body of the Greek letter lambda hyperon. As we all know, in the physics community, there are many ways to excite mesons. For example, Neon's T2K experiment uses a proton stream to hit graphite to produce Greek letter pi mesons and K mesons. Then they decay, mainly producing muons and muon neutrinos. Suyun's design this time is to let the Greek letter lambda hyperon hit the p-type semiconductor. This method can generate mesons with a lifespan of 10⁸ seconds. These mesons can give the solitary particle a very short entity state. In the original love story of particles, it was the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon that gave a meson, which allowed the solitary particle to touch the body of the hyperon. With this short time, it is enough to set up a magneto-optical trap. In a sense, is this also a beauty trap? The sight returns to the experimental channel. After being screened out by various means, only the solitary particle and the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon are left in the channel. The two are intertwined, you have me, and I have you. But soon, with the activation of the preset program, or code, a set of collimators began to focus and run. It was mentioned a long time ago. Accelerators accelerate particles generally by electric field acceleration or microwave energy feeding, which requires particles to be charged. As an uncharged particle, the 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperon naturally cannot be accelerated. But it doesn't matter. Neutral particles cannot be accelerated, but they can be decelerated. For example, neutron moderators can be applied in nuclear reactions, while the deceleration of 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperons only requires borax with water. The collimator determines the coupling parameters through photons that do not participate in the reaction, and a ceramic plate with borax with water falls from the air above the channel. Whoosh, beam after beam of solitary point particles and 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperon mixed beams pass through. Solitary point particles are not affected by their non-substantial characteristics and fly through as usual. 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperons are decelerated. The two particles are separated. Then quickly, the decelerated 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperons hide another p-type semiconductor heavily, and the baryon number of 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperons lost conservation. In just 10-15 seconds, tens of thousands of muons appeared around the p-type semiconductor. At the same time, the solitary point particles that were one step ahead seemed to be attracted, and instantly flashed from their positions in front to the surroundings of the p-type semiconductor. After combining with the muons, they briefly gained a physical body. Then, these solitary particles were firmly captured by the trap, magnetic optical trap, of the Hippolytus, just like the five brothers who came to rescue Ultraman Ace. All this, from beam emission, collision, screening to the end, only took 1.14514 seconds in reality. Before Suyun, Lu Chaoyuan and others could even have time to feel various emotions, a green rectangular frame appeared on the display screen in front of them, captured. This is a prompt that will automatically pop up after the preset program captures the solitary particle. The logic of confirming success or failure is mainly the change of regional energy. Xiao Su, because of his excessive concentration, Liang Horan, who was responsible for observing the coupled state data, did not bother to call Suyun Dr. Su, and subconsciously called out the name he usually called Suyun. The entity solitary particle has been captured. According to the decay chart, if we don't use other means, they can probably continue in the entity state for 15 seconds. Seeing this situation, Suyun could not help but exchange a glance with Lu Chaoyuan, and quickly turned around and ordered, lower the temperature immediately. Pa. Ye Yingying in front of the temperature meter quickly inputted the command upon hearing this, and asked at the same time, Dr. Su, how low should the temperature be? Suyun waved his hand, 200 NK, anyway, we are not Europeans. We don't lack electricity, understood, NK. This is a unit commonly used in the field of low temperature, which is 10 to the -9th power K. As early as 19,995, when humans completed the first Bose-Einstein condensation, they had already achieved this accuracy. Now the record of the lowest temperature in the laboratory has broken through to the pK level, that is, the order of 38 trillionths of a degree Celsius above absolute zero. DOI org 10.1103 Revk 13.1236. However, the eye of the world test chamber does not have such sophisticated equipment at present, and Suyun's needs this time are not that high. 200 NK is enough. The temperature began to drop quickly, -26 degrees, -38 degrees, -73 degrees, -206 degrees, until 199.996 NK. In just 3 seconds, the temperature of the capture zone was infinitely close to 200 NK. As the temperature dropped, a large number of solitary particles that were temporarily in a state of entity were completely frozen around the p-type semiconductor. Then a double achromatic vertex detector with a magnetic stiffness of 9.4 T/m slowly fell from above the channel and began to study the solitary particles using cloud chamber methods. Liang Horan once said that the solitary particles lasted for about 15 seconds. After all, in this experiment, the 4,685 Greek letter lambda hyperon disappeared first, not directly colliding with the solitary particles as before. The magnitude of the interaction is far less than that of Academician Pan's first experiment, so the duration will naturally be longer. From his report to Suyun's instructions, Ye Yingying's input of the password, and the temperature drop, all the links took about 0.10 seconds. That is to say, the frozen solitary particle has actually begun to decay at this time. As we all know, when a particle decays, its final state carries momentum. But if we look at it from the stationary coordinate system relative to the initial state particle, the energy sum of the final state particle is the mass of the initial state particle. Therefore, when calculating the invariant mass of the final state particle, there will be a delta function here for the mass of the final state particle. At the same time, since the initial state particle is unstable, according to the principles of quantum mechanics, the unstable particle will have a width the inverse of the half-width is its lifespan. Therefore, In terms of technical means, a two-dimensional graph of invariant mass number of events can be made based on this situation, and then the obvious peak can be used to determine whether the particle is in the ground state. Therefore, the project team quickly began relevant testing. The injection is in progress, and the tree diagram has been transmitted to the main operation terminal. The results of high-energy photons are not very obvious, and the distribution of invariant mass seems to have no regularity. It doesn't matter, this is normal. After all, isolated point particles themselves have no static mass definition. It is not surprising that our equipment cannot accurately measure those data. By the way, what about the results of high-energy muons? The Feynman diagram has been released, and its properties are somewhat similar to collinear divergence. That is, it is very close to a certain final state trait, Dr. Su. I have also sent you the diagram of the reconstruction of the hard scattering process, Dr. Su. The takeaway will be delivered in about an hour. Various information gradually arrived at the operating table in a regular pattern. Everyone was concentrating on their own work, collecting, entering, and calculating various data. Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong did not just watch, and they also personally processed various data. Just like that. Time passed slowly by minute. 2 hours later. On the display screen in front of Su Yun and Lu Chaoyong, a somewhat strange image was displayed. The content of the image was a 3D model with some ups and downs similar to hills. Although most of the areas had convexities and concavities, the amplitude was relatively small. The only exception was the area on the far left. At this moment, in the area on the far left, there was a convexity that stood straight up like an Optimus Prime, and the style of the painting was extremely unusual. In front of it, the other undulating areas were as small as ordinary humans standing next to Tiga. It was as if everything was accumulated here. Looking at this image, Su Yun couldn't help but look at Lu Chaoyong, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes at the same time, and they exhaled lightly. Then Lu Chaoyong took the initiative to make way half a body and walked aside. At the same time, he cast a look at Su Yun and said, "Zio Su, you tell me about this matter." Su Yun knew that Lu Chaoyong was giving him an opportunity to build momentum, so he nodded to him politely. Then he turned to look at the audience, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Everyone, please be quiet." The audience could hear a pin drop. Su Yun's chest swelled slightly, and he took a deep breath and said, "Now, I officially announce that with everyone's unremitting efforts, we have successfully completed the ground state treatment of isolated point particles. Considering the special nature of isolated point particles, there should be no other group competing with us on the same track, so in a sense, we are also the ground state treatment of isolated point particles in the entire physics community." First breakthrough. As Su Yun said this, the atmosphere on the scene condensed slightly, and then a burst of cheers and applause broke out. "Woohoo, Su Shen is awesome, Ola, oh yeah." First breakthrough. This atmosphere was not a deliberate pose by everyone to show their support for Su Yun, but a reflection of their true thoughts. After all, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts and a good start for the project team. From a metaphysical point of view, it is undoubtedly an excellent good start. Secondly, there is also a very realistic reason. That is, with the first breakthrough of the ground state of solitary point particles, even if the project team does not produce any results in the future, they can all get a second author article in a journal starting from the second zone of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That's right, starting from the second zone. If you are lucky enough, it may even be higher. This is not a fantasy, but is supported by real data. As of 2022, the physics community has observed only 18 quasi-particles with high Greek letter psi oscillations. The earliest one was rubidium in 1995, and the most recent one was exciton in 2011. Among these 18 particles, except for strontium, which was published in Advances in Physics X, and calcium, which was published in C Post Physics, 2 journals of the second zone of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The other 16 were all published in the first zone journals, including the ultimate peak of CNS. So if we discuss Su Yun and his team's experimental results today alone, there is actually no such thing as luck to be published in the first zone journals, but it is a guaranteed thing in the bag. But don't forget, academician Pan and Zhao Hangguo's paper on the discovery of solitary point particles has not been published yet. When the time is right, they will definitely publish a paper describing isolated point particles with Su Yun as a co-author. That is a result that will definitely be published in the CNS journal and will inevitably cause a lot of discussion. In this way, The ground state technology of isolated point particles alone may be regarded as a derivative research and automatically declined to a lower level. Just like two teams participating in the League of Legends S game, one broke through history and entered the semifinals, and the other won the championship. Although the semifinal teams created the best results, in front of the championship, most of the heat will inevitably be divided. This is almost the situation that Su Yun and his team are facing at this time. But even so, the probability of the project team entering the first zone will not be less than 40%. In this case, how can everyone not be happy? Chapter 362 News about the Yongle Encyclopedia. To be honest, for the vast majority of hard-working master and doctoral students, a single second author paper in Zone may second not be that important to their graduate career. For example, some top professors' laboratories require that they have 3 first author papers in Zone 2 during their doctoral studies, not to mention the second author position. But at the same time, you say that second author papers in Zone 2 are cheap, but that's not the case. Many times, you may work hard for several months, but in the end you only get a third author, or a second author in Zone 3. Zone 2 and Zone 3, second author and third author, the difference of one word is like a chasm. Especially when you have achieved certain results, the value of a second author paper in Zone 2 is often higher. If the journal can be upgraded from Zone 2 to Zone 1. Although the rules of each school are different, most authors with second author papers in Zone 1 can generally get about 10 points in the comprehensive evaluation, while the comprehensive evaluation of first author papers in ordinary journals will only add 1 to 2 points. Of course, the above premise is that the first author is the supervisor. There are also some cases of co-authors, and I won't go into details about the dirty things in it. In short, in the eyes of the tools on the scene, it is obviously a good thing to have a breakthrough on the first day of the experiment. After everyone calmed down, Su Yun looked up at the time on the wall. At this time, the hour hand was infinitely close to the number 12, and it was only 5 or 6 minutes away from complete overlap. Seeing this, he clapped his hands to the people below the stage. Okay, everyone, it's getting late, and I'm sure your stomachs are starting to complain. I have asked school sister Yuzhi to help you order takeout, and the food has been delivered to the next hour. Now everyone should put down your work and fill your stomach to rest. Hula. Hearing the word eat, the atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly relaxed. A meal after hard work can often not only satisfy appetite, but also bring some spiritual comfort. Then, under the leadership of Su Yun and Lu Chaoyang, the group quickly sorted out the work in the laboratory, turned off the equipment, and came to the activity room next to the laboratory. The activity room is about 60 to 70 square meters. There are 3 spinning bikes placed diagonally opposite the entrance, and a rectangular wooden table in the middle that can accommodate more than 10 people. In addition, there is a ping-pong table and a simple small bed in the corner of the room, which can be used for leisure sports or rest during night shifts. At this time, on the dining table very close to Su Yun and others, there are 3 closed foam boxes. The word rice was written on the foam box on the far left with a carbon pen, and the other 2 were written with vegetables. Although the sealing performance of the foam box is very good, there is no smell leaking out of it. But many people seem to smell delicious food and swallow heavily. Lu Chaoyong came to one of the foam boxes with the word vegetables written on it with his hands behind his back, gently opened its lid, and the fragrance immediately hit him. Lu Chaoyong poked his head in and said in surprise, "Hey, boiled beef appetizer fish head. This is braised chicken nuggets. Pickled cabbage and pork intestines. Xiao Su, your food is good." Su Yun smiled and didn't explain too much. As a researcher who has lived 2 lives, he knows too well the feelings of the tools in the research group. For many researchers, it is not easy to eat on time. It is even more difficult to have a good meal on time. Many science students have lost a lot of hair and their eyesight is hundreds or thousands of degrees after studying for a master's degree, a doctorate, and a 4th year. The stomach and intestines are also left with old problems that are difficult to regulate. It's more than just miserable. Although the dieting project team is a small module subcontracted from Academician Pan's project, the relevant funds are fully borne by Hood and Bioscience. So in terms of food or logistics, Su Yun will naturally pull the full. For example, 3 meals. The specifications he gave are 3 meals per person cost 60, and midnight snacks are not included. To be honest, this is already a very high food treatment. After all, university canteens themselves have scientific research subsidies, and the cost of a group of people eating together is much lower than ordering a single person. Then everyone hurriedly brought out the dishes from the foam boxes. Some dishes were in small portions, while some dishes were in large portions in round plastic boxes. In short, there were many varieties. As for the boxed lunch, 2 boxes were calculated per person. In fact, most people might be almost full with 1 box, but in order to prevent someone from having a big appetite and not being able to fill their stomachs, Su Yun still asked Zhang Han, who was in charge of ordering, to order more. The rice that could not be finished could be added with some lao gan ma and ham sausage to make fried rice for midnight snacks, so there would be no waste. After the food was distributed, everyone gathered together in 2s and 3s and ate lunch happily. As the project leaders and brothers, Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan found a place to eat alone. Although the Chinese have a saying that you should not talk while eating and should not talk while sleeping, for a rough man like Wen Kexu, there are not many such rules when eating. At most, you should not chew while talking. Xiao Su, Lu Chaoyuan first gulped down a mouthful of kelp soup, then snapped the disposable chopsticks and said to Su Yun, "Now we have completed the ground state treatment of the isolated point particles, and it's almost time to divide the work and do our own things, but compared to the ground state treatment, no matter which project comes next, it may not be easy, and you have to be mentally prepared." Su Yun nodded in agreement. Although the omen of a good start is good, it is impossible to be so easy and smooth every time. All the following links are much more difficult than today, and they must be protracted battles again and again, and the difficulty is extremely high. At least it is impossible to solve the problem in a few hours like today. Normally speaking, it is considered lucky to complete 80% of the project within 2 months. Of course, this refers to the progress under normal circumstances. If Su Yun uses thinking cards like Oz, it is estimated that it should be able to shorten a lot of time. However, the project does not need to be rushed, so Su Yun is not going to cheat for the time being. 1 less thinking card is used, and it must be spent on the blade. While Su Yun was thinking, Lu Chaoyuan asked again, "By the way, Xiao Su, are you going to go home for the Spring Festival this year?" Su Yun was slightly stunned, put the piece of beef that was originally about to be stuffed into his mouth back on the rice, and sighed softly. "The company is at a critical juncture now, so I may not go back this year." No, Lu Chaoyuan was not surprised by Su Yun's answer. He had hardly returned home during the years he studied in Cambridge. "Have you told your parents?" Su Yun shook his head. "Not yet, I will plan to tell you next month." Unlike the standard protagonist template, Su Yun is an only child with no sisters, and both parents are alive at home. Su Yun's parents currently run an eyewear store in their hometown county, and their business is so-so. They don't make much money, but they won't starve to death. So under normal circumstances, Su Yun must go home for the Spring Festival. It's just that Huadong Biosciences is now at a critical juncture of development, and many projects are being intensively prepared or developed, and there will be a shopping peak before the Spring Festival. As one of the company's leaders, it is not convenient for Su Yun to leave at this time. Not to mention that Lao Su is temporarily staying at his home in Luzhou, which is also a very difficult situation to deal with. It is not appropriate to leave Lao Su alone to go back to his hometown. After all, Lao Su has not fully adapted to modern life. But it would be more embarrassing to take Lao Su home, bringing a strange boy home during the new year. It is possible that he will be mistaken for coming out. Moreover, with strangers present, it is difficult for everyone to let go at the dinner table. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Su Yun can only give up the idea of going home for the time being. In addition, Gukwa King and others in the company also have this plan. Everyone is going to find a place to eat New Year's Eve dinner together, so that they can have a companion to take care of them. Ding dong, just as Su Yun and Lu Chaoyuan were talking. Lu Chaoyuan's mobile phone on the table suddenly rang with a notification sound. He put down his chopsticks, took the phone and turned on the screen. Su Yun didn't care much about it and started eating by himself. But soon, he heard Lu Chaoyuan's exclamation, "Huh?" Seeing this, Su Yun raised his head, took away the grain of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth, and asked, "What's wrong, Professor Lu?" Lu Chaoyuan turned over his phone and shook the screen towards Su Yun. A push message was displayed on it. "Look, Xinhua News Agency issued a notice that the country seems to be planning to excavate the Yonglin tomb of the Ming Dynasty's 13 tombs, the tomb of Emperor Jiajing." Su Yun was slightly stunned, and after coming to his senses, he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. Sure enough, On the hot search list, there was a hot search: the country plans to start the Yonggling excavation project. The relevant news was released an hour ago, and it has now jumped to the 5th place in the hot search. The one hanging at the top was an article from Xinhua News Agency. According to the GUI office today, several historians jointly submitted a signed letter of intent, believing that today's archaeological technology is relatively mature, and applied to establish a Yonggling project committee to carry out excavation work on Yonggling. The mausoleum of Emperor Zhang in the Ming Dynasty's 13 tombs. Lu Chaoyuan on the side was also swiping the screen, as if looking at some comments. This hot search is so fast, it's now the 5th. Oh no, the 4th. Lu Chaoyuan and Su Yun were very close to other members of the project team, and the sound of their conversation naturally reached the ears of the people around them. So soon. Several people also flipped through their phones. As they watched, a girl with short hair blinked curiously. The Yonggling Mausoleum of Emperor Zhang is the mausoleum where the Yongle Encyclopedia is said to be. Tang Fei, who was second only to Lu Chaoyuan in age, nodded and explained, "Yes, but this is just a rumor and it is unlikely. According to the current exploration results of the Yonggling Mausoleum, there should not be enough space in the Yonggling Mausoleum to hold the Yongle Encyclopedia. Obviously, this guy is also a senior Ming fan." Then Tang Fei let out a light click of his tongue, and the expression on his face gradually became a little puzzled. But it's a bit strange that the higher-ups would actually propose a plan to start the excavation of Yonggling. Hearing this, Yi Zhi, who was in charge of ordering takeout, cooperated and supported the situation. Dr. Tang, why is it strange? I've seen that many emperors' tombs have been excavated, haven't they? Tang Fei shook his head lightly, put down his chopsticks, and said, "In our Chinese archaeological community, there is a saying, archaeology does not go beyond the Ming Dynasty, which means that tombs after the Ming Dynasty are rarely excavated, because the traditional view is that the later the time, the richer the documentary materials, the more comprehensive the historical research, and the smaller the role that archaeology can play." Of course, the case of tomb robbery is an exception. Many of the tombs of Qing emperors have been destroyed by tomb robbers. As for the Ming Dynasty tombs, only Dingling has been excavated after the founding of the People's Republic of China, and that excavation work caused a tragedy in the history of Chinese archaeology. Yi Zhi said, "Hey, tragedy?" Tang Fei nodded, a heavy look emerged on his face, and he sighed. Due to technical and conceptual problems, a large number of cultural relics were quickly weathered and destroyed after being unearthed. The coffins were ordered to be thrown off the cliff by the director of the museum office. The remains of Emperor Wanli and the Empress were smashed to pieces in those years. The loss is incalculable. For this reason, in 1997, GUI also issued the Notice on Strengthening and Improving Cultural Relics Work. The notice clearly stipulated for the first time that due to the lack of scientific and technological conditions, means and other conditions for cultural relics protection, large-scale imperial tombs will not be actively excavated for the time being, and it has continued to this day. Hearing Tang Fei's words, Su Yun on the side also sighed slightly. The excavation of Dingling that Tang Fei mentioned is also the first imperial tomb project in New China that has been approved by the state, planned, organized, and actively excavated. In fact, the earliest project to be excavated was Changling, which is the tomb of Ming Changzu Zudi. It was in October 1955 that Mr. Guo Moro, the first president of USTC, received a letter from Wu Han, then deputy mayor of Yanqing. It said, "Mr. Guo, regarding the excavation of Changling, all parties have expressed their approval. A manuscript has been drafted to GUI. Please consider revising it if it is usable. Please take the lead, and Fan Wenlin, Shen Yanbing, Deng Tuo, and Zhang Su will all sign in approval." This report was quickly sent to the higher authorities, but due to the difficulty of excavation, it was not until April 1956 that the decision was made to try excavating Dingling first. On May 17, 1956, the excavation project of Dingling was officially launched. This also officially opened a prelude to a well-known tragedy in the history of Chinese archaeology. The entire process of excavating the mausoleum went smoothly, with no casualties, and there were no supernatural things encountered in archaeological novels. In just a few days, the archaeological team quickly entered the underground palace. In the rear hall of the underground palace were parked the coffins of Emperor Wanli, Empress Xia Aduan Wang, and Empress Xia Jing Wang, which had not been damaged before and the burial objects were intact. In addition, 2,648 artifacts of various types were unearthed, excluding coins and buttons. Among them, textiles and clothing were the largest in number, totaling 644 pieces, mainly silk fabrics. In addition, there were 289 gold artifacts, 271 silver artifacts, 65 bronze artifacts, 370 tin artifacts, 51 jade artifacts, 84 lacquerware, and 248 jewelry. However, due to the serious lack of cultural relics restoration and preservation technology at that time, experts used polymethyl methacrylate toluene solution to reinforce these unearthed silk fabrics. The result was that the initial effect was good, but after some time, these treated silk fabrics began to have problems. They gradually lost their luster, softness and elasticity, and not only turned black and hard but also became brittle. In addition, there was no constant temperature, humidity and light-proof warehouse to preserve cultural relics at that time, resulting in most of these silk fabrics being seriously damaged. At the same time, in order to meet the exhibition needs of the Dingling Museum, replicas of the coffins of Emperor Wanli and Empress were made at that time. Unexpectedly, after the replicas were made, a person in charge of the Dingling Museum ordered people to throw the original coffins into the ravine as garbage. From then on, the original coffins of Emperor Wanli and Empress disappeared without a trace. Today, the replicas are still on display in the underground palace. As for the bodies of Emperor Wanli and Empress, they were also publicly smashed and burned in the square of Dingling Museum during the years of great changes. So since then, China has never started the excavation of the emperor's tomb. Chapter 363 News about the Yongle Encyclopedia. In short, due to the tragedy that occurred before and after the excavation of Dingling, for a long time afterwards, both the decision-makers above and the archaeological community themselves chose to avoid the excavation of the ancient emperor's mausoleum. Even if there are excavation tasks for non-emperor mausoleums, they often choose very gentle excavation techniques. For example, the famous terracotta warriors and horses pit of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. The terracotta warriors and horses have been discovered since 1974, and pit number 1 is still being excavated. Students who have visited the terracotta warriors and horses should have seen the staff excavating cultural relics in a live broadcast style. They all cleaned them up little by little with a brush. Another example is the Sangsingdu, which has been very popular in recent years. Sangsingdu has been excavated for a full 37 years, and only about 0.2% has been excavated. The reason is that they are worried that the tragedy of Dingling will happen again. However, technology connects the present and the future, while archaeology connects the past and the present. Pursuing the truth buried in history has always been a very positive and supportive appeal. At the same time, with the development of science and technology in recent years, archaeological technology has also been constantly changing. At least in terms of constructing anoxic protective faults, both domestic and foreign countries have already developed very mature technologies, which are much stronger than more than 60 years ago. Still, taking Sangsingdu as an example, most of the unearthed cultural relics are well preserved and have not been damaged even when on display. Therefore, the technological progress is actually quite obvious. Many archaeologists are actually unable to hold back their impulses, but they lack a suitable opportunity to vent this emotion. They are like a group of students who have reached the end of class but are dragged by the teacher. They will respond as soon as someone yells, "Teacher, class is over." In this case, whether to excavate the emperor's mausoleum is actually just a small push. And now, with the completion of Su Yun's mission, a certain ancient book has walked out of the mist of history and returned to Yongling after hundreds of years. It turned a certain uncertain speculation into a fact that only Su Yun knows for the time being. As a mission reward, this ancient book is destined to appear in the world. So naturally, under the influence of this unknown force, some opinions of the upper echelons began to have a slight bias and contributed to the formation of the excavation plan. In fact, even without the indirect influence of the halo, it shouldn't be too long before the next opening of the Imperial Mausoleum. In reality, this is inevitable after emotions and technology have reached a certain point. Then he returned to reality. After explaining the tragedy of Dingling Mausoleum to everyone, Tang Fei picked up his phone again and swiped it a few times, then said, "Look, you see, there are quite a few people supporting and opposing it online, and it seems that it won't stop in a short time. Of course, what is on the hot search today is just a prototype of an opinion. It will probably take some time to form a plan and establish a project, Like the Dingling Mausoleum back then, it took almost 2 years from project establishment to planning to construction. 2 years? That long? Yzhi on the side stuck out her tongue. For scientific researchers like them who are working on small modules, 2 years of project establishment time is indeed a bit long. Dr. Tang, I saw on the internet that the entrance to Yongling Mausoleum has been determined. Right, in that case, why does it take so long to prepare? Tang Fei waved at the girl and explained, excavating a mausoleum is not as simple as finding the entrance. For example, remote sensing detection shows that the interior of Yongling Mausoleum is already full of accumulated water. In this case, there are 2 problems to consider. First, how intact are those cultural relics that have been soaked in water? How should they be protected after being unearthed? Are they half wet, completely wet, or 3/4 wet? Different humidity states correspond to different preservation techniques, and we may even use exhaustive methods to refine the situation to values such as 5% or even 3%. Secondly, are there other secret rooms under the underground palace? As he spoke, Tang Fei put his 2 palms in an up and down position, with about 4 or 5 centimeters in between. For example, if the Yongle Encyclopedia is indeed stored in Yongling, then there must be other spaces under its ground, which is the palm below me, because according to the current detection results, the tomb structure of Yongling is in the shape of a letter A. And it is impossible to store the Yongle Encyclopedia, and there are no other tombs in the horizontal direction. If the Yongle Encyclopedia really exists, then the area where the tomb is stored must be on the lower level. Then he suddenly thought of something, turned around, smiled and said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, if you can tinker with a gravity gradient meter, you may be able to scan the situation of the underground palace. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Tang Fei's seemingly joking words fell into Su Yun's ears, but made him slightly stunned. Use a gravity gradient meter to detect Yongling? This seems to be a good idea. After all, in the entire project establishment process, the most time-consuming is the relevant analysis of the situation in the underground palace. Assuming that the entire project establishment takes 2 years, the latter will take up at least more than half of the time. If the gravity gradient meter can be launched, then these will no longer be a problem. For example, the GOES satellite of the European Space Agency. Its detection depth above sea level is 4,000 meters. In the absence of interference from surface buildings, it can detect the situation 300 meters underground. Emperor Zhang Zhongjing is not a mole alien. No matter how deep the underground palace of Yongling is, it is impossible to be as deep as 200 meters. The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is only 27 meters. So Su Yun silently kept this matter in mind to see if there is any possibility of getting in touch in the future. After all, the buff effect of the Yongle Encyclopedia is quite considerable. It can be seen 1 day earlier, and it can take effect 1 day earlier. After lunch, the well-fed people return to the Eye of the World test cabin and continue their research. After solving the ground state problem of isolated particles, the entire research team officially entered the division of labor stage. This was also decided at the beginning of the project. Among them, Su Yun led 6 members including Dr. Tang Fei and Dr. Zhang Han to conduct only one main research content, the application of isolated particles in the measurement module. This is a more difficult project and belongs to the research of practical application. What does this mean specifically? For example, when Su Yun and his team conducted experiments earlier, the beam tube channel used was a circular pipe buried underground with a circumference of more than 400 meters. This is the so-called laboratory conditions. But if the isolated particles are transferred to the gravity gradient meter, you can't equip the gravity gradient meter with a pipe of several hundred meters to carry out particle collisions, right? You know, the gravity gradient meter is going to the sky. If it is equipped with a pipeline of several hundred meters, then it should not be called a gradient instrument, but an aerospace aircraft carrier. If this thing can really go to the sky, it will not be a matter of scientific research. It is possible that Elizabeth II and Abayoba will be shocked to life. This is the difference between laboratory and real application. Therefore, if you want to use isolated point particles on the gravity gradient instrument, Su Yun and his team must complete another thing: store the isolated point particles that have become entities for a long time. But as mentioned earlier, the time for isolated point particles to have entities is only a short 15 seconds, and the steady state required in the application stage of the gravity gradient instrument is often at least several hours. The difficulty in this regard is very high. Even if you let 4685 Greek letter lambda hyperons keep dying for love, it is difficult to achieve the above indicators. Of course, the difficulty is high, and the corresponding paper results are also high. The two are positively correlated. As for Lu Chaoyuan on the other side, their team is responsible for the 5 projects of structure freeze, barrier drawing, polaritons, Gaussian boson sampling, and spatial coherence of isolated point particles. Su-Yun will also help with the structural freeze and barrier drawing, which can be regarded as a cooperative project. In short, whether it is Su-Yun or Lu Chaoyuan, the second round of challenges they face are much higher than the ground state link of isolated point particles. Dr. Su failed again. Hearing the results from Zhang Han on the observation screen, Su-Yun's face did not change. Got it, thank you for your hard work, Sister Zhang. Zhang Han retracted his eyes from the computer screen in front of him and quietly glanced at Su-Yun standing on the main operating table. Su-Yun keenly noticed a little action of the female doctor, so he cast an inquiring look at her. What's wrong, Sister Zhang? Zhang Han shook his head quickly, hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, nothing, but Dr. Su, you seem to be, how should I say, about this result. Su-Yun smiled at her, not so disappointed with this result. Right, Zhang Han nodded gently. This is the second day after the division of labor of the entire project group. Since yesterday afternoon, the team led by Su-Yun has launched a charge on the application of isolated point particles in the measurement module. Only 2.5 days had passed. The project team had tried no less than 20 experiments, but at most they could only extend the time for the solitary point particle to materialize to 17.4 seconds. Therefore, including Zhang Han, everyone was a little depressed. After all, those who could enter this project team were all young people, and they were somewhat lacking in experience and emotional control. Although some things were expected long ago, when things really happened, they would more or less feel confused and depressed. Looking at the senior sister in front of him who was 4 years older than him, Su-Yun smiled and did not explain too much. Failure. In front of this word that could easily affect people of the same age, he had a far greater open-mindedness and patience than ordinary people. After all, he had been exposed to too many such things in his previous life, so many that he had already developed antibodies. For example, he once participated in a study on the free Fermion energy momentum tensor, and the data of the relevant primary field was only available once every 6 days on average. At that time, they tried for almost 2 years before they achieved a breakthrough in one of them. On the day of the breakthrough, the project leader also gave everyone a 3-day holiday. Su-Yun remembered very clearly that day he and several colleagues had an unprecedented meal at the Zifei restaurant, the most expensive restaurant in Chengdu at that time, and each person spent more than 1,000 yuan. Of course. Compared with that meal, Su-Yun was more impressed by another colleague who went for a health check and was picked up by the leader the next day. So to be honest, Su-Yun is not pretending to be cool or anything. The failure in this situation will not affect his Taoism at all. But then again, Su-Yun can sit firmly on the mountain, but it is difficult for other members to maintain an optimistic morale. At present, except for Tang Fei, almost every member of the entire research group is more or less depressed. This is not acceptable. It happened to be the interval between experiments, so Su-Yun thought about it and said to everyone, how about, let's go to see the stars tonight. Chapter 364 takes some time to look at the stars. In real life, when the words School of Physics, USTC are mentioned, the keywords of classical physics, quantum physics, academician Pan, and Lu Chaoyuan may pop up in the minds of most people. But few people know that the School of Physics, USTC, covers a wide range, and even includes a very unpopular department. Currently, according to the Division of Teaching and Research Functions, the School of Physics, USTC, has a total of 5 departments. The first one is naturally the Department of Physics. The Department of Physics is divided into 3 directions: condensed matter physics, biophysics, and microelectronics. Next is the Department of Modern Physics, which has 5 directions: theoretical physics, particle physics and nuclear physics, atomic and molecular physics, physical electronics, and spin physics. Among them, the accelerator that Zhao Zhangguo is in charge of belongs to particle physics and nuclear physics, which is also the department that Su-Yun joined after changing his major in his previous life. Then there's the Department of Optics and Optical Engineering, and the Department of Engineering and Applied Physics. In addition to the above 4 departments, USTC has another department, that is, the Department of Astronomy. This is actually a relatively unpopular major. Before 1998, for a long time, only Nanjing University, Peking University, and Beijing Normal University have undergraduate programs in astronomy. In 1998, USTC officially established the Department of Astronomy and Applied Physics, making it the 4th college in China to have an astronomy department. But even so, USTC has only 20 to 30 students in the astronomy department every year. And there are about 20 teachers. Su Yun once heard a poor guy who accidentally entered the astronomy department complain that every time there was an activity in the astronomy department, there was almost always a teacher sitting opposite one person, which looked like a blind date. Of course, there are also advantages to this ratio of people. That is, when undergraduates do scientific research, they will also have a tutor to lead them, and undergraduates can apply for funding. The undergraduate funding of the Department of Astronomy at USTC is generally 20,000 RMB, with a cycle of 1 year, to support various consumables, books, travel, etc. There is also an even more unpopular knowledge. That is, USTC not only has an astronomy department, but also an observatory. This observatory is the key laboratory of galaxy and cosmology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences located at the headquarters of USTC, and the name is a little difficult to pronounce. In October 2005, the Shanghai Observatory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the University of Science and Technology of China established a joint laboratory of galaxy and cosmology. In December 2008, the Chinese Academy of Sciences officially approved the establishment of the key laboratory of galaxy and cosmology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The key laboratory is divided into the Shanghai Observatory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the University of Science and Technology, respectively managed by the Astrophysics Laboratory of the Shanghai Observatory and the Department of Astronomy of the School of Physics of the University of Science and Technology. On the campus of the University of Science and Technology, the Department of Astronomy and the Observatory of the University of Science and Technology are so unpopular that even many students of the University of Science and Technology do not know that there is such a major and laboratory in their school. Even in a strict period, a student of the Department of Astronomy showed his student card to enter the school, but was suspected of being a forged student card. The security guards swore that there was no astronomy department in our school. But today, the Galaxy and Cosmology Laboratory, which was originally deserted, welcomed a group of new guests who were rarely looking around. In the southern part of the East District of the University of Science and Technology, in a building that looks very low-key. Wow, this is the Galaxy and Cosmology Laboratory of our school, looking at the surrounding silver-white smooth walls and the glass curtain wall above the head that simulates the starry sky. A girl with a ponytail and a pretty face couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. This is the first time I know that our university has such a laboratory." A young man standing next to the girl, who also had long artistic hair, couldn't help but twitch his face muscles twice when he heard this. "Actually, classmate, during the super blue moon in 2018, our laboratory was also open to the public. More than 1,000 people came at that time." Looking at this young man who was trying hard to emphasize the presence of the Department of Astronomy, Su Yun on the other side couldn't help but pat his shoulder. "Old Zhang, give up. Your astronomy department is a little transparent from top to bottom. There is no hope." Bump. The long-haired artistic young man raised 2 middle fingers to Su Yun, which was very contrary to his own style, and uttered a warm greeting. "Su Yun, your uncle." Su Yun immediately laughed. This young man who looked very artistic was called Zhang Haiguang, the same age as Su Yun, and was currently studying for a doctorate in astrophysics at the University of Science and Technology. Well, 24 years old, a graduate student. He and Su Yun were classmates in the junior class of the University of Science and Technology. They lived in the same dormitory at the beginning, and Su Yun was often tortured by his snoring. It was just that Zhang Haiguang studied theoretical physics at first, and later switched to astrophysics. From the time they entered school to now, the two have known each other for many years, and their relationship has always been pretty good. It was just that due to the direction of their majors, after the establishment of the company, Su Yun never found an opportunity to call Zhang Haiguang to help. Not long ago, after noticing that the atmosphere among the team members was a little depressed, Su Yun contacted Zhang Haiguang, hoping to come to the Galaxy Cosmology Laboratory to see the stars. Zhang Haiguang naturally welcomed this. You should have noticed that although the wall on this floor is very smooth, its surface has ups and downs. In the laboratory, Zhang Heguang led the way and acted as a tour guide. This is actually a tubular structure that bends from bottom to top, which expresses the concept of space-time curvature in Einstein's general theory of relativity. As for the spherical glass wall on the other side, it refers to the three-dimensional curved surface of space with a smooth transition. The visual effect is still very impactful. Then Zhang Heguang stopped and pointed forward, and look, everyone looked in the direction Zhang Heguang pointed. At this moment, there was a disc on the ground not far from them, and a small iron ball on the disc was swinging slowly. This device is not unfamiliar to Su Yun and other physics researchers. It is the famous Foucault pendulum. This is a very primitive device that can verify the rotation of the Earth. Whether in the conventional physics or astrophysics known to ordinary people, it has a very special status. Of course. In reality, the Foucault pendulum cannot really swing on its own due to air resistance. For example, the Foucault pendulum in the Yanjing Science and Technology Museum has to be manually activated 3 times a day by staff. Then soon, Zhang Heguang led everyone to the second floor. The painting style of the second floor of the laboratory is still the same silver-white walls, giving people a sense of tranquility, cleanliness and high technology. However, unlike the layout of the first floor, the ceiling in the center of the second floor is no longer covered with the glass curtains, but a huge gray hemisphere is hung. From a distance, it seems as if it has fallen from a higher floor. Su Yun didn't know Zhang Heguang in his previous life, so this was actually his first visit to the Galaxy Cosmology Laboratory, so he couldn't help asking, "Old Zhang, what is that ball?" "Oh, you mean the hemisphere?" Zhang Heguang pointed to a corner where several sofas of special appearance were placed. "It's called the dynamic luminous Earth. It's still being assembled. It can simulate the real-time starry sky of the entire Earth with high precision. After it's put into use, just lie on those lazy sofas, and then select the area you want to see, and you can watch the stars like lying on the prairie." Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. "This is a very interesting device. Basically, you can watch wherever you want. This mode is somewhat similar to the remote live broadcast on the internet, that is, a camera in a certain place turns on a soft background music, and broadcasts the real-time car conditions, pedestrians or some outdoor scenery to other viewers who can't come. However, the audience of this device is obviously not Zhang Heguang, who can watch the stars every day. In other words, the Galaxy Cosmology Laboratory seems to be ready to open to the public." Then Zhang Heguang took everyone to visit some other modules, and finally arrived at an observatory. The base of the observatory is a very standard circle, with a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters and a height of about half a meter, divided into several steps for people to walk on. In the center of the base is an astronomical telescope, which is about 400 millimeters in diameter. Actually, because of light pollution in Luzhou, the urban area is not suitable for observation points next to the observatory. Zhang Heguang patted the armrests and explained to everyone, "The most suitable spots for stargazing in Luzhou are Dashu Mountain and Ziping Mountain, where you can see many beautiful and unique constellations, but the conditions are good tonight, and everyone comes here mainly to relax, so I discussed with Lao Su to observe directly on campus. Our laboratory has a 430 mm main astronomical telescope, a 60 mm wave telescope, and some other disassembled and movable equipment. This telescope has been almost debugged. Who wants to try it first?" Me. Zhang Han raised his hand quickly. This female doctor has a very active personality. After getting familiar with everyone, she has a bit of a social cow posture. Dr. "Zhang, where's Leo?" "I am a standard Leo." Zhang Heguang nodded with a smile. "Leo, right? No problem. For someone like him who has been bored in the observatory for a long time, the more lively the guests are, the better, as long as they don't make unreasonable demands." Then he stepped forward and adjusted the telescope data with familiarity. After a few minutes, he clapped his hands neatly. "Done. The brightest one is the main star of Leo, Regulus 14. Zhang Han hurried to the side of the telescope, brushed his long hair that was originally blocking his vision to the back of his head, and lowered his head to look. After a few seconds, Zhang Han's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, but his eyes were reluctant to leave the telescope. "I saw it. It's so beautiful. Xiaoi, come quickly." Seeing this, a group of people gathered around, and all kinds of voices chirped, "Let me see. Can Namek be seen? It's so beautiful." Dr. "Zhang, adjust this knob first, right?" "Oh, I understand. By the way, Is the image of the astronomical telescope positive or negative? A few minutes later. After teaching everyone the general steps, Zhang Heguang quietly withdrew from the crowd and handed the scene to Zhang Han and others. Then he walked straight to Su Yun, smiled and hammered Su Yun on the shoulder. Great, old Su, I haven't seen you for a while. Now you're a big boss and leading a project team. When can you win a Nobel Prize to open my eyes? Get lost. Su Yun gave him a middle finger in a friendly manner, and then pointed his chin towards the astronomical telescope. By the way, old Zhang, aren't you afraid that they will break the telescope if you're not there watching them? Zhang Heguang sneered, with a "you're too young" expression on his face. Old Su, you don't understand this. This thing was designed with the possibility of human damage in mind, and all the key parts are as hard as tank armor. Look, the surface of the finder mirror. You can't even break it with a hammer. Okay, with the people you lead, even if they are allowed to try, they can at most tear off the leather of the seat a little. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, and after he came to his senses, he felt that it seemed to be true. Adding protective measures to public instruments is a technology or measure that has gradually become popular in recent years. For example, science and technology museums have been established in many places in China, and their main function is to popularize scientific and technological knowledge to young people. In order to prevent some naughty children in the target group from causing trouble, some equipment will use many very sturdy protective measures. For example, the astronomical telescope in the Magic City Science and Technology Museum uses tank armor and bulletproof glass, which costs tens of thousands per square meter. But what is even more outrageous is not this incident, but that there really was a naughty child who smashed the glass with a fire extinguisher. Then Su Yun glanced at the people surrounding the telescope, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He coughed lightly and said to Zhang Heguang casually, Lao Zhang, what are you doing recently? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, The Layout of the Divine King Planet. What am I doing recently, besides Su Yun? Zhang Heguang raised his eyebrows, spread his hands helplessly, and sighed. What else can I do in such a crappy place? In the morning, I turn on the computer, get a glass of water, read literature, type code, and get scolded by my tutor. Then I eat lunch, play with cats, take a nap, watch TV series, and turn on the computer again in the afternoon, get a glass of water, read literature, type code, and continue to be scolded by my tutor. Looking at Zhang Heguang, who was mumbling, Su Yun's face suddenly showed a trace of sympathy. Speaking of the four words astrophysics, most people may have such a picture in their minds. Under the vast and deep dark blue background, a huge planet is flashing dazzling light, and several other smaller stars are rotating around it. The tails of those stars dragged a series of light white tracks, forming a rotating vortex with a central planet. But in fact, the major of astrophysics actually involves a large number of mathematical formulas. Most of them read literature and deduce formulas every day, and then make a cup of wolfberry tea and sigh about life, of course. For doctoral students like Zhang Heguang, in between the hard days, they will more or less participate in some other large and small projects. So after complaining, Zhang Heguang still had a bitter face and counted on his fingers. In addition to the literature, HKUST recently subcontracted a part of the sky survey data analysis, and this job fell on me. I'm almost redshifted from reading so much. There are also some projects of LAMOST and HXMT, as well as research on black hole models and X-ray binary systems. Anyway, it's very boring. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. Then he quickly glanced at Zhang Heguang, and found that the other party's attention was not on him, so he pretended to be curious and asked, X-ray binary system? Old Zhang, I remember there was a report that our solar system might also be a binary system. Is there a star in the far distance of the solar system? Is there any progress now? What progress can there be? Zhang Heguang snorted disdainfully and spread his hands. It's just some marketing accounts that are leading the rhythm. Nemesis is almost as dead as Woojin now. You can search NASA and you will know that the last project team exploring Nemesis was disbanded last year due to lack of funds. The project mentor is now playing guitar and singing on TikTok every day. This is a true story. Su Yun, oh my goodness. I just asked a question casually, but the follow-up content is so exciting. Perhaps it was because of Su Yun's words that he was interested, Zhang Heguang continued to add. However, compared to the illusory second star in the solar system, the research on the ninth planet is still quite hot. Su Yun was slightly stunned, and after coming to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Heguang thought for a while, reached into his trouser pocket, and took out his mobile phone. He fiddled with it for a few times and swiped out a page, and handed it to Su Yun. "Here, it's still the Pluto killer Mike Brown. They recently discovered another asteroid with an abnormal orbit, and the deflection trajectory of this asteroid is higher than the original 6 examples. It is difficult to explain it with simple coincidence, so the probability of the ninth planet is raised at once." Su Yun took the phone with a subtle mood and read it carefully. Sure enough, as Zhang Heguang said, the Mike Brown team that has been arguing with the Kuiper Belt objects in recent years has announced the discovery of another asteroid with an abnormal orbit. Mentioned earlier. At present, the most critical evidence supporting the existence of the ninth planet is the movement tracks of Sedna, 2004 VN 112, 2007 TG 422, 2010 GB 174, 2012 VP 113, and 2013 RFS 98. The orbits of these 6 asteroids have some similarities, such as the tendency of perihelion to gather in a certain direction, etc., which ultimately led to a common source of gravity. But this is just a simple data analysis, and there are other explanations for this situation. Therefore, this topic has always been very controversial. Unexpectedly, Mike Brown, the Pluto killer, has discovered a new asteroid. Of course, this asteroid still cannot be regarded as substantial evidence. It can only be said that it makes the ninth planet more likely in mathematical calculations. Su Yun then handed the phone back to Zhang Heguang, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Old Zhang, when was this discovery announced?" Zhang Heguang took the phone, put it back into his trouser pocket after the screen was turned off, and recalled, "It's been a while, about 3 or 4 months." Su Yun heard this, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. At this time, less than 2 months had passed since he returned to reality, which means that the discovery of Mike Brown's team should have nothing to do with the Halo mission. It was just because of professional barriers that Su Yun had not noticed this information before. It seemed to be a pure coincidence. On the other side, Zhang Heguang's voice was still coming, so in the past few months, many laboratories at home and abroad have restudied this topic. For example, across the sea, there are 3 project teams under NASA, and 5 under the European Space Agency. Counting various observatories and universities, the number should not be too small. There are probably 6 or 7 project teams in China. Of course, the number seems large, but the funds approved are actually relatively limited. In the final analysis, it's just a probability. Su Yun nodded in understanding. This is a very easy to understand situation, because there are so many astronomical phenomena in the universe. In the vast starry sky, there are countless examples that are more amazing than the orbital deviation of a certain asteroid, such as the Tabby star mutation, Jupiter's Great Red Spot, the eternal light peaks, etc., all of which are mysterious and shocking. The anomaly of a certain star may be able to write a very good paper, but if you want to use it to obtain high research funds, the possibility is very low. Then Su Yun was silent for a moment, and continued to pretend that nothing had happened and asked a question. "Tisk, the ninth planet in the solar system, Lao Zhang, have you got any results in your laboratory?" Although the Department of Astronomy of USTC is not well known in the school, it is well known in the industry. For example, the Graduate School of Purple Mountain Observatory has been assigned to USTC, and half of the domestic astronomical institutions are related to USTC. Therefore, Su Yun's question sounded quite normal to Zhang Heguang. The international community is uncertain, but if there is a domestic university that is most likely to produce results on the ninth planet, then USTC is obviously the best answer. Not yet. Lamost has just sent 2 images, and the results that have been released so far are not optimistic. Su Yun was slightly stunned. "Lamost, what's wrong?" Seeing Su Yun's expression, Zhang Heguang quickly looked him up and down. "If you dare to criticize Lamost, don't blame me for beating you." Su Yun quickly waved his hands. No, I just haven't heard of Lamost for a long time. Don't think too much." Speaking of China's famous telescopes, most people may think of a word, Giziao Sky Eye. That is, the 500-meter radio telescope FAST. But in addition to FAST, China has several very famous telescopes. For example, the 25-meter radio telescope in Shanghai, the 13.7-meter integrated millimeter-wave radio telescope in Dilinghe, Qinghai, at the Purple Mountain Observatory, and the LAMOST, a large-area multi-object fiber optic spectroscopic telescope with mixed reputations. LAMOST was approved in 1997, started construction in 2001, and passed a national acceptance in June 2009. In April 2010, it was named the Guo Shaojing Telescope and officially started the Sky Survey in September 2012. It is a major scientific and technological infrastructure with extremely high investment in my country. However, after its operation, it exposed a big problem: it did not achieve the set goals in terms of effect, and the Sky Survey outside the Milky Way was almost completely failed. Because the extragalactic galaxies are much darker than stars, the design magnitude of LAMOST is 20.5, but the actual survey magnitude of LAMOST can only reach 18. As mentioned before, the magnitude is very special. The lower the magnitude, the brighter it is. But you have to know, galaxies brighter than magnitude 17.7 have been fully observed by SDSS. In other words, the new stars discovered by LAMOST are at most between magnitude 17.7 and 18.0. As of June 2017, LAMOST has actually observed more than 3 million extragalactic objects, but in the end only 150,000 galaxies and 50,000 quasars were obtained, which is only 2% of the original 10 million extragalactic object spectra. So from the established goal, it is a failure. But on the other hand, the mixed criticism is there. But what about the praise? That is, although LAMOST is not good in extragalactic galaxies, its effect in the Milky Way is at the top of the world. Well, not only first class, but also top. LAMOST can be compared with other star surveys in the world in terms of galactic science, such as Apogee in the fourth phase of SDSS. It has made extremely outstanding contributions to the research on special stars, galactic weighing, dark matter in the solar field, etc. Therefore, all along, the controversy about LAMOST has never dissipated. The DIS party said that the universe is so vast, and the Milky Way is just a very small corner, at most the entrance of a home. Investing so much but not being able to see outside the door is an irrefutable and major failure. Supporters of it think that we originally wanted to shoot rabbits, but we missed the rabbit and shot a pheasant. In fact, there is no difference. The Milky Way is big enough for humans. Isn't it good to be able to study the stars in the system? The Department of Astronomy of HKUST has made a lot of efforts in LAMOST, so for the students of the Department of Astronomy of HKUST, LAMOST is naturally filtered through their own filters. The topic returns to reality. Seeing that Su Yun did not have any mocking expression, Zhang Heguang nodded. Although LAMOST's effect on extragalactic galaxies is average, there are not many in the world that can surpass it in the Milky Way, so if nothing unexpected happens, there will still be no new discoveries of the ninth planet in the short term. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yun half-jokingly, "Why don't you come to my group to help, old Su? There are tens of millions of photos to be analyzed." The photos that Zhang Heguang mentioned are slightly different from the photos in the real concept. They are observation records composed of bands. The science and technology in 2022 are different from the 1850 in the weak copy. In the copy, all observatories around the world can only collect 30,000 observation records in 1 year, but in 2022, it can achieve a nearly infinite level. In 2022, the general mode of astronomical telescopes is like this: take a lot of photos, then remove cosmic rays first, then reduce background, reduce dark currents, and remove flat fields, and you can get black and white photos of the bands. Finally, give the multi-band photos a false color and synthesize them, and you can see the photos you see on the internet. So don't think that Hubble only transmits 120 G of information per week. In fact, it is all band content. The amount after analysis is unimaginable. It's just that most of them are useless. And Zhang Heguang's task is to screen moving celestial bodies through these pictures. For example, if the interval between photos is 20 minutes, then an algorithm is needed to screen whether there are planets in the photos that move at a speed of XX arcseconds because stars are stationary. Those that move are either asteroids, large planets inside or outside the system, comets, or aliens. It's just that the scale of the universe is too large, and comets or meteorites often appear in the solar system. Therefore, this screening work is still very difficult even with the assistance of supercomputers. at the observatory. Hearing Zhang Heguang's words, Su Yun was stunned again. Then he looked at Zhang Heguang seriously for a few seconds and confirmed, "Lao Zhang, are you kidding? I tell you, I am really interested in this. What are you kidding? This is not a highly computer-intensive research." Zhang Heguang rolled his eyes at him and explained, "This job is to use computer computing power to analyze images. Although our department is small, we undertake many projects, so there is not much computing power left for me. Like last week, could you believe that I only got 5,000 cores? If you are willing to help, let's do it later. It's too late today. Let's do it tomorrow. I will add you to the group tomorrow. To be honest, I have borrowed the computers of several of my younger classmates." Ahem, they all took the initiative to help. It's just an analysis program, and it is open source to the outside world. Just go to the website of the Academy of Sciences to download it, not to mention you, a physicist, even those who study geography can participate. Looking at Zhang Heguang who vowed, Su Yun's expression was still calm, but his mood was vaguely subtle. "This is considered. Someone sent maple flower love when you want to sleep? You know. Today, he seems to be leading a team to visit the observatory, but his actual purpose is to find out the news about the God King planet. According to Su Yun's original plan, if the current astronomical research on the 9th planet in the solar system is relatively slow, then everything will have to be considered in the long run. However, if its popularity is moderate in the near future, then I can find an opportunity to get involved." Unexpectedly, due to McBrown's new discovery, this research direction has regained its popularity, and even the University of Science and Technology has participated in it. In this way, Su Yun's concealment color reached its highest level. Therefore, in just a few seconds, Su Yun had a decision in his mind. He looked at Zhang Heguang and said seriously, "Son, take your dad with you." Chapter 366, Yian Bacteria's Breakthrough. The tour of the key laboratory of galaxy cosmology was undoubtedly an extremely novel experience for the project team. It is true that different fields are like different mountains. Looking at the vast starry sky, the starlight is like a curtain, and the whole person will instantly feel a lot more open. After a round of stargazing, both Su Yun and the members of the project team felt a little more relaxed, and they were just about to shout that the advantage was in their hands. With this motivation and self-confidence, the project team's experiment on the second day still failed. There is no way. Scientific research is like cats, which is very realistic. It is not something that can be broken through by filling some chicken soup for the soul and pumping chicken blood, otherwise humans would have counterattacked Nanman II by now. But compared with the previous day, everyone's mentality has become more stable. They will not be affected by the failure of the project. What can be expected is that this project is destined to be a time-consuming and laborious tug-of-war, and it is difficult to see results in a short time. But there is a saying that goes, if the east is not bright, the west will be bright, and if the north is dark, there will be the south. When the doubting project team was at a standstill, good news came from Chu Sheng. The laboratory product of Yian bacteria toothpaste has been successfully produced. The next morning, on the 4th floor of the University of Science and Technology Medical Center, Old Chu, looking at the white mass of sticky substance in front of him, Su Yun couldn't help but show a strong curiosity. "Is this the Yian bacteria toothpaste you made?" Chu Sheng, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms in front of his chest, with an unfathomable look on his face. "Of course, it's genuine, and I'll compensate you 10 times if it's fake." Su Yun glanced at him and ignored his boasting. "Words are not enough. Where's the report?" Chu Sheng pointed his chin to the right of Su Yun with a cold expression. "There it is, see for yourself." Su Yun gave him a friendly middle finger, then came to the table and started reading the report. Seeing Su Yun start to work, Chu Sheng also put down his arms and explained to him while Su Yun was reading the report, "Old Su, do you remember that we have already reached the specification of 30,000 U per milliliter for the cultivation of Yian bacteria? That density is about 50% of ordinary probiotic toothpaste. The difference is obvious, but it is far less than the concept of barrier. After that female donkey arrived at the University of Science and Technology, our supply of donkey hair increased a lot, and I can try various conditions with peace of mind. After more than a month, we finally determined the most suitable environment and temperature, and the specification of Yian bacteria cultivated has reached 70,000 U per milliliter." Su Yun nodded gently, indicating that he understood. "It was mentioned earlier. In the field of medicine and microorganisms, the smallest potency unit with a certain biological efficacy is called unit. It is called IU internationally. It is called U in China. There is no conversion between IU and U, only the conversion between IU and weight or between U and weight. That is to say, the dosage level of UL is a unit unique to China. Generally speaking, in China, vitamins are mostly expressed in IU. Antibiotics are expressed in U. For example, the specifications of penicillin are generally 200,000 U per milliliter, and erythromycin is 70,000. The largest new species unit found by Su Yun and others in moss before was 8,000 U, and a difference of 2,000 could break 10,000. Before Su Yun entered the wheat copy, the specifications of Yian bacteria had broken through to 30,000 U per milliliter. Now that more than a month has passed, it is not surprising to break through to 70,000. After all, Yian bacteria itself is a strain that survives in difficult environments, and its survival and reproduction capabilities are actually very strong. With sufficient supply of donkey hair and bean dregs, it is only a matter of time to cultivate high-density strains. In simple terms, it is a combination of permutations. Then Su Yun thought about it and asked Chu Sheng, then Lao Chu, what about the inactivation link, inactivation? This is a technology commonly used in various bacteria-containing foods. This technology does not completely kill bacteria, but through special means, it retains the original structure and characteristics of beneficial bacteria, but makes them no longer have the ability to grow and reproduce. It looks like castration, but it is quite different from castration. If I have to say, it is similar to the erasing of consciousness of puppets or magic weapons in many fairy tales, but their physical forms are still there. For example, the probiotics in probiotic yogurt are inactivated bacteria. Inactivation is also a key technology in the field of microbial toothpaste. The inactivation data is on the next page. Chu Sheng pointed at the report in Su Yun's hand, motioning him to turn the page, and continued to explain, actually, this is what I asked you to talk about today. The inactivation process of Yian bacteria is a bit special. Su Yun was slightly stunned, and his eyes suddenly became strange when he looked at Chu Sheng. Special? Don't you want to use Brother Donkey's materials again? For example, donkey whip. That's not the case. Chu Sheng's mouth twitched a few times, and he waved his hands quickly. The E1CB mechanism was used. Su Yun was stunned. E1CB mechanism? This is not a conventional inactivation method, right? That's why I said it's a bit special. Chu Sheng took off his glasses and scratched his earlobes that were a little sore from being pressed by the frame. Old Su, you should know that bacterial inactivation is actually a very mature technology nowadays, and there is no so-called patent or barrier. Most of the time, bacterial inactivation actually only needs to be replicated according to certain processes, similar to applying a formula. Su Yun hummed. Just as Chu Sheng said. The current bacterial inactivation technology is very mature, and there are basically only a few categories: ultraviolet radiation inactivation, high-temperature heating inactivation, repeated freezing and thawing inactivation, formaldehyde, alcohol inactivation, and ordinary acid or alkali inactivation. Just like the formulas in basic mathematics, there are rarely special cases in the inactivation process. But Yian bacteria are a little different. Chu Sheng put his glasses back on, sighed, and said, the activity of Yian bacteria is really too strong. We have used various physical or chemical methods, but the results are not ideal. Later, I thought about it and it should be related to the living environment of Yian bacteria. That sewer is the main excretion point of the University of Science and Technology, and all kinds of sweet, salty, sour and spicy foods are mixed together, so Yian bacteria passively acquire the property of not being easy to denature, just like the cousins in Zhuangzi. They eat spicy food every day and finally develop resistance to spicy food. So, in the end, I can only try quaternary ammonium alkali, using the E1CB mechanism to eliminate the hydrogen on the Greek letter beta carbon of Yian bacteria, thereby achieving the effect of inactivation. Su Yun immediately exclaimed, quaternary ammonium alkali, quaternary ammonium alkali. This is a very special alkali. It is at the same level as caustic soda in terms of alkalinity strength, but technically it is far from the category of alkali inactivation mentioned in the book. When heated, quaternary ammonium bases will undergo a reaction called the Hofmann rule, which is the opposite of the Zaitsev elimination rule. It is essentially a volume effect, which eliminates from sites with less steric hindrance and is completed through E1CB. E1CB, Su Yun touched his chin and asked, 1 step or 2 steps? Chu Sheng quickly replied, 2 steps. The acidic proton is removed to form a stable carbon anion, and then the lone pair of electrons on the carbon forms a Greek letter pi bond with a similar electrophilic carbon, forcing the leaving group to leave. I don't know why. After listening to Chu Sheng's explanation, Su Yun suddenly felt a little strange in his heart. It was as if something was floating in front of him, but he couldn't catch it no matter what. After a long while, Su Yun, who couldn't catch that thought, could only sigh helplessly and gave up the idea of going deeper. Strange. Haven't you been very self-disciplined recently? Why do I feel a little lack of brain power? Muttering something in his heart that Chu Sheng couldn't hear, Su Yun put the documents away again, and said to Chu Sheng, Old Chu, how effective is this toothpaste? Can it remove bad breath? The effect of toothpaste. Chu Sheng hardly hesitated and gave Su Yun a thumbs up. Needless to say, it's amazing. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Su Yun always felt that when Chu Sheng said this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. However, Chu Sheng soon realized his abnormality, and hurriedly coughed lightly, and said in a formal manner, I cough, a friend of mine has used this toothpaste. After using the toothpaste, the number of Neisseria and anaerobic streptococci in the mouth dropped sharply to 1% of the original. Without heating, Yian bacteria can suppress the number of these two bacteria to 40% of the normal value for 12 hours. If the user eats food during this period, the effect of Yian bacteria can still last for more than 4 hours. This effect is currently in the market. No one can beat it. Su Yun heard this, and the fingers holding the experimental report tightened suddenly. The report paper was pinched to make a dent. In the current oral cleaning market, there is only one toothpaste with relatively good effect. That is plant lysozyme toothpaste. Plant lysozyme can hydrolyze bacterial cell walls and dissolve a variety of oral bacteria. The plant lysozyme on the market is mainly extracted from figs. Judging from the laboratory data, it can indeed play a good role. However, although the data of plant lysozyme toothpaste in the laboratory is good, it is not satisfactory after commercialization. Because in principle, there are 4 factors required for lysozyme to take effect: temperature, sugar, enzyme activity and sufficient time. The temperature in the human mouth is obviously suitable, and the enzyme activity will naturally not be too bad through various means. But sugar and time are a big problem. The sugar on human teeth is not enough for lysozyme to take effect, and brushing teeth only takes 3 minutes in total. Some people do not have enough time, and lysozyme is difficult to take effect even if it has great ability. If you want to really have a deodorizing effect, lysozyme or enzymes are not very useful, and superactive bacteria such as Yian bacteria must be used. This is the gap between laboratory and real-life applications that has been mentioned many times before. The gap between the two is too big. Unfortunately, there are many manufacturers who use laboratory data to fool people or attract investment, and consumers are always the ones who are cheated in the end. In short, once Huot and Biodex Yian bacteria toothpaste can be launched on the market, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to the bad breath removal market. Of course, Lao Su, after introducing the effects of Yian bacteria toothpaste, Chu Sheng changed the subject again. At present, we have completed laboratory preparation. The toothpaste materials only use basic preservatives, abrasives and foaming agents, which are far from the level of commercialization, not to mention that the amount of donkey hair for cultivating Yian bacteria is not enough. If this toothpaste wants to be officially put into production, it still needs to be discussed within the company, but that is not my professional field. I don't have any suggestions for your reference. Su Yun nodded seriously. I understand, thank you, Lao Chu. As we all know, toothpaste is a daily necessity for cleaning the oral cavity. Its core main ingredient is actually an abrasive. In many cases, the content of abrasives in toothpaste can even exceed 50%. At present, common abrasives are mainly calcium carbonate, aluminum hydroxide, silicon dioxide, dehydrated calcium hydrogen phosphate, etc. Among them, calcium carbonate is mainly used in low-end toothpastes, such as toothpastes in some third-rate hotels, because its crystal particles are sharp and may wear teeth. It has poor compatibility with fluoride. Aluminum hydroxide is related to Alzheimer's disease, so in recent years, most companies have stopped using aluminum hydroxide as a toothpaste abrasive. Therefore, the abrasives commonly used in toothpaste production are generally the latter 3. The 3 types of abrasives are different and the prices are also different. Which material should be selected in the commodity stage requires further analysis. In addition, there are thickeners, flavors, taste improvers, appearance improvers, acid-base buffers, antioxidants, etc., which all need to be studied separately. After all, no matter how good a toothpaste is, it is not comfortable to use without a taste. Most of the so-called whitening and bactericidal effects of many toothpastes on the market rely on the psychological suggestion brought by the cool feeling of mint. In addition, the company must obtain some relevant procedures before it can produce toothpaste, but this is not difficult. When Xu Sheng started to study the proliferation of Inuit, Su Yun had already passed a gas with Gu Guangqing, and the relevant processes had already started. Domestic toothpaste only needs a product inspection report and product safety assessment information, and then obtain the registered product number and National Tooth Network registration number in the administrative region. At present, the basic departments of Huad and biotechnology have been established one after another, and Gu Guangqing has arranged personnel to submit relevant applications. As long as the commercialization process is completed, the toothpaste can be put on the shelves within a few days. And the potential market for this toothpaste is undoubtedly also an astonishingly large number. More than half an hour later, Su Yun left the laboratory. As a result, not long after he walked out of the medical center, his mobile phone rang. Su Yun took it out and found that the note was, "Mom." Su Yun contacted his family quite frequently, and he would make a video call or something once or twice a day, so he pressed the dial button as usual. But the next second, Su Yun shuddered all over and almost threw his phone away. "Son, Mom introduced a girl to you. She is in Luzhou. When do you think you can go for a blind date?" Chapter 367 Blind Date. Hearing this sentence coming from the microphone. Even though Su Yun has lived two lives, he couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. It was only a short 0.00001 seconds. The fear of being dominated by blind dates in his previous life emerged in his mind. "Son, you are 28, it's time to find a wife. Son, you will be 29 after the Chinese New Year, when can you bring a girlfriend back, Su Yun? You are already 32, go on a blind date tomorrow, look up, who else around you is 35 years old and not married? Don't go anywhere during the Chinese New Year, go on a blind date honestly, the 7 days are all full." Thinking of this, Su Yun shuddered rarely, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Even the crisis and the weak copy that fell into the hands of Dion Kaming and Harvey Clement did not make him so terrified. "It's too scary. Why is it that my mother, who is usually so gentle and virtuous, becomes so terrifying when it comes to blind dates?" Just as Su Yun was reminiscing about the painful memories of the past, his mother's voice came from the microphone again. "Hello, son, are you listening?" Su Yun knew very well how persistent his mother was on this kind of thing, so he could only resist the urge to hang up the phone and sighed weakly. "Yeah, I'm here." The signal was not very good just now. After getting Su Yun's response, the voice on the other end of the phone immediately became more lively, and started to chatter quickly. "Let me tell you, son, the girl originally studied at Jinling University, and this year she applied for a graduate degree in the Department of Chemistry at USTC. She said that she will be able to report to USTC in March next year, and she will be in the same school with you then. You too, report in March next year." Su Yun subconsciously interrupted his mother and asked, "If they report in March, then they will be professional masters, but they should have just finished the preliminary examination and haven't taken the re-examination yet. If that's the case, why did she come to Luzhou? And why did she say she would report next year? Admission will only be considered after the results of the retest are released. It is well known. Chinese master's students are divided into two types, academic masters and professional masters. There is not much difference in status between the two. Among them, professional master's students report around March every year. Academic master's students report around September. However, the two types of master's students are consistent in all aspects of the examination stage, with the first test around December and the retest around February. The first test does not require going to the school where you applied for the exam, but the retest requires going offline. Generally speaking, only after the results of the retest are announced can you ensure that you will pass the postgraduate entrance examination. Su Yun's question made the other party on the phone silent for a few seconds. Obviously, Su's mother did not expect her son to ask a tricky question from this angle. But soon, Su Yun's ears heard the muffled sound of a kitchen knife chopping on a chopping board. "Su Yun, Seeing this, Soo-yoon quickly shrank his neck and said weakly, "Ahem. It's just a habit, it's just a habit, Mom, please continue." Actually, he wanted to say something like our kitchen knife is not Zhang Zhongjing, we can shoot it sideways. However, considering that his mother might rush to Luzhou with a kitchen knife to clean up the mess after he said this, Soo-yoon wisely admitted his mistake. After a few seconds, Sue's mother said, "Anyway, I saw the photo of that girl. She is pretty and only 1 year younger than you. Also, let me remind you that this is the granddaughter of your grandfather's old comrade in arms. If you dare to stand her up, think about how you will meet your grandfather when you come back. Pay attention to watch it later." I'm hanging up, beep beep beep. Listening to the blind tone coming from the phone, Soo-yoon's expression was inexplicably a little bit amusing. I'm only 24, why do I have to go on a blind date? The first blind date in his previous life was at least 28. But then again, according to what his mother said, that was a blind date introduced by his grandfather, which is a bit difficult. Soo-yoon's grandfather was from Haedae province and joined our army in 1942, which was neither too early nor too late. Later, he went south with the army and met Soo-yoon's grandmother from the art troupe in Shanghai. When their relationship was established, they got married. Later, the two continued to go south with the team and finally settled in Fujian province. When Soo-yoon's grandfather was in the army, he was an ordinary platoon leader. He settled in Soo-yoon's hometown, a small fifth-tier county, and became the director of a cinema. After retirement, he was promoted to the treatment of a deputy director. This treatment is limited to medical care and pensions. There is no real power, but it is more than enough to live out his life. Unexpectedly, the old man did not suffer any losses on the battlefield, but was stabbed by his family. That person was Soo-yoon's uncle. The old man has been the director of a cinema for more than 10 years. In addition to a retirement building staff house without property rights, he also has a 3-story building of his own. As a result, more than 40 years ago, Soo-yoon's uncle found a girlfriend, who is Soo-yoon's current aunt. The two wanted to get this house into their own hands, so they devised a plan. The uncle went to find the old man and said that the aunt's family must have a house for marriage, and asked the old man to transfer the house. Later, Soo-yoon was not very clear about the specific things. After all, he was not born at that time. Anyway, the house was successfully transferred to the name of his uncle, and some materials were forged. 10 years later, the old man knew the truth and went to court to sue his uncle. At that time, the uncle was at the critical juncture of promotion, and was eventually defeated by his grandfather's interference. He rushed to the retirement building and broke Soo-yoon's grandmother's leg in a rage. This plot, that even a third-rate long ocean novel would not write, is a true story. This is not the end. The old man had no house, and the later retirement building was very damp, and it was a dangerous building due to disrepair. So Soo-yoon's parents took the two old people to live in their own home and raised them for 10 years. Over the years, the old man's treatment has gradually increased, and his health has become worse and worse. The uncle actually set his sights on the old man's inheritance. Since domestic laws do not allow the severance of the father-son relationship, the old man had no choice but to notarize a will. He said that he would not leave the inheritance to his uncle. This will was originally made in secret, and even Soo-yoon himself did not know about it at the time. However, the interpersonal relationship in Soo-yoon's hometown is too simple. I don't know how this matter got to Soo-yoon's uncle's ears. So in the past few years, Soo-yoon's uncle often came to Soo-yoon's house to kick the door and intimidate, carrying a recorder with him, deliberately provoking the old man to say something. The old man was hospitalized for countless times because of this, and his health was getting worse and worse. Now the two old men, one 95 and the other 96, are writing letters when they are awake, hoping to get their house back. In fact, the house in Soo-yoon's hometown is not expensive. The small building is estimated to be only 400,000 or 500,000 yuan now, at least for real estate. This money is really not much, but the anger is hard to get rid of. Therefore, facing the blind date proposed by the old man, Soo-yoon really has no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon sighed helplessly. It was obviously not like this in the previous life. Why did such a girl suddenly appear? Logically speaking, even if it is the so-called butterfly wings, it is unreasonable to fan Cupid's arrow, right? Ding dong. Just as Soo-yoon's thoughts were flying, his phone rang again. Soo-yoon clicked it and found that it was his father, who recommended him a WeChat business card. Soo-yoon's mother was an electronic novice, and his father was responsible for online shopping and money transfers. My father is quite good at it. After complaining that his father would even forward WeChat business cards, Soo-yoon clicked on the other party's message bar. The avatar on the other side was a towering mountain, and the name was Coast, which seemed to be quite disillusioned with the world. Then Soo-yoon clicked on the friend request and prepared to add the other party as a friend. However, just as he was about to press his finger, he was stunned again. What should I write in the friend request? My mother didn't say the other party's name. In his previous life, when he added a blind date as a friend, he usually filled in words like introduction by an XX and XX platform. But this time, you can't write that it's the grandson of your grandfather's comrade in arms, right? So Soo-yoon scratched his head and typed in 2 words, blind date. After writing, send it. After sending the friend request, Soo-yoon was ready to put his phone back into his pocket and go to the cafeteria for lunch. However, before he could press the screen off button, a line of words appeared on the screen in front of him. I have accepted your friend request, we can chat. Then, the chat box on the lock screen changed again. Hello, smiley face, obviously. The other party just passed the application online. Soo-yoon happened to have nothing to do at the moment, so he found a chair next to the medical center and sat down, typing, hello. After typing, he hesitated for a moment and added, my name is Soo-yoon, my mother introduced us to a blind date. As the second sentence was sent, the status bar of Coast quickly changed to the other party is typing. After a few seconds, the other party sent a message with sweaty soybeans, sweating, that's sorry, I'm the father of your blind date, Soo-yoon. At the same time, Soo-yoon's father also sent a message, I forgot to tell you, I'm not friends with that girl. The WeChat ID you received is her father's. Be polite to elders. Don't leave a bad impression even if it doesn't work out. Soo-yoon was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly slapped his head in annoyance. What the hell is going on? The father on the other side seemed to have sensed Soo-yoon's embarrassment, and the WeChat status bar kept changing between typing and nickname. This means that the other party typed a paragraph and then chose to delete it, and kept doing this over and over again. After a while, the other party didn't seem to find anything suitable to say, so he also sent a message, Dr. Soo, I asked my daughter to add you. You two can chat. Fist, Ziosu classmate. Okay, thank you. After about 10 seconds. Ding dong. Soo-yoon's WeChat received a new friend request. Compared to this father, the gender characteristics of this account are much more obvious. You can tell at a glance that it is a girl. The other party's avatar is a cute American short hair with white hair, lazily lying in the cat bed. I don't know if it is an online photo or a self-photographed photo. The account nickname is, and the location is Andorra. The application note is 3 simple words, Wengyujing. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. After hitting a wall with the girl's father, Soo-yoon unexpectedly found that his mentality was much calmer. Anyway, he couldn't be more social. So he clicked on the agreement without much hesitation, and after adding it, he took the lead in sending a message, hello, I am Soo-yoon. Soon, a reply came from the other side. Hello, I am Wengyujing. Then, just when Soo-yoon was thinking about whether to say a few polite words, the other party sent another message, Dr. Soo, when can we arrange a time to meet? Soo-yoon was stunned. According to what my mother said before, the other party is 1 year younger than me, that is, about 23, and at most 24 in terms of age. Most girls these days are in the prime, either still studying in an ivory tower or just entering the society. In theory, their social circles should not be so closed, and there is not much pressure to get married. Normally, they should be more resistant to blind dates. Fishing or honey trap? This is obviously impossible. The other party is the granddaughter of Soo-yoon's grandfather's comrade in arms, and the relationship is far beyond the introduction of ordinary acquaintances. Although I don't know the girl's personality and character for the time being, the whole blind date must not be a trap. Then Soo-yoon thought for a few seconds and typed a reply, no problem, but I may be busy during this period. How about we meet in 10 days, Cheawu? Okay, how about 15 days later? I just arrived in Luzhou recently and am in seclusion working on my thesis. Soo-yoon. Okay Cheawu, how about the South Lane Cat Cafe? Soo-yoon, no problem Cheawu, I'll contact you then. My phone number is 180xxxxx. Soo-yoon, yes, okay. My phone number is 138XXXXX Cheowu, OK emoji. After the other party finished the last sentence, there was no more news for a long time. Soo-yoon scratched his hair gently. It felt like chatting with a girl was more like completing a headphone transaction in the same city on Xianyu than a blind date. Then Soo-yoon subconsciously clicked on the other party's circle of friends and found that there was no permission set. The most recent one was posted 6 days ago. It was a photo of a cat bed with a white American short hair lying in it, just like the avatar. The content was, finally moved, room service fee is really expensive. The earlier one was about a train ticket, and the time was stretched to 24 days ago. The content was very brief, just a few words. Let's go, Lizhao, I'll be the one to enjoy it. Soo-yoon looked at it and swiped it, and found that the other party's circle of friends was not very frequent, and the social circle was relatively simple, at least from the perspective of the circle of friends. After a while, he didn't see even a selfie. Most of them were about trivial matters in life. But soon, Soo-yoon noticed a piece of content that looked a little special. This dynamic was posted more than 2 months ago, and there were 2 photos attached. The first photo was taken of the scene outside the window of a certain room. You can see that it seems that it has just rained outside, and there are some water stains on the window. The second one is a screenshot of a web page in pure English, and the dynamic text content is, "The paper in District 2 has been passed. I love this rain." Chapter 368 Pricing and Price War. Looking at the content of the circle of friends in front of him, Soo-yoon couldn't help but touch his chin. Is it his own 2 paper? Then he clicked on the English photo interface of the second picture, and found a word written on it, accepted. This means that the paper has been preliminarily accepted. Generally, after the step, it is proof, and after proof, it is usually payment, that is, the page payment. After you pay the bills, the last step is the online stage of publication. Then Soo-yoon enlarged the photo again, and after seeing the reply email of the journal, his eyes suddenly fixed. Wow, topics in current chemistry, it was mentioned a long time ago. In the current paper world, there are 2 ways of journal classification. One is C. The full name is Science Citation Index, which refers to a journal catalog index operated by Clarivat Analytics. The other is the Chinese Academy of Sciences Division, Journal Division Table of the Documentation and Information Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Although both journals are divided into 4 categories and both are highly authoritative, due to different judgment methods, the following situations often occur in both journals. A journal may be ranked Q2 and C, but ranked in Zone 1 in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and vice versa. Sometimes, there are even cases where a journal is ranked in Zone 1 of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but can only be ranked in Q3 and C, and Topics in Current Chemistry is one of the representatives. Although this journal can only be regarded as Zone 2 in the classification of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, its impact factor is as high as 8.905, which belongs to the Q1 level of C. It's just that a girl named Wang Yujing applied for a domestic postgraduate, so the Zone 2 statement was adopted. This is very interesting. If it were someone who likes to show off, perhaps the copywriting in the circle of friends would not be Zone 2, but CQ1. More importantly, according to my mother, the other party is 1 year younger than me, and she is also a postgraduate student who has just passed the examination. In other words, this girl was able to publish topics in current chemistry during her undergraduate period. Many third-year postgraduate students do not have this ability. Of course, this state of mind of surprise only lasted for a short time before Soo-yoon took the initiative to dispel it. After all, compared to others, his level of wall hanging was undoubtedly much higher. Then he put the phone back into his trouser pocket and left the medical center building. 3 days later. Huron Biotech headquarters. Conference room. Dear colleagues, Gu King was standing in front of the conference table at this time, pointing to PPT and said to everyone, as you can see, this is the analysis of the current status of the Chinese toothpaste market released by the China Economic Industry Research Institute at the beginning of the year based on the results of the 4th National Oral Health Epidemiological Survey. As of this year, 84.9% of Chinese residents have a positive attitude towards oral health care, and the oral health knowledge awareness rate is 60.1%. The rates of 5-year-old and 12-year-old children brushing their teeth twice a day are 24.1% and 31.9% respectively, and the rate of adults brushing their teeth twice a day is 36.1%, at present. The national per capita annual consumption of toothpaste is 3.8 standard tubes. If the rate of brushing teeth twice a day per person is increased to 80%, the per capita annual consumption of toothpaste can reach 5.5 standard tubes. Then Gu Guoqing paused, leaving enough time for everyone to digest the information, and continued, as far as the production status of the toothpaste industry is concerned, benefiting from the improvement of consumption levels, the overall output of toothpaste in my country shows a fluctuating growth trend. In 2012, China's annual toothpaste production was 470,000 tons, and by 2020, the annual output had reached 675,900 tons, and the direct feedback of production is, in 2020, the sales revenue of enterprises above designated size in China's toothpaste industry was about 26.5 billion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 6.81% in 2019, and this year it will probably increase to nearly 30 billion Chinese yuan. As he spoke, a trace of emotion appeared on Gu Guoqing's face. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 billion a year, this is a big cake. Everyone in the audience nodded. Tell the truth. When Su Yun first proposed to set up a project for Yian bacteria toothpaste, many people, including Zhang Zhou, the head of the USTC New Venture Fund, actually didn't care. For people like Zhang Zhou, they usually come into contact with various electronic products or emerging technology concepts, and have never done market research and understanding of daily necessities. Of course, this is not their fault. After all, the functions and perspectives are different. The USTC New Venture Fund is affiliated to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the venture capital projects must be closer to high-tech. They are looking for products with a more monopolistic concept, and the relatively low-end markets such as toothpaste is indeed a visual blind spot. But now that they heard what Gu Guoqing said, they suddenly realized. It turns out that the toothpaste market is so huge. That's 30 billion. You know, the domestic router market is only about 15 billion. Haven't you seen how many manufacturers are desperately engaged in research and development? Zhang Zhou, who was sitting in the audience, turned the pen tip a few times, thinking in his heart. There are not many biotechnology companies that he has cooperated with. It seems that it is necessary to adjust his cognition in this regard. Looking at the people with different expressions, Gu Guoqing quietly looked at Su Yun, and the two smiled at each other. Plan past JPG. The reason why Zhang Zhou and others have such expressions at this time is certainly because they don't understand the market. On the other hand, it can be attributed to the deliberate guidance of Su Yun and Gu Guoqing earlier before today. Whether it is Su Yun or Gu Guoqing, they hardly mentioned the problem of the toothpaste market. Su Yun only proposed an idea at the original board meeting and allocated a fund of more than 100,000 yuan as funding. What can more than 100,000 yuan do? It seems that the entire Yian bacteria toothpaste project is just a small item set up at random, similar to the act of scratching a lottery ticket. Now that the time has come, Gu Guoqing and Su Yun have really shown their fangs. As for the purpose of their doing this, it is naturally to increase Su Yun's prestige. After all, the real business world is not a novel or a comic, and there is no such fantasy as the so-called kingly aura. Although Su Yun initially gathered the hearts of the company with imidacloprid, he is still far from fully mastering the company's voice. Gu Guoqing, Tian Liangwei, Xiao Rong and other people who are close to Su Yun are still okay. But Zhang Zhou and some other new executives may not be completely convinced of Su Yun. This is human nature. A young man in his 20s is the boss of a company. Anyone will have some ideas. This idea is not a slander or diss, but a very normal question. For example, did Su Yun rely on luck to develop imidacloprid? The situation where everyone is united like a family and is close and loving to each other is mostly a fairy tale. In order to dispel this doubt, Su Yun must come up with other results that can shock everyone. If you can say it is luck once, then can it be luck every time? Therefore, after discussing with Gu Guoqing, Yian bacteria toothpaste became the core of the plan. With the fifth generation imidacloprid and Yian bacteria toothpaste, Su Yun's personality is like having two legs and can stand firmly. Then Jian Liangwei on the side thought for a while, raised his hand and asked Gu Guoqing, "Manager Gu, I wonder what proportion of bad breath removing toothpastes account for in this 30 billion market?" Gu Guoqing smiled at him, pressed the remote control pen in his hand, and the PPT quickly refreshed another picture. Academician Don, it's like this. Official data actually does not distinguish between the types of bad breath removing toothpaste. The functions are mainly divided into whitening, anti-sensitive, and Chinese herbal medicine toothpastes, etc. Among them, the market share of whitening toothpaste reached 28%, the share of toothpaste with Chinese herbal plant ingredients reached 25%, and the market share of anti-sensitive toothpaste reached 10%. The remaining 37% are others, such as smoke stain removal, tooth decay prevention or comprehensive types. However, according to the information I got from my friends who work in industry institutions, more than 30% of users will put bad breath removal first. If secondary functions are counted, I'm afraid it will be more than 50%. The secondary functions mentioned by Gu King are somewhat similar to the concept of auxiliary energy efficiency. For example, many whitening toothpastes will have the words bright whitening written in large letters, followed by words like fresh breath in small letters. Bright whitening is the main function of the product, and fresh breath is an auxiliary function. The unofficial term is to make it feel a little better, for example, adding some mint to make your mouth feel more comfortable. 30%. Tian Liangwei glanced at Zhang Zhu beside him, and saw that at this moment, the head of the University of Science and Technology's new venture fund had a look of seeing a big market on his face. So Tian Liangwei continued to whisper, 30% of 30 billion is 10 billion. If the effect of this toothpaste is really that ideal, there should not be many competitors in the market who can compete with us, but let's be more stable. Let's not talk about monopoly. Assuming that there is only a 50% share, that is 5 billion a year, clang. Tian Liangwei had just finished speaking when he heard the sound of something falling down, which attracted a lot of attention in the small conference room. Tian Liangwei looked over. Zhang Zhu calmly lifted up the thermos cup in front of him and adjusted his glasses with a calm face. Well, I agree with academician Tian. This is indeed a very promising product. Then he took a deep breath and asked Gu Guangqing, Manager Gu, what is the expected price of our toothpaste? What about the profit margin? How long will it take to be on the market? Facing a series of questions from Zhang Zhu, Gu Guangqing made a calming gesture to him. Chairman Zhang, don't be impatient. I will answer your questions in order. First of all, the price, which is actually one of the main topics today. Gu Guangqing pressed the control pen again. Snap, if it was in a Japanese movie, after Gu Guangqing pressed the control pen, a girl would usually shrink her shoulders and start twisting her body. But today is a normal meeting, so only the PPT screen changed. This time, a pie chart appeared in front of everyone, which was divided into multiple colors according to the corresponding names, and the area occupied by each color was also different. Then Gu Guangqing used a laser to circle the pie chart a few times and explained, as far as the current market price of toothpaste is concerned, the toothpaste category is divided into 5 grades according to price, namely C, B, A, AA, and AAA. The corresponding single prices of the 5 grades are less than 7 yuan, 7 foot 9 yuan, 9 to 15 yuan, 15 to 22 yuan, and more than 22 yuan. It can be clearly seen that today's market has bid farewell to low-price competition, and the overall market tends to mid-range or even high-end prices, for example, BAA grade. That is, 7 to 22 yuan is the main sales body, accounting for a total of 76%. AA and B both account for 28%, and A is 20%. At the same time, toothpaste above grade A has been on an upward trend, and grade C toothpaste is in a slow downward trend. The main reason is the increase in the domestic per capita consumption level. People are no longer satisfied with their basic daily life, and their requirements for quality of life are gradually increasing. Speaking of this, Gu Guangqing looked around at everyone and said, so according to the discussion of the marketing department and the operation department, we decided to set the price of this toothpaste at 17.8, which is in line with the public's purchasing trend. As for the profit margin, when the cost of the product was mentioned, a strange look suddenly appeared on Gu Guangqing's face. However, this strange look was fleeting, and he soon returned to normal. According to our calculations, the main cost of a tube of Yian bacteria toothpaste has 4 aspects. The first is the inactivation of Yian bacteria. Since the inactivation requires the use of the E1CB mechanism, our inactivation cost is higher than that of probiotic toothpaste, about 2 yuan per tube. Zhang Zhu and others nodded gently. They still knew the concept of inactivation, which did require a certain amount of technical expenditure. Then Gu Guangqing said, then there is the material cost of toothpaste. For example, we are going to use stannous fluoride as a fluorine agent, Sodium hexametaphosphate is an adsorbent, and hydrated silica is an abrasive. Adding these costs together, the material cost of a single tube is about 2 yuan. 2 yuan. Zhang Zhu was slightly startled and hesitated to speak. As a businessman, Zhang Zhu subconsciously opened his mouth and wanted to ask if the cost of materials could be reduced. He has not been involved in toothpaste production, but paste products are not uncommon. Many pharmaceutical products are paste types. As far as he knows, the cost of this type of paste is generally very low. Some pastes that sell for 50 or 60 yuan only cost 3 yuan. The main reason for the high cost is the patent. However, thinking of the word-of-mouth policy that Su Yun had mentioned before, he chose to reserve his opinion. What else? The other thing is the cost of the machine and the packaging. Guqi King snapped his fingers happily and said to Zhang Zhu, the company has limited channels for equipment issues for the time being, so you may need to do it yourself, Chairman Zheng. The specific cost depends on the final quote for the equipment, but I estimate that if it is spread evenly on each piece, it will be about $1. Zhang Zhu nodded immediately after hearing this. No problem, just leave it to me. Although Zhang Zhu has a strong business mindset, he and Su Yun and Guqi King do not have many personal emotional conflicts. In the previous Amida clapper production, Zhang Zhu also guaranteed a sum of money for Su Yun. It's just that the importance of profit is much higher than feelings. After all, he represents a new venture fund, and the company's profit directly determines his income and status in the system. He was needed to contact the equipment, so he naturally would not refuse. Inactivation, material cost, production line, and what is the other item? Guqi King was silent for a moment, and a word came out of his mouth. Donkey fodder. Zhang Zhu, looking at Zhang Zhu who was confused, Guqi King added, oh, yes, there is also a donkey hair growth agent, literally. Chapter 369 Pricing and Price War. In the conference room, looking at Guqi King, who had a normal expression and no intention of joking at all, Zhang Zhu's face suddenly showed an expression of "Are you kidding me?" and his mouth twitched slightly. Manager Gu, we are holding a strategic meeting today, which is related to the future industry layout of wood and biotechnology. You are making this joke. It seems inappropriate, right? Guqi King shook his head and said very seriously, sorry, Chairman Zheng, I am not joking. Zhang Zhu. Then Guqi King thought for a while and said to Zhang Zhu, Chairman Zheng, you should know that for a certain strain of bacteria, the culture environment often directly leads to its colony density, right? Zhang Zhu nodded. Although he is a venture capitalist, as he can become the chairman of a fund under the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Zhu's knowledge of science must not be too bad. Especially in recent years, biological science has gradually become popular again, so Zhang Zhu still has some understanding of basic biological knowledge. Guqi King said again, and according to our laboratory's research, there is a special sugar in the donkey hair of local donkeys that can greatly accelerate the proliferation of Ianua. Therefore, one of the costs of Ianua is donkey hair. Then Zhang Zhu's gaze stayed on Guqi King's face for a few seconds, and he confirmed again, Manager Gu, you really didn't lie to me. Guqi King sighed, pointed at Su Yun and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Su or Academician Zhou. If it doesn't work, just wait for 2 months. By then, the paper co-signed by Dr. Chu and Dr. Su will probably be published. Zhou Shan immediately raised his hand when he heard this. Chairman Zheng, what Manager Gu said is indeed true. This situation is actually quite common in the scientific research circle. For example, there is a kind of send bacteria, and the most suitable condition for its expansion is pig lymph fluid, and the more well-known camfuoxin liquid, the raw material of which is cockroach extract, but this kind of cockroach is farmed, so it is relatively cleaner. Su Yun also nodded in cooperation. I also prove that Aaron is right, and let me add one more thing. Chairman Zheng, didn't you ask before how long it would take to be on the market? This also depends on how much donkey hair the 2 donkeys from USTC can contribute. Zhang Zhu, looking at Zhang Zhu who was somewhat doubtful about himself, Su Yun sighed slightly in his heart. He still kept those words to himself. If you tell this head of the USTC new venture fund that the hemostatic gelatin and microbial batteries in the future will still require donkeys, this man's worldview will collapse by less than half, and he can still be considered an NBA Finals level big-hearted person. After a while, Zhang Zhu suddenly thought of something, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, in other words, if we can find more donkeys, we can speed up the launch of cyanobacteria toothpaste. Su Yun picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip of water. That's right, but it must be a purebred local donkey, just like Kangfuxin liquid, which requires extracts of American cockroaches, but German cockroaches will not work. It is obvious that Zhang Zhu's words wanted to start directly from the perspective of raw materials, and Su Yun naturally welcomed this. After all, the following experiments will require a large amount of donkey hair, and Brother Donkey has been almost pulled into Dalmatian these days. As the chairman of the HKUST New Venture Fund, Zhang Zhu's network of contacts is obviously far better than anyone else present. For example, the previous contact with production equipment was also settled by Zhang Zhu. If he can come forward, then maybe it is really possible to find a few local donkeys? This is obviously a good thing with no harm. Otherwise, according to Brother Donkey's current donkey hair production, Yian bacteria toothpaste is still a long way from being officially launched on the market unless Su Yun can tinker with the technology to quickly grow donkey hair. After Zhang Zhu finished his speech, Gu Guiqing coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back to himself. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the problem of raw materials, Yian bacteria toothpaste cannot be launched on a large scale for the time being. But according to the information I got from communicating with Dr. Su, after waiting for the relevant procedures to be completed, we may be able to conduct small-scale trial sales. This model is a bit similar to hunger marketing, but the difference from hunger marketing is that we really have no food to sell. Gu Guiqing spread his hands after he finished speaking, and a burst of self-deprecating laughter suddenly rang out at the scene. A few seconds later, a woman in her 30s, wearing a black business suit and with a dignified temperament raised her hand. Manager Gu, I personally have a question. Has the product name of this toothpaste been decided? Seeing this person speak, academician Zhou Shan, who is attending a high-level meeting for the first time, gently nudged Su Yun with his elbow and whispered, Hey, Xiao Su, this is. Su Yun put his head next to him and lowered his voice. This is the PR manager Erin Poached. Her name is Zhuo Zai. She used to work at General Motors and has strong public relations experience and ability. Zhou Shan nodded in understanding. Public relations manager. This is also an important position that Gu Guiqing mentioned when he first met Su Yun. In some people's subconscious, this position is easily associated with mistresses and money and sex transactions, but in a large-scale enterprise, this is a very formal and important department. Not long ago, Zhang Zhu and Gu Guiqing introduced a candidate for public relations manager to Su Yun respectively. Zhang Zhu introduced the PR of a former domestic clothing company, and Gu Guiqing introduced Zhuo Zai, who had just ended the competitive cycle. After almost comparing, Su Yun finally chose Zhuo Zai, who returned from overseas. This has nothing to do with worshipping foreigners or fawning on foreigners. It's just that compared with a PR introduced by Zhang Zhu, Zhuo Zai has more experience in international affairs and is more familiar with some of the methods of foreign companies. With the support of the University of Science and Technology and the Academy of Sciences, Huadong Biosciences basically does not have to worry about sneak attacks and reports from domestic companies, and is as stable as a mountain. The company's main competitors in the future will inevitably come from abroad. So from a strategic point of view, Zhuo Zai, who has a more international mindset, is obviously a very suitable candidate. Product name. Hearing the question raised by Zhuo Zai, Gu Guiqing glanced at Su Yun vaguely and answered, Dr. Su has already decided on the product name. It is called King Zhao. Firstly, it corresponds to Yian and Yian bacteria, and secondly, it also means cleaning teeth to make them shine. At present, our legal teacher has applied for the relevant fronts and trademarks. The latter may be more difficult, but with the assistance of HKUST and the New Venture Fund, there should not be any big problems in terms of time. Zhuo Zai nodded, understood. After the scene returned to silence, Gu Guiqing suddenly straightened his face and pressed the remote control pan again. Brush, a brand new content appeared in front of everyone, with a title written on it, Year-End Promotion War Everyone. Gu Guiqing circled the laser around the title several times, and said to the audience with a serious expression, As you can see, Dr. Su arranged for me to hold such a strategic meeting today. In addition to informing everyone about the product progress of Yian bacteria toothpaste, there is another thing. The end of the year is coming. The end of the year that Gu Guiqing mentioned does not refer to the last few days of the Gregorian calendar year, but to the Spring Festival in China. Although there are few promotional activities like 618 or 11 on e-commerce platforms before the Spring Festival, From the perspective of user traffic and portraits, there is often a wave of shopping peaks within 15 days to a week before the festival. Year-end purchases are normal consumer spontaneous behavior, just like Amazon will also usher in a wave of sales peaks before Christmas abroad. This peak is mainly a carnival for food merchants, but with the current big data linkage, some other non-food categories can also get some meat. Then King took out several documents from the table and passed them to the people below one by one. What is now passed to everyone is the sales data of cockroach medicine on the two major e-commerce platforms before the Spring Festival of the previous year and last year, including the sales of physical products, that is, cockroach small black rooms. Between 15 days and 7 days before the festival last year, the total sales of cockroach extermination on the two major platforms was more than 40 million. The specific peak days were different, but the peak daily sales were all above 8 million. If platforms like Pink60 are included, it is not difficult to break the 10 million daily peak. The total transaction volume of Teo Bayo on Double 11 in 2021 was 540.3 billion. Compared with this number, breaking 10 million in a single day seems to have no sense of existence at first glance. But don't forget, the 540.3 billion on Double 11 includes many categories, including mobile phones, clothing, and snacks. And there are a large number of merchants in each category. And what about cockroach medicine? Although there are also many cockroach extermination brands at present, the intensity of involution is much lower than that of other categories. It is not the brands that are really involutionary about cockroach medicine, but those merchants' agents, authorized channel stores, purchasing agents from all over the country, and so on. Compared with cockroach medicine, popular categories are like a monthly income of 30,000 in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, and a monthly income of 10,000 in a small county town. In many cases, the former is not as good as the latter. What's more, there will be repurchases of cockroach medicine. On the basis of good enough effects, the number of users who repurchase is even higher than that of loyal mobile phone fans. So it is obvious that this year-end shopping boom before the festival cannot be missed in any case. On the seat, Tian Liangwei turned over a page of the report, pondered for a moment, and asked Gu Guangqing, "Manager Gu, I wonder what the production capacity of our factory is now." Hearing this, Gu Guangqing looked at Jin Guanglin, the factory director in charge of the production process, and said politely, "Director Jin, you will be the one to introduce the data in this regard." Jin Guanglin hurriedly stood up, greeted everyone one by one with some restraint, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, leaders. Since we received the equipment from Modao and Hanho last month, the number of our production lines has reached 8, including the original 3. These production lines can produce a round of finished products in an average of 3 hours. Under normal circumstances, each production line can produce about 3,000 units per day, which means that the daily production capacity is close to 25,000. If we work overtime all day, the output will be close to 40,000 or even 45,000. Tian Liangwei nodded slightly, and asked, "What about the cost?" The original cost was 7.8 per piece. Now the cyclization module sent by Hanho Group has optimized the accuracy, so the cost has been successfully reduced to about 6.5. Now our laboratory is also researching materials. I dare not say big things in the next stage, but I am sure that it will be reduced to 6.2. A look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on Tian Liangwei's face, and he turned to Gu Guangqing and said, "Manager Gu, since the production capacity is sufficient, I don't think we should miss this wave of traffic at the end of the year." The others nodded in agreement. "I have no objection." "Agree. I agree too." Looking at the people in the audience who were obviously moved, Gu Guangqing's expression did not relax much, but his tone suddenly sank. "But everyone, although this wave of traffic at the end of the year is high, it may be difficult for us to successfully consume it." A question mark appeared on Tian Liangwei's face. "Why?" Gu Guangqing sighed. "Because according to the intelligence we have obtained, several competing manufacturers are preparing to engage in a price war with us at the end of the year, and the intensity is probably not low." Hearing Gu Guangqing's words, the atmosphere at the meeting, which was originally somewhat optimistic, suddenly became quiet. Price war. This is one of the most worrying conspiracies of Huadan biosciences. To be honest, nowadays, many competitions under the name of price war are actually still discounts, not losses. It is not the situation where Michuan and Elmi fought to the death. Both sides will actually make some profit, and in many cases there may even be a win-win situation. But this is not the case with Huadong Biosciences at the moment. A roach killer is a product with a monopoly trend, or it cannot be said to be a trend, but a monopoly ability. Once competitors choose a price war, they will definitely lose money. In terms of cost, the production process of a roach killer involves special reactions such as cyclization, and rare metal transition catalysis is also required, and the cost is much higher than other cockroach medicines. It is no exaggeration to say that the production cost of a roach killer is about 8 times that of other imidacloprid products. After deducting the period of deposit for settlement of bulk transactions on online business platforms, Huadong Biosciences' disadvantage in funds is still obvious. But the problem is that if Huadong Biosciences does not fight at this time, it will be suppressed by others in terms of momentum and future layout. Because the purchase cost of cockroach medicine is still a bit high after all, and at the same time, whether it is Bayer or Ansu, their products do have certain effects. In the face of a relatively obvious effect that is not particularly excellent, many consumers will not easily change products. Similar examples are more intuitive in products such as toothpaste, shampoo, and facial cleanser. For example, in real life, when you get used to a certain store, it is often difficult to change to another store even if other stores put up a sign of quick cut for 10 yuan, you will not be too tempted. This is the so-called brand loyalty. This is also the reason why a cockroach killer has never been able to completely suppress other products after the live broadcast of the disinfection of Kita University. So this battle can't be avoided. Chapter 370 Pricing and Price War. A great man once said, "One blow is enough to prevent 100 blows." This saying is applicable not only to the diplomatic field but also to the business world. What Huadong Biosciences is facing now is a blow from many foreign companies that have joined together and are ready to strike. To be honest, it's not that Su Yun and his team can't retreat. But if they back down now, the situation that one roach killer will face in the future will be even more difficult. Because the cockroach medicine product has an upper limit on the audience, every time a customer is snatched away by other brands, it means that there is one less passerby left for Huadong Biosciences. And if they can win, Huadong Biosciences will take up most of the sales of up to 40 million in this cycle. This is not a one-time sales volume. With the effect of one roach killer, at least 90% of consumers will choose to repurchase. This means that one roach killer will completely gain a firm foothold, and the offensive and defensive situation will also be easily changed. At that time, Su Yun and his team can leave the keyboard with both hands by pressing F2A. In the meeting room, Zhang Zhu exchanged glances with the people around him, then turned to look at Gu Guiqing and asked, "Manager Gu, I wonder if the operations department has made any estimates or discussions about the price war?" Gu Guiqing nodded and affirmed, "Of course. According to our preliminary research, if we want to fight a price war, we must first make preparations in 2 aspects. Which 2 aspects of preparation? The first is the supply reserve link." Gu Guiqing raised a finger and changed the slide to another page. "According to our previous analysis and simulation, before the price war begins, the finished products reserve of 1 Lang Mie must be at least 800,000 units, which means a total supply of 16 million yuan. Director Jin, I'll give you full responsibility for this matter, is that okay?" When it comes to his job, Jin Guanglin is no longer so restrained. He confidently straightens his chest. "No problem, Manager Gu, it's about a month before the Chinese New Year. Calculated based on the price war starting 15 days before the holiday, we still have more than 10 days to use for production. With all the equipment running, it's not a big problem to produce 800,000 products. Our raw materials mainly come from Henan, and now the order can be shipped to Luzhou in about 2 days, and our existing material reserves are enough to support it until then. But soon." Jin Guanglin's expression became a little hesitant again. "It's just that Manager Gu, in this case, our funding problem." Jin Guanglin didn't finish the second half of his sentence, but everyone present could understand what he meant. At present, the factory can produce 45,000 products by working overtime all day. According to the price war, the factory can produce 700,000 finished products at the beginning of the year. But the production cost of one rooster killer is still very high. According to 6.5 piece, the production investment alone requires nearly 5 million Chinese yuan. Huadong Biosciences can take out this money, but what about other publicity and promotion links? It's impossible not to advertise, right? You know, internet sales are not just about the production end. The rankings and big data promotion of online shopping platforms are also big. For example, The charge for the large picture carousel section of Taobao is 250,000 yuan per day, that is, 250,000. Another example is the diamond booth of Taobao. Diamond booths are charged by the number of impressions per thousand, and the unit is CPM, that is, 1 CPM equals 1,000 impressions. There are many kinds of diamond booths on Taobao, but the principle is that the higher the click-through rate, the more expensive the position. For example, the transaction price of a position with a click-through rate of 2% is generally 5 yuan for 1,000 times, and the budget cost of 1,000 yuan can be displayed 200,000 times. Multiplying by the 2% click volume, the total number of clicks that can be generated is 4,000. Therefore, the cost of each click is 0.25 yuan. More importantly, this position requires bidding. That is, the platform gives an initial price, for example, 0.1 click, and then others start to raise the price, and the highest bidder wins in the end. It is not so difficult to say in normal time periods. Generally, except for the rookies, veterans will have a psychological price ceiling, because it is difficult to make a profit if the ceiling is exceeded. But now that a price war is going on, those foreign companies will inevitably raise the cost of these booths through bidding, even if it means losing money. If Huadin Biosciences doesn't follow suit, the booth will fall into their hands. But if they follow suit and raise the price, the publicity and promotion costs will increase significantly, which will put great financial pressure on the company. In the conference room, hearing Zhang Zhongjing's words, Gu Guangqing sighed, nodded, and readily admitted the current financial dilemma. Yes, according to the estimates of the operations department, once this price war starts, our promotion costs may reach 1.5 to 2 million a day. After all, we need to consider the malicious bidding of multiple platforms and competitors. The average investment cost of each position is estimated to be 50% or even more than normal. In other words, in 7 days, I'm afraid we will burn about 13 million. Hearing this number coming out of Gu Guangqing's mouth, even though they were prepared in their hearts, the hearts of the people on the scene still sank. Burning 13 million in 7 days, plus the discount of the product. In other words, in this price war, the company basically doesn't have to consider the issue of profitability, and it is bound to lose money. But this is normal. After all, this is a life and death struggle involving the future pattern of cockroach medicine. Its nature is far different from ordinary commercial competition, and the magnitude of profit is far from the top of the list. Throughout the history of internet business, there are many price wars more exciting than this one. For example, the subsidy war between Meituan and Elmi in 2014 should be one of the most representative internet price wars in the history of Chinese business. From May 8, 2014 to April 30, 2015, Elmi burned a total of $455 million, a full 2.8 billion yuan. On average, it burns more than 200 million a month, 3 million a day. In this case, the competition is about to has a stronger blood replenishing ability. Outlast others and survive, and you can become the king. Think of this. Gu Guangqing took a deep breath and said to everyone, I just said that since we are going to fight a price war, we must first make preparations in 2 aspects. The first preparation is the supply problem that Director Jin is responsible for, and the second preparation is, I hope everyone will work together to solve the problem of funds. After Gu Guangqing finished speaking, the expressions of the people in the conference room did not change much. Those who can sit here are all smart people. As early as when Gu Guangqing assigned tasks to Jin Guanglin just now, they had already seen some clues. Gu Guangqing is going to ask for money. No wonder it was Gu Guangqing instead of Su Yun who presided over the meeting today. In terms of shamelessness, Gu Guangqing is obviously much thicker than Su Yun. Then Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man on the left of Gu Guangqing, and asked him, Accountant Ma, how much money is left in the company's account now? The accountant Ma mentioned by Zhang Zhu was a bald man with a face that looked a bit bitter and vengeful. Hearing this, he clicked the mouse a few times and quickly replied, Chairman Zhang, since we have just settled the final payment for the equipment of Hanho Heavy Industry, the company currently has about 4 million in funds in its account. In addition, there are 2 repayments totaling more than 3 million that have not been settled in the pledge cycle. They will arrive around next Thursday. 4 million plus 3 million. Zhang Zhu's eyes flickered a few times, and he calculated, that is more than 7 million in cash reserves. After deducting the product cost of 5 million, there are still more than 2 million. And if we take into account the promotion expenses and some other expenses, as well as the small treasury to prevent special circumstances, the cash we have prepared this time must be at least around 15 million. The 13 million operating expenses that Gu Guiqing mentioned earlier were only the promotion expenses of multiple online business platforms. In the price war, the proportion of social platforms cannot be ignored. Taoxiao, Bilibili, WeChat public accounts, Douyin. If the money is thrown at these places, it will be a terrible bottomless pit. Then Zhang Zhu hesitated for a moment and raised his hand again. Manager Gu, how about this? Let's borrow another 800 from the Xinchuang Fund, 10 million, and lend 10 million to the company, but the interest is 3.5 million per day, and the money must be returned within a month. Su Yun, who was in the audience, heard this and couldn't help showing a hint of joy in his eyes. When the company introduced the FOERDA T632 production line, Zhang Zhu once borrowed a flexible loan of 20 million, with an interest rate of 100,000 yuan. However, the FOERDA T632 production line was included in the Wassenaar arrangement soon after, and Su Yun turned to buy several production lines from Hanho Group, which reduced the cost by a lot, so the money was not actually used much. Not long ago, as the new batch of product returns arrived, Su Yun returned the 20 million yuan along with the interest to the Xinchuang Fund. Now that the company is facing a crisis, Zhang Zhu really thought of this fund again. This is also one of Su Yun and Gu Guiqing's main goals today. Again, Zhang Zhu has a typical businessman's mindset, but this does not mean that he is profit-driven or inflexible. He is still a good person. You know. Although the money is called a flexible loan, the approval process is actually quite troublesome. If Zhang Zhu wants to get the money quickly, he actually has to take certain risks. As for the interest of 3.5%, although it is a little higher than 2%, but in the current situation, no one will care about these details. Xinchuang Fund is not Zhang Zhu's one-man show or private treasury, and some rules must be followed. Then Zhang Zhu thought for a moment and said, in addition, I will ask the people on the e-commerce platform later to see if they can open a backdoor for us temporarily, such as returning the payment immediately after the logistics information is released. This should be able to squeeze out about 2 to 3 million. As soon as Zhang Zhu said this, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became visibly more lively. As we all know, for most merchants, Taobao's settlement method is generally to pay after receiving the goods, which is about 7 to 15 days. At the same time, Taobao also offers a loan with instant settlement, which means that the settlement is immediately settled after the logistics information is entered in the background, and the interest rate is about 1/10,000th. However, for large manufacturers, Taobao and other platforms will not settle so casually. Those large companies generally have a settlement and payment cycle, such as once a month or even 3 months. That is, manufacturers will always have a sum of money on the online shopping platform, rather than settling it every 7 to 15 days. It is foreseeable that once the price war starts, the amount of this deposit will definitely not be too small, at least not less than the 3 million that has not been paid back yet. If Zhang Zhu can release this part of the funds, then it will obviously be of great help to the price war. Seeing Zhang Zhu's efforts, Tian Liangwei on the side hesitated for a moment and said, Manager Gu, I will also borrow 2 million on behalf of the School of Life Sciences of HKUST, but the process may be more complicated, and it will take about a week to arrive. 2 million. Although this amount is not as much as Zhang Zhu's 10 million, for Tian Liangwei, this is already the limit he can take out. And unlike Zhang Zhu, Tian Liangwei's doing this may also cause some criticism, and it is easy to be distorted to lead the rhythm. For example, some people deliberately do not say that this is a loan, and never talk about the return, and discredit this matter as a personal capital injection behavior, and a black material press release will come out. This is not Su Yun's imagination. A certain academician of Nanjing University was blackened in this way. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but sigh. There is no way. Who made me have less money in my pocket? Hunan Biosciences is currently in a stage of rapid development. It is basically repeating the routine of selling, collecting money, buying materials, increasing production, collecting money. As the investment is constantly increasing, the profit is not much. At present, including dividends, the chairman Su Yun has only about 480,000 yuan in his bank card, more than 200,000 yuan of which are original savings. It is simply sad to see and cry. So in this case, it is obviously impossible for Su Yun to wave a check like a rich father. Of course. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Yun should have more money in his card at this time next year. The View returns to reality. After Tian Liangwei borrowed a sum of money, the agent of the School of Physics who attended the meeting on behalf of Academician Pan also borrowed 2 million in cash. Including Zhang Zhu, everyone tacitly did not propose the idea of using it as equity. After all, Su Yun does not have much money in his hands at the moment. If he raises funds now, Su Yun's shares will inevitably be diluted. This practice is a bit too unkind, although the word heating is a bit hypocritical in the business world. Huadong Biosciences is, after all, a company from a University of Science and Technology, so it should pay attention to this aspect. If it were other venture capital institutions, they would 100% require the start of Round B financing to dilute the founders' shares at this time, otherwise they would not invest a penny. This is the cruelty of the business world, and it is also the reason why many newly incubated companies want to get a XX system identity. In short, with the arrival of 1000 plus 200 plus 200, and Zhang Zhu's promise to contact the platform to ensure real-time payment, the funding problem of this price war has been more or less solved. An hour later, the meeting was adjourned. Su Yun accompanied Tian Liangwei and Zhou Shan downstairs and said goodbye to the two bosses in the parking lot. Looking at the vehicles going away, Su Yun's brows were slightly frowned. I don't know why. He always felt that this price war seemed to be far more than it seemed. Chapter 371 Everything goes well? After the meeting, that afternoon, the 10 million yuan loan from the Xinchuang Fund was deposited into Huadong Biosciences' public account on time. It must be said that Zhang Zhu is very powerful in terms of funds. 3 days later, Zhang Zhu sent another message. The temporary settlement channels of Taobao, JD.com, and Pink 6C have been opened. An early settlement can be made after entering the logistics information. However, these 3 channels can only be opened for a maximum of 10 days, and when the channels are closed, Huadong Biosciences needs to pay a handling fee of 0.8 per thousand per day. 4 days later, a total of 4 million yuan from the School of Life Sciences and the School of Physics of HKUST was fully received. In addition, Zhang Zhu also told Su Yun a message in private: if the situation is special, Xinchuang Fund can borrow another amount of less than 8 million yuan within 12 hours. However, the daily interest rate of that amount is very high, with a minimum of 1/1000, and it is also repaid within 1 month. 1/1000 is 10/10000, which is indeed amazingly high, but it is still very useful in emergencies. That is, in the most extreme cases. Huadong Biosciences can come up with nearly 25 million in cash to lay out promotion channels, which is enough even for the bidding model. It seems that both sides have put the weight on the table, and it depends on who can withstand the intensity of burning money after the war begins. However, the premonition in Su Yun's heart still did not dissipate. He always felt that something seemed to be wrong. In this case, Christmas, New Year's Day, one public holiday after another passed, seemingly lively, but not causing too many waves. With the approach of the Spring Festival, the sales of a cockroach extermination on the online business platform are gradually rising. However, this trend is not particularly obvious, and it increases by about 5% to 6% every day. But with a gradual accumulation, these sales have gradually become considerable. Of course, it is not only a cockroach extermination that has increased sales. The sales of other cockroach medicines such as Bayer and Ansu are also slowly increasing. This is the inevitable effect of pre-holiday traffic, and the peak is far from coming. Whether it is Huadong Biosciences or the other 7 foreign companies, all companies have set the date for the opening of the price war on January 9th. This is a kind of tacit understanding in a non-standard sense, which is actually the result of silent communication in the process of obtaining intelligence. January 7th. Chairman's Office. Looking at Gu Guiqing in front of him, Su Yun took the initiative to pour him a cup of tea and asked, "Aaron, our event will be launched in 2 days. How are all the preparations?" Gu Guiqing touched the dark circles under his eyes from staying up late, and said to Su Yun with a smile, "Don't worry, Dr. Su, everything is ready." Perhaps in order to strengthen his persuasiveness, Gu Guiqing simply took out a stack of documents from his briefcase beside him. "Here, you can take a look at this. This is the exposure position table of the online business platform, the big data traffic of pre-orders, and the product's energy storage as of yesterday. Everything is going according to plan." Su Yun took the table and slowly read it. Homepage focus. Text link. Banner through train on the right side of the column. The first page of the file shows the Teobao platform, of which about 40% of the recommended positions for cockroach medicine have been taken by Guguanqing. In addition, the relevant data columns of non-cockroach extermination products, such as mosquito lamps and electric mosquito swatters, have also been taken care of. As for the remaining positions, they all fell into the hands of 7 foreign companies. Of course, whether it is the traffic column that Huadong Biotech grabbed or the exposure position that fell into the hands of foreign companies, they all have one thing in common, that is, the bidding cost is so high that it is frightening. Just looking at these prices, you can imagine the invisible games in the bidding process. Take Teobao's direct train as an example. Unlike the diamond booth model is that you prepay a sum of money to expose a certain number of times, for example, 100,000 times, regardless of whether anyone clicks, you will be deducted when the exposure reaches 100,000. It's just that the conversion rate between each booth is different. The position with a 4% conversion rate is higher than that of 2%, but because the conversion rate is the historical average, it is also possible that only 1% of the 100,000 exposures are converted, but the original money will still be deducted. The direct train does not distinguish these situations, it charges directly per click. When your ad is displayed in the through train, Teobao will not charge any fees. Only when the buyer is interested in your product and clicks on it, will the fee be incurred. Under normal circumstances, the price of the through train for the keyword cockroach medicine is not high, about 0.17 to 0.25 per click. Today, the price of the through train for cockroach medicine is 0.56. You know, the average price of the through train for women's clothing is only 0.43 yuan. According to the numbers on the table, all e-commerce platforms combined, the company has to burn about 1.8 million yuan a day. In 7 days, it is close to 13 million, which is quite scary. Then Guguanqing suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yun with a smile, "Dr. Su, you may not know that there are still many people in the business circle discussing our price war recently." Discussing us? Su Yun had a question mark in his eyes. Why is this? He did not ask Guguanqing why people in the business circle knew about the price war. There are almost no real secrets on the internet these days. A large-scale event has too many leaks, from poster design, operation customization to material transportation. Even the pictures of some mobile phone manufacturers' flagship phones can be leaked. It is not surprising that someone in the circle heard about the price war. But Su Yun was surprised. The many people mentioned by Guguanqing were obviously not practitioners of cockroach medicine, and their status was probably not low. Why would they pay attention to this price war? Looking at Su Yun, who was a little puzzled, Guguanqing took a sip of water and explained, "Dr. Su, you may not know much. There are many games under the sign of price war these days, but there are very few real life and death battles. For example, this time, our 13 million investment expenditure in 7 days has actually far exceeded the value of the investment resources. This is not an isolated case in the business circle in the past 1 or 2 years, but at least it is relatively rare." Su Yun was slightly startled. And only after he came to his senses did he understand. "I see," just as Guguanqing said. This time, the company's investment expenditure has exceeded the original value of those resources. If you buy the same resource for 7 consecutive days during the normal non-competitive period, the total amount is estimated to be about 5 to 6 million, not even necessarily 5 million. This is the cruelty of the price war, not for short-term profit, not for return of investment, but only for killing the enemy. Therefore, every time such a sucker appears, the industry will still pay more attention to it. Then Su Yun thought of something, and after a moment's silence, he said to Guguanqing, "Aaron, do we know the methods of those foreign companies in terms of public opinion?" "Of course we know." Guguanqing nodded very readily and explained, "There are only a few people who can cooperate with the disinfection products in terms of public opinion, so this aspect is also a routine. It's nothing more than using various seemingly neutral evaluation articles to praise or criticize, unconsciously leading the reader's position to the other side, or exaggerating the effect of a certain cockroach medicine through videos. In addition, there are some soft advertisements on WeChat and Zhihu, for example. Posting a question asking what to do if there are too many cockroaches, and immediately replying with a high praise reply below, etc. The effect has always been good, but the methods are almost the same." Su Yun nodded slightly. Maybe he really got shot. Too many thoughts? However, Gukwa King did not notice the abnormality in Su Yun's expression, and continued to speak. The other thing is Yayan bacteria toothpaste. Although there is no sign of mass production of this thing yet, for marketing reasons, we are also prepared to increase the quantity this time. How much? 100 sticks a day, for 7 days, only 100 sticks. Su Yun tapped his fingers on the table. Don't we have 2 local donkeys? Production shouldn't be so difficult, right? Gukwa King raised his eyelids and looked at him, explaining, I also asked Dr. Chu about this, but he said that the female donkey is now in the pregnancy period, and it is not good to pluck too much hair, so the main donkey hair comes from the brother donkey. Gukwa King paused slightly, and added hesitantly, or, let's pluck more hair from the brother donkey. Su Yun shook his head, forget it, if we pluck it until it's bald, it will become a bald donkey, and we don't have a wooden fish to knock on it. Gukwa King gave up. In fact, at this point today, most of the plans that need to be implemented and customized have been completed, and there is almost nothing to add. Therefore, the two people's chat is mainly to cheer each other up, and it is just a process in nature. Half an hour later, Gukwa King left Su Yun's office. Su Yun stood up and walked to the window alone, looking into the distance with a vague look. I hope everything goes well. Another day passed. On the evening of January 8th, it was close to midnight. Including Zhang Zhu, Tian Liangwei and others. All the middle and senior management of Huadong Biosciences gathered at the company headquarters. Because during this period of time, the company has newly joined many department leaders such as Zhuo Zai. Therefore, the company's lineup tonight is even bigger than when the cockroach medicine was first launched. Click click. Everything is normal in logistics. EMS has sent a confirmation letter. 3 additional shifts have been arranged to serve the company in the next 7 days. Everything is normal in the technical department, and the network security of HKUST is normal. Manager Gu, I just contacted JD.com's PR. The advertising position will be pushed as agreed tonight. Teo Bayo is also normal. Pink 60 is also normal. Suning is also normal. That's it. 23:30, 23:47, 23:56. Finally, time slowly came to 2400 hours. Almost at the moment when time came to 2400 hours, 2 numbers appeared on the curtain of the conference room. 0/0. But soon, the number immediately changed. 4/2. Then it was 7 for 3. Tian Liangwei looked at Gukwa King and asked, Manager Gu, this is... Gukwa King smiled at him and said to everyone, Academician Don, let me explain. This is a sales control group. The number on the left is today's real-time sales, and the number on the right is the average sales volume in the past week during the same period. Now the number on the left is 10, 12, and the number on the right is 5, which means that sales have increased by 2.4 times, although both sets of data are a bit small. Judging from the trend, our promotion should have played a certain role. Xiao Gao, have the exposure positions on the online business platform been changed? Xiao Gao, as mentioned by Gukwa King, is a slightly fat young man wearing a pair of heavy glasses. Upon hearing this, his fingers quickly clicked on the keyboard a few times. Boss, the positions have been replaced with our advertisements. Gukwa King nodded. Very good. Continue to pay attention to the situation. While the two were talking, the value on the screen jumped to 21.9 again. This time, Huadong Biotech offered a very large discount. Buy 2 products and get 1 free, which is basically equivalent to 35% off. Counting the expenses of publicity and promotion, the trend is destined to be a loss-making business. Then Su Yun took out his mobile phone again and looked at the interface of Bear. The promotion was also very strong. First, a coupon of 10 yuan off for purchases over 30 yuan was given, and at the same time, buy 3 products and get 1 free, and the 2 can be used in combination. Then the 5th minute, the 10th minute, the 30th minute, the 1st hour. Although the ratio of the left and right values gradually decreased as the base number increased, it eventually stabilized at about 2 times. 2 hours later, the number was still normal. Tian Liangwei and others left the stage first due to age issues. Su Yun persisted until 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sales volume when he left was 1132, 481. 7 hours later, Su Yun, who is a little light in sleep, woke up from the employee lounge, and the first thing he did was to send a WhatsApp message to Gukwa King. After a few seconds, Gukwa King sent a picture taken by his mobile phone, and the value on it was 3,722, 1503. The ratio was even larger than before going to bed. Obviously, as consumers woke up from their sleep, the effect of the promotion began to become more and more obvious. In terms of effect, the sales volume in these few hours has obviously achieved the expected effect, which is quite exciting good news. Another half-day passed, and night fell again. The ratio of the two values before and after has reached nearly 3 times. More importantly, about 45% of the customers who bought the product this time were new customers who were attracted, and they were not repurchased. The value of these new customers is much higher than that of old customers with a purchase record, especially for a product like one roach killer that is absolutely of repurchase quality, which almost represents a stable source of customers. After all, cockroaches are everywhere, and it doesn't mean that cockroaches will disappear permanently after using cockroach medicine at home once. A product can be used for about 2 months. Generally, within 3 or 4 weeks after the product is used up, there will be little cuties moving in from other areas. Looking at the somewhat jubilant conference room, Su-Yun couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I really think too much? At the same time, in the online conference room of WebEx, Gareth Toure, vice chairman of the Gulishvaran pesticide company, also frowned and asked Karina Asensio in front of him, "Ms. Karina, it has been almost 20 hours since the price war started. Why haven't we started our plan yet?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Shocking Change. Looking at Gareth Toure who looked impatient, Karina Asensio smiled gently and said to him, "Mr. Gareth, you are a little too impatient. Now is not the best time to make a move. Have you read the famous Chinese novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Gareth Toure was slightly stunned and quickly replied, "I have read it roughly." Karina Asensio picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of coffee. After putting down the cup, she explained, "There are many classic ambush battles in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and the planners of these ambushes all ordered arrows to charge after the enemy's vanguard troops passed through the ambush area, because if you rush to attack the vanguard troops, then the enemy only needs to change its formation and suffer a small loss to retreat smoothly. But if you let this part of the enemy go first and try to lure the enemy deep into the ambush circle, then the effect of the ambush will be completely different. The vanguard will then become a burden to the entire team and be surrounded and annihilated." Gareth Toure listened to these words quietly, remained silent for a moment, and asked tentatively, "So Ms. Karina, what you mean is..." Karina looked at Adams Bournet, the representative of Bayer and current vice president of Greater China, calmly, and explained, "Mr. Gareth, you should know that Huadong Biosciences products are not electronic goods and need to be transported through logistics. After customers place an order, it will take about 2 to 3 days for them to receive the goods. That is to say, in the first 70 hours after the price war started, Huadong Biosciences had to spend a sum of logistics, publicity and product costs every minute, because for every product sold, they will inevitably continue to produce a new product to fill the inventory. As long as everything is normal, there is no problem with this model, because as far as we know, they have opened up the channel, and the online merchant platform will settle the funds immediately after entering the logistics information. And there is no backlog in the capital chain, but don't forget, the funds settled by the online merchant platform are loans in nature. That is, if customers return or refuse to accept the goods, this part of the money must be returned to the platform in real time. Karina licked her bright red lips as she spoke, and her whole person was charming and ruthless. If Huadong Biotech breaks out in a scandal when the first batch of customers are about to receive the goods, then a large number of unopened products will be returned at that time. In this way, Huadong Biotech will have to spend at least millions of additional production and logistics costs. Although this amount of money is not much, for us, it's just a matter of waiting for 2 more days. No customers can experience the effect of the product, and it can also add a few bundles of straw to Huadong Biotech. Mr. Gareth, why not do it? Gareth Toure's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and he even laughed at the end. However, Su-Yun, who was far away in Luzhou, did not know about this conversation on WebEx, and he did not know that a conspiracy launched around him was infinitely close to the closing stage. After he confirmed that there was no abnormality in the data, He temporarily put his worries behind his mind and began to prepare for other things. 2 days later, at 9:30 in the morning, Soo-yoon came to the Nangxiang Cat Cafe alone, wearing an ordinary semi-winter suit and a pair of headphones. A few months ago, it was in this cat cafe that he and Gugwa King had a simplified version of the Luzhao version of Longzhong dialogue. Gugwa King criticized the current situation for him, which was considered a lesson for Soo-yoon. And today, he was going to have his first blind date in his life in this coffee shop. After entering the store, Soo-yoon found a seat and sat down casually, ordered a glass of lemonade, and quietly browsed his phone. The time he and the girl named Wang Yujing agreed to meet was 10 o'clock this morning, and now there was still half an hour before the agreed time. It was only out of respect that Soo-yoon deliberately arrived here in advance. But he waited for less than 10 minutes before a pleasant voice came to his ears. "Hello, are you Soo-yoon?" Soo-yoon looked up and found a girl standing on his left. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall, with a neat ponytail. Her appearance was not stunning but quite pretty. With her clear eyes, she exuded a fresh and natural breath from the inside out. Seeing that the other party mentioned his name, Soo-yoon had a rough idea in his heart. "Yes, I am Soo-yoon, you are." The girl shook the screen of her mobile phone at him, and it was Soo-yoon's WeChat. "Hello, I am Wang Yujing, Dr. Soo. I'm sorry to have waited for a long time." Soo-yoon waved his hand quickly. No, I just arrived a while ago. Come, sit down first." The seat Soo-yoon chose was a booth, and there was enough space on the seat to place clothes and backpacks. After the girl put down her scarf and shoulder bag, Soo-yoon gestured to the waitress and asked her, "What would you like to drink?" Wang Yujing took the menu and glanced at it, then clicked her tongue slightly. "It's so expensive." "How about a cup of hot chocolate?" Soo-yoon ordered an American coffee. After the waitress left, Wang Yujing extended her hand and said to Soo-yoon, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yujing, a local from Jinling, 23 years old. You can just call me Xiao Wang." Soo-yoon was slightly startled, but soon extended his hand and shook hands with the other party. Soo-yoon, 24 years old, PhD from the University of Science and Technology, 1 year older than me. You can call me Lao Soo or Brother Soo. After releasing her hand, Soo-yoon looked at Wang Yujing with some curiosity and asked, "Xiao Wang, looking at the content in your circle of friends, have you just arrived in Luzhao?" "Well, I've only been here for a few days and I'm not familiar with anything." Wang Yujing nodded gently, then wrinkled her nose in anger and muttered, "Otherwise I wouldn't have chosen this store. A cup of hot chocolate costs 28. You must be crazy about money." Soo-yoon smiled when he heard it, and pointed his chin towards the office building outside the window, saying, "This store is indeed not cheap, but its main customers are not ordinary people. Either they are internet celebrities taking afternoon tea photos, or managers or white-collar workers interviewing for mid and senior level positions. There are business districts around here, so there are quite a lot of these target groups." Wang Yujing nodded in understanding. 2 minutes later, the waiter brought the drinks for the two to the table. Soo-yoon first added 2 spoonfuls of sugar to the coffee, stirring it while asking, "Xiao Wang, you are only 23 years old now, how come? You are out for a blind date, right?" Wang Yujing took over the conversation calmly, and the girl shrugged helplessly. "I can't help it, the big brothers in my family forced me to do it. They had objections when I started studying chemistry. After graduating from my senior year this year and going through the summer camp, I can go to the University of Science and Technology for graduate studies after the re-examination. As a result, my mother said that I can take the graduate school entrance examination, but I must find a boyfriend to avoid not being able to get married. Other girls are so precious when they are 23 years old, but mine is pushed away as much as possible. I am really a close parent." Soo-yoon immediately cast a sympathetic look at the girl. Of course, Wang Yujing looked like she was complaining about her parents, but it was not difficult to hear between the lines that she should have a good relationship with her family. But then, Soo-yoon's attention was focused on the first half of Wang Yujing's sentence. "Xiao Wang, you just said that you passed this summer camp. So you were admitted to HKUST through guaranteed admission." Wang Yujing nodded and scratched her head embarrassedly. "Yes, actually I was originally going to fill in the 9 recommendations, but I couldn't resist my roommate's invitation, so I went to the summer camp with her, hoping to eat and play for free. Unexpectedly, I got more than 10 offers after a while." Soo-yoon, the 9 recommendations mentioned by Wang Yujing refer to the September recommendation, which is the recommendation system of the Graduate Admissions Network, also known as the National Recommendation Service System. The 9 recommendations, like the summer camp, are a process in the guaranteed admission stage. After successfully being admitted to the graduate school, basically you just need to go to the re-examination. Most schools' summer camps are generally held in June and July, and some top universities will release relevant notices or admission brochures for summer camps in advance around March and April. The 9 recommendations will be announced around mid to late September, and will not be held until the recommendation service system is opened on September 28. Compared with the 9 recommendations, the summer camp is more valuable. Because the summer camp opens earlier, the excellent postgraduate students do not have offers yet. So most of them will go to the summer camp to find opportunities, which is a kind of occasion for colleges and students to get to know each other. In addition, there is a pre-recommendation between the summer camp and the 9 recommendations, which is equivalent to a simplified version of the summer camp. The pre-recommendation omits the lectures and various special activities in the summer camp, and directly enters the written and oral interviews. Both the pre-recommendation and summer camp are college behaviors, and the 9 recommendations are the official standard of the education system. Only when you fill in the application in the 9 recommendations system and are admitted by the school and confirmed by yourself, can you be considered to have received a real postgraduate offer. It is for this reason. Therefore, every September 28th is a large-scale pigeon releasing scene, and every year there are a bunch of students or colleges and universities. And now this student Xiao Wang can get multiple offers in the summer camp. And her ability is obviously extraordinary. As for what she said about eating and drinking for free, it is obviously a kind of Versailles. Su Yun also used it frequently when he wrote novels in his previous life. Then Su Yun suddenly thought of something and blinked. Xiao Wang, if I remember correctly, the manuscript of topics in current chemistry in your circle of friends seems to be accepted in October, right? Yes, so didn't you rely on that paper to get into graduate school? Of course not. Wang Yujing shook her head quickly. When I was in college, my professional grades were in the top 3 for 4 consecutive years, and I also had 2 papers as the first author in the 3rd zone of C, and I got the first place in data once, and the 2nd place in modeling once. With these results, I can get into graduate school without that paper. It's just that I hadn't decided which school to go to at that time. I originally thought that if the paper didn't pass, I would go to the University of Science and Technology of China, and if the paper passed, I would go to the University of Science and Technology of China, so the paper still had some influence on the final result. Su Yun, okay. This guy is really a real academic master. I don't know if she was interested, but after Wang Yujing finished talking about her own situation, she turned to Su Yun and asked, Brother Su, you are also amazing. I read your article Nucleic Acids Res after it was published. How did you come up with the idea of using in vitro protein expression and purification to obtain high-purity recombinant proteins of the 2 OBPs? Even my teacher thinks this step is too precise. Oh, that step. Hearing the other party asking about the paper, Su Yun suddenly became interested and explained, if I remember correctly, I thought that the 2 recombinant proteins OBP26 and OBP40 were very suitable for small molecule fluorescence competition experiments, so I asked a friend who was very arrogant to try it. I didn't expect the final result to be unexpectedly gratifying. Then why do we still need to discuss 3,11-dimethyl and heptaconic acid 2,1, because the hydrogen in the cyclization will relatively, the 2 of them discussed the issues related to the paper in the booth, and then derived the precise synthesis of thiolene and some other issues. More than an hour later, Wang Yujing closed her densely written notebook, with a trace of gratitude and respect in her eyes. Dr. Su, thank you so much. You don't know how long I have been troubled by these problems. It's no exaggeration to say that even in my dreams I was thinking about how to deal with the oxidation state of functional groups. Maybe it was because she was too excited. Wang Yujing even used the honorific you. Hearing this, Su Yun smiled and waved his hand. He also gained a lot from communicating with this girl. Xiao Wang, you're polite. Many of your opinions are inspiring to me. Then he suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, Xiao Wang, with the offer for the summer camp in hand, there will be basically no problem for you to pass the re-examination. That is to say, after March, we will be alumni. In that case, if you are free after class, would you like to come to my company to help? Chemistry and biology have been one family since ancient times. My company is now short of chemistry staff. If you want to come, I will pay you an hourly salary. and the part-time hourly wage will be in line with the employee level, who had done bioscience. Wang Yujing whispered the name of Su Yun's company. She had read Su Yun's paper a long time ago, so naturally she also knew about Su Yun's business territory. The girl was silent for a moment, then asked tentatively, "No problem, but Brother Su, how about I report in 2 days instead of waiting for school to start?" She scratched her head a little embarrassedly and explained, "Brother Su, to be honest, my university tuition was all earned by working part-time, so I came to Luzhou in advance. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the winter vacation for junior and senior high school students to find a family that needed a chemistry teacher to be a tutor, so that I could continue to work steadily after school starts. But if I have the opportunity to help out in the company, it would definitely be much better than tutoring." Su Yun was slightly stunned, and when he came to his senses, he laughed. "Of course, no problem. How about this, Xiao Wang? Let's find a place to have lunch, and then I'll take you to report to the company." Wang Yujing readily agreed. 10 minutes later, after sitting for more than 2 hours, Su Yun's abdomen was a little bloated, so he left his seat and went to the bathroom. Just at this time, Su Yun's mother also sent a WeChat message. "Son, is everything going well?" Su Yun quickly replied, "Well, it went smoothly. Xiao Wang can start work today." Su's mother. Then Su Yun put the phone back in his pocket, washed his hands and returned to the coffee shop, ready to treat Wang Yujing to a meal. However, as soon as he came to the seat, Su Yun found that the girl was looking at the phone screen, frowning, and her expression was a little strange. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help asking, "Xiao Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Yujing didn't notice Su Yun until then, and quickly raised the phone screen to him. "Brother Su, you seem, something happened." Chapter 373. The situation deteriorated instantly. Let's turn the clock back 1 hour. As a company whose sales channels are mainly on the internet, Huadong Biotech naturally attaches great importance to the public opinion and image of the internet. Therefore, a long time ago, Huadong Biotech, like other companies, registered official social media accounts such as Douyin, Weibo, and Zaya Hongshu. In addition to publishing daily announcements of company activities and some small Easter eggs inside and outside the company, these accounts also have another responsibility, that is, internet patrol. In a popular way, it is a high-intensity self-search. When encountering some comments or complaints involving a roach extermination, they will leave a message below. For example, "Thank you for using my product. I'm sorry that you encountered this situation. I have sent you the contact information of after-sales customer service." These days, from third-rate cosmetics to large companies such as Xiaomi and Huawei, basically all have this kind of patrol account. It is a very common functional configuration, and many times it is simply copied and pasted. However, since the language of this position is relatively simple and the work intensity is relatively limited, the salary is generally not high. Many companies will outsource this position or give it to the relatives of internal employees. For example, the operation of Huadong Biosciences account was handed over by Su Yun to several junior students who were studying for a master's degree, so that they could come and help out when they were free after class. In this way, they could work easily and earn some living expenses. Although the hourly wage was slightly lower than that of the company's regular employees, it was much higher than that of part-time jobs outside. It was a small benefit of a part-time job. The person in charge of the account patrol today was Zhou Piao, who was originally from the enigmatic R&D team. She is currently considered a half-employee of Huadong Biosciences, and she has been living a very comfortable life during this period. "Good morning, Sister Ting," has Brother Lin eaten? Zhou Piao, who arrived at her post in the morning, greeted several colleagues familiarly, and then came to her workstation. She logged into her Weibo account as usual and began to search for Weibo related to. Although the word is not as accurate as by Miashi, with the support of current search technology, it is not easy to find homophones. Therefore, a considerable part of the results Zhou Piao searched were product-related content. Thank you for using us. From now on, buy 2 get 1 free for 1 roach killer. For details, please consult major online shopping platforms. Heart. After skillfully copying and pasting these words, Zhou Piao routinely looked at the next content. At the same time, she was already thinking about what to eat for lunch. However, when she saw the next related Weibo, Zhou Piao's expression was slightly stunned. The owner of this Weibo is called Xiao Wants to Eat Full, a pet blogger with a yellow V certification and more than 700,000 fans. It is not difficult to see from the relevant introduction that the main position of this blogger should be Zia Hongshu and Daoyan, and he seems to be quite famous. However, what surprised Zhou Piao was not the identity of the other party, but the content of the Weibo that mentioned the keyword. It was a long article, 4 years ago. I came to the city of Magic City alone. I had no relatives and no one to rely on. The prosperity of the whole city seemed to have nothing to do with me. Until one rainy night, I met Xiao Xiao in the pet market. I don't know if there is love at first sight between people, but the moment I saw Xiao Xiao, I was sure that there must be love between people and cats. So I took out half of my savings without hesitation to buy Xiao Xiao. Since then, I have relatives in Shanghai. Even the 9-square-meter rental house without heating doesn't seem so cold in winter anymore. In 4 years, Xiao Xiao accompanied me to take the first pet Vogue, got the first click, the first coin, and eventually made me, a girl with no talent, a well-known pet blogger. After a burst of lyrical content, the blogger's content suddenly changed style. But, today, everything changed. There are a lot of cockroaches in the community where I live. I have been using a certain brand of cockroach medicine before, which has some effect but not obvious. Last week, when I was browsing Taobao, I saw a push notification for a cockroach medicine, which claimed to be produced by the University of Science and Technology, non-toxic and harmless to pets, and amazingly effective. So I placed an order and applied it to the wall according to the instructions. After receiving the goods as a result, I went out for something this morning, and Xiao Xiao accidentally ate the cockroach medicine applied on the wall when he was at home. When I returned home, all I saw was Xiao Xiao's cold body. I have never hated myself so much. Why did I go out today? If I came back earlier, would Xiao Xiao be fine? I also hate the manufacturer of the cockroach medicine, Atuodun Biotechnology Company, Limited at. Is this the cockroach medicine you claim to be non-toxic? You must give me an explanation. In exchange for Xiao Xiao's life, in addition, there was a video attached to the Weibo post. Zhou Piao clicked it and found that it was a video recorded by a home camera. A very beautiful ragdoll cat was originally curled up in the bed, lazily shaking its tail, looking cute and comfortable. After a while, I don't know if it was timed or the owner operated it remotely, but a pile of cat food fell from the feeder. The ragdoll cat jumped briskly to the feeder and ate the cat food. Then the video started to move at double speed and soon finished playing this content. After eating the cat food, the ragdoll cat began to stroll around the house. As a result, while strolling, it suddenly came to the wall, which was also the position where the camera was most accurate. The tip of its nose twitched twice. It began to lick the wall. However, the ragdoll cat only licked it for a few seconds, and then ran to the side to play again. Then the video was accelerated again. When the time in the upper right corner was about 15 minutes, the ragdoll cat suddenly vomited a large mouthful of filth, staining a large area of the bedsheet with a dark color. After a few minutes, the ragdoll cat began to twitch all over and collapsed on the bed. 3 minutes later, the ragdoll cat was motionless and completely out of breath. The Weibo post was published more than half an hour ago, and at this time, there were more than 150 related comments. Some of them were surprised that the ragdoll cat had passed away. Judging from the name, it should be an internet celebrity cat. They were sad and sentimental. Others were asking about the cause of death, such as whether they were sure that the cat had taken cockroach medicine by mistake. Or they said that they had bought the same product and were going to clean up the glue bait first. The remaining fans were more extreme. They started to spray Ahuad in bioscience without thinking, and all kinds of dirty words emerged one after another. Seeing this situation, Zhou Piao couldn't help but frown slightly, and keenly felt that something was wrong. As a graduate student in biology, Zhou Piao even participated in the research and development of the 5th-generation imidacloprid. Her name was still on the third author of that paper. So she knew very well. Whether it is the 5th-generation imidacloprid or the 1st-generation imidacloprid, it will not cause harm to humans and pets at all. Of course, if you drink 3 or 5 sticks like sucking wong wong, that's another matter. Because the receptor protein of imidacloprid does not exist in mammals at all, otherwise the country would not be so confident to allow the product to be sold. Thinking of this, Zhou Piao quickly left a message under the Weibo post. Hello, this is the official customer service of Huadong Biosciences. We are sorry to hear this news. We are very concerned about the problem you reported. Can we communicate with us further? After sending the message, She opened the other party's private message and attached the widget of the after-sales department and sent it. At the same time, she also conveyed this situation to Zhuo Zai, the PR manager of the public relations department, through the company's internal software. Then, considering that social media such as Weibo is different from WeChat and QQ, many users have a long interval between replies, and the other party may not see the private message for a while. Zhou Piao returned to the comment page to check the latest situation. However, after refreshing Weibo, Zhou Piao suddenly found that her original comment had disappeared. Strange. Could it be that Weibo has limited her comments because of too many comments? No. Although Weibo does have such risk control measures, it is generally aimed at repeated speeches, such as selling films. The comment she just made was not a kind of speech that was sent repeatedly in a short period of time. However, considering that there are many examples of Weibo twitching, Zhou Piao did not pay much attention to it and prepared to reorganize a comment to send out. As a result, when she pressed the comment option, a line of prompts appeared in front of her. The other party has blocked you. You cannot comment on this Weibo. Zhou Piao, as a top student who was able to be admitted to the graduate school of the University of Science and Technology, Zhou Piao's brain is still very sensitive. The moment she found that the official Weibo was deleted and blocked by the other party, the premonition in her heart immediately materialized into an idea. This account is aiming to kill a roach. To be honest, Zhou Piao's judgment was already very accurate, but the subsequent development of the situation still far exceeded the level of smearing. Xiao Zhou, after receiving the report from Zhou Piao, Zhuo Zai and Gu Guangqing, who had been staying in the company, hurried to the customer duty room. What's the situation now? Zhou Piao quickly made way, pointed at the screen, and said with a serious face, take a look. The situation seems to be a little out of control. Zhuo Zai and Gu Guangqing came to the screen, and the two slid the mouse wheel to read the comments. Compared to when Zhou Piao first saw this Weibo, the number of comments under the Weibo has increased to 400. In addition to commemorating the cat Xiao Xiao, there are also some additional comments from victims. These comments, without exception, are all denouncing one cockroach to kill, classmates, tears emoji, my dog also died after accidentally eating their cockroach medicine. You can read my Weibo and ask for justice. A is also cute today. Borrow, pets accidentally died of ingestion. I posted a Weibo last month, but no one has responded, and there is no reply when I contacted Teo Bayo customer service. Ayu, victim +1, why can such a company exist so openly? Zhuo Zai and Gu Guangqing looked at each other and randomly clicked on the Weibo of the account named, A is also cute today. This is an account with an IP address in Hunan. The top microblog has a 9-square grid. The content of the 9-square grid is similar to, Xiao Xiao wants to eat well, both claiming that pets died after accidentally eating a roach killer. In addition, Gu Guangqing also noticed that this Weibo post was posted a month ago. Then Zhuo Zai scanned other accounts and found that these accounts had also posted related content a long time ago. From the perspective of passers-by, the whole thing is roughly like this. The product quality is low, which has harmed many pets. Passers-by have long protested and protected their rights but have no effect due to insufficient exposure. As a result, today, a roach killer accidentally killed an internet celebrity cat. Relying on the number of fans of the internet celebrity cat, the whole thing was presented to the public, and the victims came to support it. It seems to be a backlash of doing too much evil and finally killing oneself. Then Zhuo Zai thought for a moment, turned around, and said to Zhou Piao, Xiao Zhou, over the past month, have you not searched for these users' Weibo? Zhou Piao shook her head quickly and explained, no, Manager Zhuo, our operation records are backed up in the background, and we really haven't searched for these Weibo posts. Seeing that Zhou Piao seemed a little nervous, Gu Guangqing on the side took the initiative to wave his hand and comforted her, Xiao Zhou, don't worry too much, it's normal that you can't search for these Weibo posts. They just need to set their Weibo posts to be visible only to themselves in advance, so you won't find them in the search bar naturally. Zhou Piao was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized. So that's it. The routine that Gu Guangqing mentioned is very common on Weibo, and it is a routine commonly used by some stock market, currency circle or feng shui bloggers. Take feng shui bloggers as an example. They often write articles about the so-called face and birth date of popular artists in advance, and then classify them by content. Usually, There is one article praising the person's good looks, successful career, and hot new drama, and several articles disparaging the person's bad looks and bad birth time. The consequences are usually PC, tax evasion, domestic violence, etc. After writing, they said it so that only they can see it. When an artist has an accident, they will unlock the permissions of that article and then pin it to the top. Then they buy some advertising accounts to brag about their accuracy and trick some people into remote fortune telling. This kind of remote fortune telling costs about 200 yuan per time, and people are often deceived. The users who claim that their pets died from accidentally eating cockroach medicine must have used the same method, which made Zhou Piao and others unable to detect it in advance. It's obvious. This was a premeditated black hand. This is troublesome. Looking at the Weibo with dozens of comments added every minute, Gukwa King couldn't help but frown. These users on the internet don't care whether our products will harm pets. They always like to watch the fun and don't mind making trouble. In addition, there are some water armies who are leading the rhythm. If nothing unexpected happens, this Weibo will soon be on the hot search. Zhou Piao on the side pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, Manager Gu, can we contact Weibo first to remove this article? Gukwa King shook his head and took a deep breath. I'm afraid it's difficult. Not to mention that blocking content will easily give people a reason to criticize. Just from the current situation, the other party must have reached an agreement with the platform in advance. That is, this article was actually promoted to the top, and it is difficult to deal with it coldly by means of demotion. Speaking of this, Gukwa King suddenly thought of the worry that Su Yun hinted at a few days ago. Now it has come true. Then he pondered for a moment. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Zhuo Zai. Helen, please take the trouble to draft a relevant statement now, and the content should directly respond to the situation mentioned in those comments. I will contact the hot search. Although we can't reduce their popularity, we can push the announcement to the top first. Also, notify the legal department immediately and ask them to prepare the corresponding prosecution materials. Let's not talk about whether it will be useful or not, at least make a gesture. No one will believe if you send a lawyer's letter these days, but the impact of not sending it is even worse. Zhuo Zai nodded quickly. Understood, I'll do it now. As she said that, she turned around and prepared to implement a temporary plan formulated by Gukwa King. But she had just taken a few steps. Behind her, Zhou Piao's voice came again. Oh no, Manager Gu, Manager Zhuo, look at this. Zhuo Zai stopped immediately, turned around, and quickly returned to Zhou Piao's side. Gukwa King had already taken the phone, and his eyes were more solemn than ever. Zhou Piao's phone displayed the title of a Weibo article, reporting the chairman of Huadong Biosciences, Su Yun, by his real name. The so-called academic tyrant is full of filth beneath his appearance. Chapter 374 Scumbag Su Yun? Looking at the title in front of him, Gukwa King subconsciously turned around and exchanged glances with Zhuo Zai and Zhou Piao. There was no need for verbal communication. Almost at the same time, the three of them had a bad premonition. Then Gukwa King took a deep breath and continued reading. Just like the previous Weibo comments, the published date of this article was not today, but 10 days ago, and the author was called, Who Can Save Me from the Clutches of the Devil? Now it has been reposted and pinned by the pet blogger named, Xiao Wants to Eat Well, with a vomiting expression. The content is a very long paragraph. Hello everyone, before talking about business, please allow me to apologize to everyone first. I have no intention of occupying network resources, but because of some things that happened to me recently, it has seriously affected my life, work, psychology and even my health. I have no choice but to post this to ask for help. I am a student of Shanghai Drama Academy. 3 years ago, I met Su Yun, a doctor of modern physics department of USTC and the current chairman of Huadong Biosciences, through a game called Magic Card Fantasy. At that time, I was young and had no financial ability, so I could only strengthen my character by brushing dungeons for a long time in the game. During this process, I met Su Yun, who was the president of the trade union at that time. He took me to brush levels and chat with me on the microphone many times, and even recharged the game tokens for me several times. Under such frequent joint offensives, he established a personal connection with me. At that time, I had just become an adult and had no ability to judge feelings and lacked self-protection awareness. I naively thought that this was a romantic relationship and gradually developed feelings for it. The author named, Who Can Save Me from the Clutches of the Devil, First introduced the past of Soo-yoon and her acquaintance, followed by the chat records between their love, and also attached some sweet love words. But soon, the author changed the subject. 2 years ago in June, I flew all the way from Shanghai to Luzhou and lived with Soo-yoon for 2 months. Because Soo-yoon did not take any safety measures during the period, I accidentally got pregnant at that time. Soo-yoon claimed that he did not have the financial strength to start a family, and I was indeed not ready to change my life role to that of a mother, so we went to hospital in Luzhou for an abortion on July 16, 2020, and then had a second abortion on January 23, 2021. See picture. What I didn't expect was that from then on, the nightmare began. Soo-yoon carried out PUA on me for 2 years. He repeatedly stated that no one would be willing to marry a slut who had had 2 abortions, and kept the relevant records of the abortions, claiming that if we broke up, he would make these 2 records public. At that time, I was exhausted physically and mentally from being tortured by Soo-yoon, and my mentality was on the verge of collapse, so I could only succumb to his clutches. After confirming that I was under his control, Soo-yoon became more and more aggressive. On September 14 of this year, he actually sent a video he took when he checked into a hotel with other girls to my WeChat, and attached some extremely obscene words. Now my spirit is close to collapse, and I have tried self-harm and suicide many times without success. Who can save me? I really can't hold on any longer. The article includes a lot of chat screenshots and even videos. Google King clicked on one of them and found that the content was a mobile phone screen recording. The first thing recorded on the screen was Soo-yoon's dialogue box. The time was May 22, 2021, and the content of the conversation was extremely obscene, with a lot of sexual content. Then the recorder clicked on Soo-yoon's avatar and quickly jumped to the personal page of the WeChat account. The WeChat account, moments, content, etc. were clearly recorded. Google King was very familiar with these contents, which were Soo-yoon's WeChat moments. Seeing this situation, in a very short time, Google King even had an idea in his mind. Soo-yoon would not have really done these things, right? But soon, this idea was dispelled by him. Then Google King turned off the screen of the phone and handed it back to Jo Piao. He was silent for a moment, and looked at Zuo Ziyi solemnly. Something big has happened. This is a combination of punches. It seems to be a quality problem of our products, but it is actually aimed at Dr. Sue, Helen. The previous plan is temporarily shelved. Now immediately contact Chairman Zhang, Dean Yuan and Dr. Sue, and ask them to rush back to the headquarters for an emergency meeting. Zuo Ziyi nodded. Understood. After Zuo Ziyi left, Google King sighed heavily, and his peripheral vision happened to catch a glimpse of Jo Piao next to him. He thought about it and asked, Zio Zhou, what do you think? Jo Piao glanced at the phone that had been turned off, shook her head and said, Manager Gu, Brother Su has a good reputation in the school. I don't believe he would do such a thing. Plus this news broke out at this juncture. It is obvious that there is a planned black hand. But Jo Piao didn't finish the second half of her sentence, but Google King immediately understood what she meant. It's just that this kind of thing is not okay just because relatives and friends believe it. Public opinion is the key. After the article was forwarded by the 4 hot searches, 1 roach killer, who had done bioscience, Soo-yoon, and USTC, gradually began to appear on the trend list of hot searches and quickly came to the end of the hot search list. Then came 48th, 46th, 41st, and 39th. In less than an hour, the hot search Soo-yoon has broken through 20th place and landed at the 18th position of hot searches. At the same time, Soo-yoon finally rushed back to the headquarters of Who Had Done Bioscience from the South Lane Cat Cafe. As for Wang Yujing, she was naturally very tactful and did not follow. Of course. As a chemistry master, the girl was not unfamiliar with imidacloprid and could even write the relevant structural formula with her eyes closed. So she naturally saw that this was a conspiracy against Soo-yoon. But after all, the 2 parties had just met, so she couldn't say much. While waiting for the elevator on the 1st floor, Soo-yoon could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the lobby was a little subtle. There was something wrong with the way other employees in the company looked at him. There was curiosity and worry. There was also contempt. There was no way. The opponent's tactics were so well connected. With a set of combined punches, the hat was firmly pinned on him. Not every employee in the company knew Soo-yoon's past like Jo Piao and Chu Sheng, so it was normal to have some doubts. So Soo-yoon didn't care too much about it. He quickly took the elevator to the conference room and pushed the door open. Click, as the door of the conference room opened. Everyone's eyes were locked on Su-yoon, who pushed the door open. Dr. Su, you are finally here. Seeing Su-yoon's arrival, Gukwa-king quickly stood up to greet him. After walking to Su-yoon, he patted Su-yoon on the shoulder. Dr. Su, I'm sorry, I want to make a self-criticism to you. This time it was indeed our operations department that was careless. Su-yoon shook his head gently. Aaron, this matter has nothing to do with you. We can only say that we underestimated the bottom line of our opponents. Who would have thought that those giants with a market value of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars would do such a despicable thing? Gukwa-king was silent for a moment and sighed slightly. Su-yoon's words were actually what he was thinking. Whether it was Sanofi, where he worked before, or the General Motors company where Zhou Ziyi had worked, the fierce competition in the industry was even more intense than that in the cockroach medicine field. Espionage, seduction, throwing dirty water on products, and even using administrative means to issue bans. All kinds of operations are endless. But there is only one way they have never tried: throwing dirty water on the founder or executives of the product. Because the scumbag personality is not very lethal abroad, and it is even less lethal than not supporting environmental protection. For example, the overseas version of Lao Ma in the tea-headed company, his family is incestuous. His biological father had his second child with his stepdaughter, who was 41 years younger, and said that her only purpose on earth is to reproduce offspring, but he still thrived. There is also the current COO of a certain W company. He dated 14 girls in 4 years and had an abortion record of up to 23 times. He was actually established as a person who pursues freedom abroad. So in the business war abroad, if the other party really revealed some black material, then most competitors would not mind kicking it. But if some facts do not exist, they would hardly think about black people. Therefore, whether it is Gukwa-king who returned from overseas or Zhou Ziyi, they do have such a blind spot on their thinking. To be more precise, it is the only blind spot. Unexpectedly, this blind spot was actually used. It can only be said that it is not difficult to incite some groups. It is too easy. After Su-yoon took his seat, Tian Liangwei, who was on his left, suddenly coughed lightly and asked with a stern face, Zio Su, everyone in the conference room is our own people. Before discussing the solution, tell everyone the truth. Have you done those things? As Su-yoon's mentor, Tian Liangwei naturally knows Su-yoon's character very well, and is quite clear that his apprentice will not and has no time to do things like playing with multiple boats or pua. But the problem is that in addition to him, there are some other people present at the scene. For example, Zhang Zhu, and Zhou Ziyi. Although Zhou Ziyi is not a boxer, as a normal woman, she would be somewhat uncomfortable when she saw the content of that article. Because from the perspective of God, at present, this matter can be divided into two parts for discussion. First, the development trend of the incident. The trend is obviously not a coincidence, and there must be others behind it. And everyone at the scene understands this. The second is Su-yoon himself, or the essence mentioned in the article. That is to say, it is divided into Su-yoon did do those things, and his dirty bud was caught and magnified by others, and Su-yoon himself is innocent, and it is slander from beginning to end. If it is the former, then it is more difficult to deal with, and some other spring and autumn writing methods need to be used. But if it is the latter, then the company can fight back with its back straight. Although the situation is still difficult, at least the means will be relatively calm. That is to say, the common saying is to have the right. So Tian Liangwei's words are not to doubt Su-yoon, but to give Su-yoon the opportunity to explain his innocence to others. Su-yoon also quickly realized this and cast a grateful look towards his mentor, saying firmly, Teacher, colleagues, I, Su-yoon, hereby assure you that I have never done anything mentioned in that article before. In fact, I don't even know who the other party is, although I don't have any evidence to prove myself at the moment. In this situation, there is no need for me to deceive you. Looking at Su-yoon's determined expression, the atmosphere on the scene couldn't help but liven up a little. Then, considering that Su-yoon's identity as a party was relatively delicate, Gukwa-king took the initiative to take over the leadership of the meeting. Dear colleagues, since Dr. Su himself is innocent, then we will discuss how to resolve this wave of attacks. Now the relevant hot searches have reached the 9th place, and I estimate that it will be in the top 3 in a short time. Then he looked at a man sitting opposite and asked, Lawyer Wang, do we have any room for maneuver in the legal field now? The lawyer Wang mentioned by Gukwa-king was a middle-aged man with a high hairline and sparse hair, but his hair was still combed shiny. Hearing this, he adjusted his glasses and said, "To be honest, there's not much room for maneuver. The legal department has already drafted a relevant statement, but corporate statements these days are actually very tasteless, at least on the internet. They are no longer very persuasive. We can only say that stamping an official seal to shut people up is only better than doing nothing." Gu King frowned. "Can't we sue the other party for defamation immediately?" A trace of bitterness appeared on Lawyer Wang's face, and he shook his head heavily. "It's difficult. For this kind of internet defamation case, you must first sue the platform, get the personal information of the account, and then sue the other party, not to mention whether the identity of the other party's social platform is true. The relevant procedures alone will take at least several months, and by that time, the opportunity will be gone." Hearing what Lawyer Wang said, Su Yun suddenly thought of an incident that happened when he was writing a novel in his previous life. At that time, he was defamed by a female author in the same profession on social media for a full 8 months. After discovering this, he consulted the platform's legal affairs department to find out whether he could sue the other party for defamation. The legal affairs department was very enthusiastic. After looking at the screenshots provided by Su Yun, he said that the lawsuit would win 100%, but there were 2 situations that he had to be aware of first. One is the time to collect evidence. The whole process requires suing Tiba first and then suing the individual, which takes about 2 to 3 months. Another is the cost. The whole set will cost about 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which Su Yun will have to bear by himself. Su Yun was stunned at that time. He had previously thought that if the fee was within 1,000 yuan, then he would try to be serious, and 2,000 yuan was not unacceptable. As a result, reality gave him 2 critical blows, telling him that he was still too young. With 20,000 yuan, he might as well go to Guilin for 2 weeks. So some things are really helpless these days. You can stand on your own in legal theory, but you will encounter countless problems in practice. See the situation. Gu King subconsciously held the thermos cup in front of him. "Lawyer Wang, no matter what, the necessary procedures must be followed. Thank you for your hard work in this regard." Lawyer Wang nodded. "No problem." Then Gu King looked at Su Yun and Dian Liangwei, organized his words and said, "Academician Dian, Dr. Su, now that we can't sue the other party through legal means for a while, we have to think about how to prove ourselves." Tian Liangwei nodded, thought for a few seconds, and threw out an idea. "Manager Gu, aren't there a lot of WeChat screenshots in that article? Can we contact WeChat and ask them to help disprove these contents?" Gu King hesitated for a moment, turned his head and looked at Zhuo Zai. "Helen, you are more familiar with this area. Is the plan mentioned by Academician Dian feasible?" Zhuo Zai shook her head decisively and ruthlessly denied this possibility. "The probability is almost zero. After all, most social media claim that they will not save records on the server. Although everyone knows how false this statement is, it is at least true on the surface, so we may be able to ask internal personnel to verify whether the conversation took place in private, but it is almost impossible to use this as evidence. Don't talk about us." In 20 years, a local court wanted to ask WeChat to assist in the investigation, and their reply was still that the company did not save the chat records. This is already a personal setting. Gu King was silent. After the Administrative Enforcement Procedures for Internet Information Content Management was announced in 2017, all social media unanimously stated that they would not store user chat data. However, how credible this statement is depends on one's own opinion. At present, there are about 900 million users who frequently use WeChat every day in the country. These people create an average of 500 words, 1 KB, and 10 kilobytes thumbnails in a day, which is 11 kilobytes. That is, the information generated every day is about 11 terabytes. The wholesale price of hard drives is about 120 yuan TP, which means that the hardware cost of storing data every day is 1,320 yuan, 481,800 yuan a year, less than 500,000 yuan. Including database expenses, maintenance, and bandwidth, it is around 1 million yuan a year at most. Well, there is no other meaning, just a simple calculation. But due to the previous regulations, even if there are relevant records on the social platform, it is impossible to dig them out as evidence now. This is an act of shaking the basic foundation. Not to mention Huadong Biosciences, even Huawei doesn't have the face to do so. In other words, the company can only rely on itself for this turnaround. Buzz buzz buzz, just when the atmosphere was a little dull. Tian Liangwei's mobile phone, which was turned to silent, suddenly rang without warning. Tian Liangwei made an apologetic expression to everyone and pressed the answer button. A moment later, the voice of Wen Qingjun, director of the USTC Network Security Center, came from the microphone. Academician Dawn, USTC's Weibo has been attacked. Chapter 375. End. USTC's Weibo was attacked. Tian Liangwei was stunned when he heard the news from Wen Qingjun. Although he was over 60 years old, he still understood the meaning of the word attack. It refers to a large number of abnormal comments pouring into Weibo in a short period of time, causing the regular comments to be suppressed below. It is similar to the previous bar explosion. Soon after, Tian Liangwei realized another thing. He was only the Dean of the School of Life Sciences of USTC. Although he had the title of academician, he was at most a member of the senior management in USTC. He was far from being a caller in terms of administration. After all, USTC currently has 37 academicians, and for most people, they can only choose between scientific research and administration. The group that really decides policies is the vice president, the president, and the school board. And now, because of Su Yun's words and deeds, USTC's official Weibo, a social media that represents the image of the school, was innocently affected. Then this matter was the same as Tian Liangwei's administrative power, and the level had exceeded his ability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked Wang Qingjun, "Xiao Wang, what is the school going to do now?" Wang Qingjun on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "The details are still under discussion, and it may take some time to get a result. Now most of the leaders of the School of Life Sciences and the School of Physics insist that Dr. Su is innocent, and several other leaders are neutral. However, there are still a few leaders who think that no matter who is right or wrong, it should not be USTC that bears the pressure on behalf of Dr. Su, so they should cut off their relationship with Dr. Su as soon as possible." Tian Liangwei was silent. To be honest, he could actually understand the thoughts of those who wanted to cut off their relationship with Su Yun. After all, universities themselves are very complicated places, with conflicts of interest and power struggles. In fact, let alone USTC. Any university at home and abroad is like this. It can be said that there is no university in the world that is a pure academic paradise. Although Su Yun's Huan in bioscience has great potential, it actually has no interest relationship with other colleges such as the Department of History of Science and Technology and Archaeology, the School of Environmental Science and Optoelectronic Technology, and the Department of Thermal Science and Energy Engineering. They have no substantial dealings with Su Yun, and they may not even have heard of Su Yun's name. In this case, you want them to take risks for Su Yun for no reason? This is obviously impossible. This has nothing to do with short-sightedness or pedantry. It is a normal choice based on their own situation. Thinking of this, Tian Liangwei couldn't help but glance at Su Yun on the side, and then lowered his voice to ask Wang Qingjun, "Xiao Wang, who are standing on Xiao Su's side now?" Wang Qingjun quickly reported a few names. There are Vice President Pan, Academician Zhao Zhongjing, Professor Liu, Professor Du, Academician Zhang, Professor Ma, and Vice President Zhang. Tian Liangwei immediately made up his mind. Many of the people Wang Qingjun reported are the backbone of the University of Science and Technology and have great influence. Among them, Vice President Zhang was Zhang Rui, who informed him that the University of Science and Technology was preparing to conduct a live broadcast of disinfection after Su Yun's drug testing made big news. Including Academician Pan, there are now 2 vice presidents supporting Su Yun, and the University of Science and Technology should be able to stabilize for the time being. Then Tian Liangwei chatted with Wang Qingjun for a few more words and hung up the phone. After the call ended, Tian Liangwei sat back in his seat and looked around. The content of his conversation with Wang Qingjun was very clear, so many participants were already checking the Weibo at USTC. You can see it on your phone. The latest Weibo post of USTC's official Weibo is an excerpt, which was posted 4 hours ago. Generally, there are only 3 to 5 comments on this type of Weibo at USTC. Occasionally, the topic can reach double digits, and that's it. A USTC alumnus once joked that if the number of comments on USTC's official Weibo could exceed 500 one day, then there is a 95% chance that a big shot has won the Nobel Prize. This is also a common problem of most university Weibo, too cool. However, at this moment, the number of comments under this Weibo at USTC is 0.7423. and every time it is refreshed, the number will soar by dozens or even hundreds. If it continues to develop like this, if USTC does not control the comments, the final comment area will have at least 30,000 or even more. The nickname of the most popular comment is "Get up and eat cake," and the content is, "I came here because of your reputation. I heard that your school can teach people to have multiple relationships and pool the opposite sex." The number of likes for this comment has exceeded 5,000, and the number of paragraph comments has exceeded 70. The other comments below are similar. The milder ones are sarcastic and use some jokes to hurt others. The more aggressive ones directly start to attack the school and Soo-yoon, such as "you are not worthy of entering C9" and so on. In addition, some people who just want to watch the fun and don't mind making trouble have been clamoring for replies such as, "Wait for the comment to be deleted." There is no doubt that the trend of public opinion has been established. After a while, Soo-yoon, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He said to Gukwan-king, "Aaron, how are our product sales now?" Gukwan-king raised his eyelids and glanced at Soo-yoon, then shook his head, not very optimistic. According to our after-sales feedback, the product has shown a downward trend since the relevant topic appeared. In the past half hour, the sales of the product have been close to stagnant, and there have been a large number of refunds and bad reviews. If the current misconduct continues, the situation may be worse. Gukwan-king kept paying attention to Soo-yoon's expression while speaking, fearing that the young chairman's mentality would explode. However, what made him relieved was that Soo-yoon's performance was still normal. Although his face was still solemn, the tight facial lines also showed that he was not relaxed inside, and there was even a little sweat on his forehead. But the whole person's rationality was obviously still there. This was more or less good news. In fact, Soo-yoon's mentality was calmer than Gukwan-king thought. After all, his experience was there, although he had never encountered such a situation in his previous life or in the copy, so he was certainly unavoidable to be anxious. But he was not at a loss. Then Soo-yoon took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, looked at Gukwan-king and said, "Aaron, I think we should split up. You stay in the company to take charge of the overall situation, try to calm the emotions of the employees, and urge the legal department to complete all the procedures that can be done. Well, let's go to Director Yang Hongzi of the high-tech zone and ask him to help us report the case. The high-tech zone has a much bigger reputation than us." Gukwan-king nodded. "No problem, Dr. Soo, what about you?" Soo-yoon then pointed at himself and continued, "As for me, I will go back to HKUST with my teacher to see if HKUST has any solutions." Looking at Soo-yoon, who was assigning tasks, Tian Liangwei on the side flashed a trace of worry in his eyes, and suggested, "Zio-soo, why don't you not go back to school first? There is an executive lounge here in the company, you can stay out of the limelight here." Unexpectedly, Soo-yoon shook his head, turned and stared at Tian Liangwei. His attitude was very firm. "Teacher, I can handle it." The reason why Tian Liangwei didn't want Soo-yoon to return to USTC was largely because he was worried about the student community on campus. I mentioned it earlier. From the perspective of passers-by, this incident was a pure coincidence. A roach extinguisher had done a lot of evil beforehand, but since most of the victims were ordinary people, the news was never exposed. As a result, a certain internet celebrity was tricked today, and while exposing the product problem, he also found Soo-yoon's black material. Driven by many water armies, most passers-by are actually unwilling to delve into it. Therefore, if Soo-yoon chooses to return to school at this time, he will inevitably face huge pressure, at least criticism. But for Soo-yoon, he must return to USTC. At present, Huadong Bioscience has just been established, and what it can do about this kind of thing is actually quite limited. At most, it is to call the police, issue an announcement, and buy some water armies to call for rationality. But USTC is not the case. Whether in terms of scale, connections, influence or other aspects, USTC is far higher than the current size of Huadong Bioscience. So if Soo-yoon still has any chance to turn the tables, it must be in the meeting room of the University of Science and Technology. Looking at Soo-yoon's firm attitude, Tian Liangwei was silent for a moment, but still nodded. "Okay, you take my car, let's go back to school together." Then Soo-yoon handed over some things to Gukwan-king, and the meeting was disbanded. After going downstairs, Soo-yoon followed Tian Liangwei to the parking lot. Tian Liangwei's car is an Audi A6L. When he walked to the side of the car, Soo-yoon subconsciously prepared to take the key to drive, This is the basic etiquette of the younger generation. However, Tian Zhongjing shook his head at him and pointed to the other side. Su, you sit in the co-pilot seat, I will drive. Su Yun was slightly stunned, but he didn't insist too much. He obediently came to the co-pilot seat and sat in. Tian Liangwei was obviously worried that he was mentally unstable at this time, and it was easy to get into trouble when driving, so he wanted to pass the steering wheel. If it was any other time, Su Yun might have said a few words to Tian Liangwei. But today, Su Yun himself was a little unconfident. After all, he is not a Superman. It is rare for him to keep his bottom line and not collapse when encountering such a thing. It is impossible to be completely calm and pretend that nothing happened. In this case, if Su Yun is asked to drive, an accident may happen if he is not careful. If a car accident really happens, then it will be like Kennedy watching a movie, it will be fun. So, Su Yun had no choice but to sit in the co-pilot seat and let his mentor be the driver. Tian Liangwei skillfully reversed, started, and drove on the road, while Su Yun took this opportunity to look at his mobile phone. Previously, due to the meeting, he had set his mobile phone to silent mode in advance, and kept it upside down on the table, and never turned it on from beginning to end. As a result, when the screen was turned on, the lock screen wallpaper was instantly filled with various message prompts. Among them, there were 117 missed calls and more than 2,100 text messages. Su Yun clicked on a text message and found that the number was an unfamiliar number from another place. The content was, "Scumbag, I am XXXXX, your whole family will be XX by car sooner or later." Su Yun was silent for a moment, manually deleted the message, and randomly read a few more. The length of the text messages varied, but the content was almost the same. Su Yun's household registration book was criticized. Even when he was browsing these text messages, some new messages appeared outside. It was obvious. Su Yun was exposed. In other words, his contact information was exposed. How to say it? If we discuss this matter alone, it doesn't surprise Su Yun. In fact, after seeing the hot search, he was prepared for this. After all, personal privacy leaks are not uncommon these days. For example, a student took a video of his teacher claiming that not so many people died in the Nanjing massacre, and posted it online. As a result, all his information was made public the next day, and thousands of insulting text messages from the pro-Japanese party flooded into his mobile phone overnight. Not long ago, Sichuan Normal University invited a Korean professor to give a lecture. The professor opened his mouth and said, "The Dragon Boat Festival belongs to us Koreans." A student couldn't help but spray the microphone, and the information was also exposed the next day. Not to mention that there are competitors behind this matter, it is too easy to expose Su Yun. Fortunately, with the development and iteration of mobile phones these days, bombardment and harassment are no longer just a choice of turning off the phone like in the early years. Su Yun opened the phone settings and chose to only accept calls and text messages from the whitelist of contacts. The entire interface instantly became much clearer. Tian Liangwei, who was driving, glanced at Su Yun and asked, "Su, are you bombarded with text messages?" Su Yun nodded, "Yes, as expected, I have blocked it." Tian Liangwei sighed secretly while steering the steering wheel. Although he had seen a lot of related news on the internet, this was the first time he had witnessed the opening of the box and the explosion of the internet. When this happened to someone close to him, even if he was identified Chinese academician, he felt a little powerless at this time. On the other hand, Su Yun, who had dealt with the text messages and phone calls, continued to look at WeChat. Just like the text message column, the WeChat address book, which did not turn off the WeChat account and mobile phone number search function, now displayed 999 plus friend requests. Clicking on the page, what caught my eye was still a series of cordial greetings. To be honest, after seeing so many negative messages in succession, Su Yun even had the urge to rant back in a few seconds. But he finally suppressed this thought and set the WeChat account to unsearchable with slightly trembling fingers. The situation Su Yun was facing was just like the car he was riding in. He was firmly imprisoned in a closed space, and there was no way out. Then he clicked on the chat name on the far left and looked at various dialog boxes. Friends who often use WeChat should know it. WeChat is the same as QQ. The latest news will be automatically updated at the top for users to check. Therefore, when Su Yun opened the WeChat chat bar, the first ones were naturally the several group chats he joined. On the far left of each group chat, there were several hongzis, Someone at me. The group chat in the first row was called 2019 National Modeling Competition Exchange Group. It was added by Su Yun when he participated in the modeling competition. There were more than 300 members. A small number of members were teachers and event managers, and most of them were participating students. This is also one of the few non-UST groups among all Su Yun's groups. Su Yun had the impression that this group had been dead for some time, but at this moment it was constantly refreshing its messages. Su Yun clicked in without much hesitation and found the location where he was tagged through the index, University of Science and Technology of China Zhang Yang, at USTC Su Yun, picture. The person involved seems to be in the group, why don't you come out and explain? The picture this person sent was a screenshot of the pool blogger who defamed Su Yun, and his tone was clearly that he wanted to watch the fun and not mind making trouble. And below this person's remarks, the comments were much more complicated. Lin Ziming, Jinling University, fuck, is this true? Did it brother Su get first place in modeling? Zhang Wenna, Guilin University of Electronic Technology, fuck, I'm sick of him, what a scumbag, disgusting. Harbin Institute of Technology, Screwdriver, at Zhang Wenna, Guilin University of Electronic Technology, it's not concluded yet, let's wait and see. Guoyin, East China University of Science and Technology, Smile, the WestJet screen recording and abortion certificate have been posted, and you still say it's not concluded? Let's stop pretending to be rational, okay? Qi Quan, Northwestern Polytechnical University, at Guoyin, your school's essay on headphone cables seemed to have posted a lot of evidence. What happened later? The rest was a variety of comments spraying each other. Seeing this, Su Yun shook his head and chose to leave the group. He didn't try to explain in the group, because things had developed to this point, and it was no longer something that could be cleared up with a few replies. Then he looked at a few more groups at USTC, and the content of the discussions was similar. Some people supported him and said they would wait and see if there was a reversal. Some people thought that ability, grades and character had nothing to do with each other, and Su Yun was just a scumbag. The latter number was relatively higher, both male and female. There was no way. There was also a gap between short essays. Some short essays had no logic and were full of emotions. After so many times, everyone actually had some immunity. But some short essays were different. For example, the article written by, Who Can Save Me from the Clutches of the Devil? The time and place were listed very clearly. In addition, the forged chat records and screen recordings were still very inciting. After reading these group chats, Su Yun felt powerless again. It was too difficult. Then he moved his eyes down again, from the group to the friend chat box, and prepared to be sprayed. He had more than 300 friends, and he didn't know how many people would spray him. 150? Or 100? With a somewhat decadent mood, Su Yun read on again. But when he saw the message clearly for the first time, he was slightly stunned. The first friend message was from Chu Sheng. After 3 failed voice calls, this guy sent a message directly, have you found out who did it? These 8 simple words made Su Yun's eyes warm. This was the first message he had seen supporting him since the incident. Then Su Yun continued to scroll down. Soon, he saw Academician Pan's message, don't be anxious, don't panic, wait for the results of my meeting. Academician Pan followed with Lu Chaoyang's words, everything is normal in the research team, hold on, there is still justice in the world, later. Su Yun also saw messages from some other WeChat friends, Zhou Piao, Senior, hold on, Tang Yikyu, Brother Su, something happened on Weibo, someone is attacking you, Chang Lichen, God Su, I won't ask what happened, I just want to tell you one thing, there are hundreds of people in Building 14, and no one believes the essay. He Jiajia, come on, Junior, we don't believe that essay, will prove your innocence. Zhang Heguang, son, do you want to live with dad for a while? Looking at these mindless messages supporting him, Su Yun's nose suddenly felt a little sour. A warm feeling rose faintly in his almost numb heart. It turned out that there were still people who believed in him. A total of 68 friends, except for 2 high school classmates, all stood on his side. Especially since there were many girls in the messages, it was even more difficult in the current situation. Su Yun continued to pull down the chat box. However, as he read on, he was suddenly stunned after scanning a certain message. It was a very short message, and the sender was Su Yun's mother. Mom, son, Academician Pan just called me, and your father and I have learned about the situation. I'll use your father's words to tell you our attitude. If you have the ability to play with multiple people, can you still turn blind dates into interviews? The phone line at home has been unplugged, and your father and I have set up whitelists on all our mobile phones, including Grandpa and Grandma. They are currently temporarily living in your uncle's house. Remember to keep your mentality stable and don't worry about anything at home. Looking at the message sent by his mother, Soo-yoon was silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head, sniffed, and blinked quickly. After a moment, he took a deep breath, sat up straight, and a trace of vitality emerged in his red eyes. Indeed, reality is not a cartoon, and Soo-yoon would not exaggerate like the second to fourth generation Hokage and shout I bear the name of XX so I must not lose, but on the other hand, his mentality is indeed much calmer, at least his hands are no longer shaking. Just like when he saw the data in the background when he was writing novels in his previous life, Soo-yoon knew that there were many people supporting him, telling him one thing, he is not alone. He is not sure whether this power can create miracles, but at least it gives him the motivation to fight back temporarily. Of course. That's right, but where is the point of breaking the deadlock? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.